Welcome into day 2 of NFL free agency. I am Tom Downey, producer AP, behind the scenes on today's show. We are simulcasting for day 2 of NFL free agency. We are live on the Chat Sports YouTube channel, and we are live on the Cowboys Report YouTube channel as well. Happy to have you guys all here, tuned in across both channels. We'll have some fun for you guys on today's show. In a little bit, we'll run through all of the moves that have happened in the last, 18 hours, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. There's been some, not maybe anything overly wacky, wild, and crazy, but there has been enough there. We have a couple deals and giveaways and stuff planned for you guys today. Both the Cowboys Report and Chat Sports, again, we are simulcasting. So the mini helmet raffle entry is open to anybody. It doesn't have to be a Cowboys mini helmet. It can be, if you're watching on Chat Sports, it can be one of your favorite team. $5 in honor of day 2 of free agency. We'll get you 2 mini helmet raffle entries. Sticking with our 2-for-1 deal plan, $10 is 6 mini helmet raffle entries for every $10 super chat that comes in. We will once again be doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle on today's show. That is at what going Downey to enter. I will put that in the live chat for you guys right now as well because I got it saved somewhere in my long doc of things to do. There it is. I'll put it on both stream links in there. $20 to enter at what going Downey. Winner was $240 on day 1 of free agency. It's never as chaotic on the second day, but there's still a lot of notable players out there, and we'll be live for many hours here across both channels. $20 to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That is at what's going Downey. $50 is going to be 2 shots of our, I don't have what things I want to keep it cold, the shotties. It's the Schottenheimer drink of choice. It's essentially watered down vodka with lemon. So what we did is to make it a little bit not watered down was we put a lemon lime Happy Dad in the vodka. So it's still a little bit more juiced up on that front. And if you send in a $100 super chat, I didn't forget the mimosas this time. I actually did. I had to go to the store and get another batch, which is, is what it is. It wasn't as chaotic this morning for me to take the 15 minutes to go do it there. So $100, 2 mimosas, or once we run out of those, beer bongs as well. That is the super chat menu here on today's show. If someone wants to request a mimosa or a beer bong or a combination or flavor, or I've got room for maybe 1 or 2 RBV bongs as well, we will do that on today's show. We got some super chats I want to get into here as well from the Cowboys Report. And if any main super chats come in, the Chat Sports side of things, we will do that as well. What I want you guys to do throughout today's live show, by the way, is to shout out your team. And we will discuss the first one that we consider. So we will do this after we get to the super chats and give you guys time to get your comments in on both the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. I guess we're going to talk about the Cowboys here first and foremost because there are several super chats. So we'll pick it from the Chat Sports live stream here. So get your comments in, shout out your team, and we will discuss the very first one that we see. I want to make sure there's plenty of time to get those in there. You're good. So you want to do this one first while I get set up then? Is that easy? Okay, sweet. So I'm going to close. Well, AP's getting set up behind the scenes here. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to point my finger at the live chat. First one I see, we'll discuss them for a little bit. Then we'll get to the super chats. And then we'll do this again throughout today's live show. So first one is Broncos from Alexander Walker. So Denver, one of the names we'll discuss here in a little bit later on in today's show was the re-signing of J.K. Dobbins that I thought was a pretty key move by Denver after they'd kind of, missed on some running backs. They were in the market allegedly for Travis Etienne and Kenneth Walker. Most notably for me, they brought back Alex Singleton. They brought back Justin Stranad, that was both starting linebackers they were going to try to retain, or potential starting linebackers. And then they made the move beyond, they re-signed Adam Troutman, and I think Sam Ellinger got brought back too. They went out and they cut Dre Greenlaw. Now, I don't know if that has actually been formally processed yet by the NFL, so there is still the possibility of the old, we are announcing we're cutting him, and then they trade him for a day 3 pick swap or something along those lines. So the linebacker moves were pretty noteworthy. not a lot of outside action on that front. So it is very much more of a wait-and-see standpoint as things sit on the Broncos side of things. But I do think keeping their linebacking core, the ones they wanted to keep putting together, makes sense. I'd like to find a trade partner if you could for Dre Greenlaw. And then, keeping J.K. Dobbins in that running back room is nice. I'd like to get another, whether it's draft, it's not a very good receiver class, but free agency group would also be kind of nice on that front. All right, let's do it again. I'm sure is it the bugging out because of the update on that side of things. Do you have any of the supers in, or is that still bugging? Oh, bang! Let's ride that. Yeah, let's do that. We'll go to the chat sports super chats, or the Cowboys report. Oh, my bad, I messed you up there. Cowboys report side of things. Then we'll get to the chat sports super chat as well, and I'll get all these entries in as well. Samuel was the most recent one there this morning, so there it is. Samuel Carter, that's 6 entries in for the mini helmet today. Thank you, Samuel. If they get, this is about the Cowboys, by the way. If they get Trey, I'll be shocked. At that point, I'll know Jerry's moved different. He knows time is ticking, and he wants to win again before it's too late. They did more yesterday on day one than what they have normally done in free agency for an extremely long period. Extremely long period. I don't know if they're going to go after Trey Hendrickson. I don't think his market looks particularly strong. I know he saw what Daniel Hunter got. It's like, I want that. He saw what Jaylen Phillips got, and I want that. I know there was a question, I think, on both streams, but does he actually want 30? I have no doubts he wants 30. I don't think he's going to get it. Could he get 250? Maybe, but I don't know if that's actually the case. So we'll see about Hendrickson. I think across both simulcasts right now, we are very much on Trey Hendrickson watch. So thank you, Samuel, for the $10 super chat. Hawkeyes in, who just wants the entries for the mini helmet raffle. Remember, if you're on the chat sports side or the Cowboys report side, the mini helmet raffle you are eligible for. I knew to check when Hawkeyes put in the super chat. Hawkeyes is also in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That's at What Going Downy for the end of live stream Venmo 50/50 raffle. Hayden Miller getting 2 entries here on that front. Thank you, Hayden. You're the best, Tom. What would be lost on what's going on without this show? Go Cowboys. Happy to have you guys here. It's a nice, I'm sure most of you guys are working, so it's nice to have this up on the background maybe, or just paying attention as you have time to not be locked in on whatever job you're doing or off work or lunch hour or whatever. We'll keep you covered on everything that's going on as we sit here, 10 minutes-ish into today's live stream. Nothing really new that's gone on quite yet, so we'll keep an eye on it, though. Mason Perkins, a $5 super chat again on the Cowboys Report simulcast side. You're entered twice. Says Dylan Thieneman, Oregon safety at pick 12. Trade back later into the first and grab C.J. Allen. Pick up a third and get Zion Young. I don't know if Zion falls to the third. So that's Georgia linebacker Allen, Missouri edge Zion Young. He might go top 60. That wouldn't be a huge surprise to me. If you can do all of those things, though, that kind of takes care of your nickel/safety need, takes care of your linebacker need, and gives you an edge rushing rotation piece. That actually does make some sense for me. So if you can make that happen, good. And I think that's a success. Double J 2288. Let me get you into the raffle here. 2 entries. Hope Sam Williams is not it for the edge room. I say another depth piece. Also, I think they could double dip at linebacker Leo Chanel, and Ellis. I would be down with a double dip. I don't know how likely that is because they have their own budget. They've expanded the budget. They have not busted the budget quite yet. My gut tells me they would like to spend a first-round pick on an edge rusher. And they will draft somebody with the edge rusher. But I know that the common trend has been, okay, cool, Gary is a rotational piece. Guys, they plan on him being their one. Or that's a good idea or not. I think that is their plan. GKD Records, a $2 super chat. Opportunity to say DC for life. F the 31 others in Maine. So I think Cowboys Report live stream. You guys should spam DC for L. And then I think the Chat Sports live stream should spam FDAL. And I think that'd be kind of fun to get to go back and forth with each other. All right, Don't Eat My Burrito. Back again with a $5 super chat. Getting into the raffle here. Bang. There were 3 people I never wanted to see in this defense again. Williams, Smith, and Murray. Jerry, please don't make it 2 out of 3. I know we are simulcasting on the Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports side. And as we get roster moves, we'll go in-depth on all the signings that have happened and are going to happen today. I will crash out if they bring back Kenneth Murray, because I don't see how that one's going to happen. I don't picture it at all. So I will crash out. I just don't think it ends up happening here. $2 from Jade Dragon 91 coming in from the Chat Sports side of things. We can go to the Panthers moves if we have it. Panthers beefing up the defense, and boy, are they. The move last night, this was probably one of the more notable ones in the past, 18 hours since we've been live on either channel. Devin Lloyd, 3 years, $45 million. That's $25 million guaranteed. I was a little surprised that he did not fetch more. I thought 15 was his floor, and it is what he ended up getting, so it's fine. But I thought he was going to try to push for 20. I keep seeing, I think it's Albert Breer saying, tough off-ball linebacker market. And I'm like, okay, but if you're a team that wants an off-ball linebacker, I guess it hasn't been that tough for you because you haven't done anything yet. Devin Lloyd was the big addition. Jaylen Phillips was a massive one. That was, 4 years, 120 off the top of my head, if I can do math correctly there. Just a massive pickup there from Carolina. Certainly sounds like he was close to going back to the Eagles. It was 20, and then it got bumped up to 25 with Philadelphia. And then Carolina just came in and said, here's the money. But I actually respect it from the Panthers' perspective. They have the – nice, good job finding it. They have the funds available. Their owner is willing to spend, sometimes to a fault. And they're like, we need a linebacker. We need an edge rusher. And they're like, screw it. Let's just do it. Let's not worry about we had to overpay by $5 million per year. Like, I respect that mindset. Other moves for Carolina, by the way, they did bring back Caleb Evans. They also brought back Robert Rochelle. That's going to be I think that minimum deal there. Kenny Pickett joining as the backup. I think the 7.5 is incentives, by the way. Like, if he has to play, they'll keep trying to shop Andy Dalton. Devin Lloyd, the big one. And then LeBrian Ray also officially announced earlier this afternoon, or this morning, I think it was actually, by the Panthers in the front office side of things. All right, Logan Eckmeyer, a $5 super chat to get him into the raffle. And I'm going to make sure to actually specify who is CS and not. I don't think I saw a comment from Logan. Let me double check. Don't. Message Sam, see if he has a solution for you, or Jack even. But thank you, Logan. Appreciate that. $5 from Jeff Bartlett. This is also on the Chat Sports side of things. Bartlett is in with 2 entries. I completely misspelled your name as I was typing it in, so that's actually super embarrassing. There we go. Bears fans and some. Oh, what was that one? Oh, was that? Oh, it was an older one on accident. Okay. Something's a reset sign. It's all good. Game Geek. 2 entries there for you, my friend. I got to get Logan in there. Messed that one up, too. Issues on my end. All good. And my pen fell, too. Think the Cardinals will be more active today. I actually thought they were pretty active if we want to run through all of their moves. We'll kind of treat the $5 super chats as talk about your team, essentially. I thought Arizona, it was not big, splashy moves, but it was notable. Like, they were adding pieces. Now, the kicker and punter, that does not count. We don't talk about those here. Tyler Algier joining a running back room of Trey Benson and James Conner, brought back on a rework deal. So that does, I think, take them out of the running for Jeremiah Love, by the way. Gardner Minshew sounds like he's going to be the backup to one Jacoby Brissett, which is noteworthy. LJ Collier back on a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. If you can keep Isaac Tuamalo healthy, that's a plug-and-play option at guard. Roy Lopez is, I think, at one point was like a Madden god of just like backup defense lineman who was solid. Kendrick Bourne also brought back, or added, I should say, on a 2-year, $11.47 million deal to kind of help round out that wide receiver room. Offensive line, I think a tackle is still very much an area of concern for them. Maybe another top-end defensive piece with some of their draft picks. I don't know how much more this team will end up doing in the end. So, Logan, there's the $5 super chat with the details on what he was looking for. I think the Ravens are going to make any moves today. And what's your opinion on the Marlon Humphrey rumors? So I'm not actually specifically in depth on what the Marlon Humphrey rumors are. I assume it is that they're trying to do something with his contract. Because Marlon Humphrey, I don't think has been that good the past couple of, especially this past year. This is like 2 straight years when they try to let's try him at nickel, and they get a month into the year and go, no, this is not going to work for us. This is a huge problem. We have concerns here as well. I will say, I don't know how much more they're going to end up doing. The Ravens are not active in free agency. John Simpson was a kind of a big splash by their metrics. Let me pull this up, by the way, actually. I can pull up the comp pick projections, like the early ones that are very much subject to change for 2027. The Ravens are going to cook, though. They are currently in line for a 3, a 5, a 5, a 6, and a 7 if they add somebody else in that bucket. You max out at 4. They are getting they've lost Linderbaum, they've lost Dre'Mont Jones, Isaiah Likely, Alohi Gilman, Charlie Kohler, Jordan Stout. Stout qualifies, which is crazy. He's a punter. But the Ravens, look, the big splash was Max Crosby. That was the big addition this offseason. I don't know. Merch Deal's not live yet, by the way. Remember Central Time versus Eastern Time, same mistake I made yesterday. Unless there was another message in there, but yeah, 11 a.m., 12 p.m. Central Time. That's okay. I made the exact same mistake yesterday. Not a big deal. Okay, what's next here on the Super Chat side of things? We're caught up with Logan. Yeah, we'll go back to Cowboys, so then a couple other main ones we'll get to in a little bit. There's like one that came in late. If it's available, great. If not, it only just came in, so it might not. Okay, it is. There we go. Latoya67 says, F all Dallas Cowboys fans except for you, Tom. Here they go. I'll take it. The Cowboys Report simulcast stream might not like it, but I'll take it. All right. Nate Dogg. This is back on the Cowboys Report side of things. Get your 2 entries there. Once you get caught up, we can go to the Super Chat menu, and then maybe we hit the merch, just the general merch read after that. So we hit that metric. Thoughts on trading 12 and 20 to KC for 9, 29, and 109. Trade value is basically equal. Guarantees Dallas a top defensive player. Who says no? The difference would be, I think, what do the Chiefs want? If the Chiefs have someone they want at 9, which might be the same player you want at 9, I don't think they would be overly interested in doing that. Especially because I don't know how big of a gap the guy at 20 versus the guy at 29 is going to end up looking like. I think that could all be extremely similar grades. If the Chiefs are down, sure, I'm not opposed to that because you're still getting, you're just moving down essentially in round 1, and you get an extra 4th-round pick. That'd be nice for you. I don't know how much the Chiefs would be interested, though. Samuel says, I am sorry for asking how pretty I am so much. This just kind of feels like you're, again, asking how pretty you are, though. A little bit backdoor, kind of like if I joke, all right, I'm gonna go take my clubs with me for when we're going to dinner at the golf course, and if my wife says okay, okay, then I got to do it. But I'm like, oh, I was just kidding. Type of deal. All right, Stu Hef. What about Greenlaw and price tag on Reek Woolen? So big picture for both these guys, well, Cowboys, but also since we're simulcasting on Maine too. I know Jane Slater had reported that they are not in, the Cowboys not in Andre Greenlaw. There's medical stuff there, so I totally get that. But I'd have interest if they can vet the medical, which you would be able to do. I would also say Patrick Queen stuff hit a snag, so I don't know if that's even a bad thing in the end for the Cowboys as they desperately try to find a linebacker. I would explore free agency instead. Reek Woolen, I'm very curious what his market looks like. The cornerback market outside of Alante Taylor has kind of been in the 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe $14 million range. So I don't think the Cowboys are going to be a team after Reek Woolen. The vibe I have continuously gotten, and I'm fine if they pivot off it. It does not bother me at all. Is if they want Bland on the outside, and they're gonna play Savone Revel out there, and they think they can have backups with Kalen Carson. They need a nickel, and I think that they are gonna draft somebody in round 1. I think they want to draft a corner in the first round. So, thank you, Stu F. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Old Bean, a $5 super chat. Bang, you're entered. Trust your judgment. Will we do anything today, or is Jerry on the yacht patting himself on the back? They are. I'll double check the yacht location, but as of yesterday, it was not on the move, and it is currently still docked in Palm Beach. So the yacht is not active right now. So they're not traveling somewhere. If they're on the yacht, they're just in Palm Beach. At that point, like, doesn't actually mean anything. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but they literally have to free up cap space still. They're over the cap as it's constructed currently, so they're going to have to do some stuff there. And they have to add more players. Like, they have to get at least a linebacker. And I would like some more depth pieces, too. Are they big names? We'll see. But thank you, Old Bean, for the $5 super chat on that one. Brandon Bird in here. Brandon Bird. Bang. If we buy Hendrickson, we will be down for trading up to the Giants with our 12th and 20th pick for Stowns or Dials. In my opinion, edges make cornerbacks great. My issue is, okay, I'm set now at edge. Like that, my problem is solved. I would also need a linebacker and a corner / nickel. I need both still. Now, add Hendrickson, you're probably okay if you are okay gambling on a rookie linebacker being your green dot play caller, but still need both as far as I'm concerned. Double J2288. Thoughts on Roger McCreary? What is his price tag? Probably won't be that expensive. If you want a nickel, that's like I think the top logical name for me. Deeper cut could be Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, but maybe they have Jalen Thompson playing that particular role. So it would be nice because I've always liked McCreary, but I'm going to assume not a Cowboys guy. Nate, what are some players you could trade 12 or 24? You try to get Max Crosby with one of those picks. I don't know if there's a lot of you start waving around a first, you can get some names who are not on the market available for you, but is it the caliber of player you should want? Did I say Stowns and Dials? Did I go full dyslexic and just merge them? Okay. Yell at me first off, AP. Like, what are you doing? Just make fun of me. Styles and Downs, apparently. I didn't even notice that until I saw Grayson say it. Words are hard for a guy that talks for a living. Whatever. You start waving those picks around, you can get some interest, but of the logical names, you would like the value for, not really sure there's anybody super of note available at this time. So, a couple chat sports, super chats, then we'll get back to Ragnarok How after that. M Sports Review 31. Could the Packers trade a 2027 third for Jerry and Jones? It feels a little rich for Jones as what he is, but also I could see him being available. They brought back Montaric Brown. I think Travis Hunter's going to play more corner. They have Jordan Lewis. But I also think the Jags are probably we should keep him as our 3rd/4th corner. So I don't think that one would happen. I think maybe 2026 third, which the Packers I think they have that, would interest Jacksonville more. But Jags also might want to just keep the picks in the end. Thank you, MS Sports Review. Ragnarok How, that is 6 entries into the raffle today. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Ragnarok. With the Gary trade and Williams come back, with the Cowboys still chasing their edge. That's Sam Williams, by the way. I think I have the depth chart updated if you want to peek it. I'm not totally sure. Also with DB, you see them adding in free agency or sticking to the draft. I think that they think they'll be able to get a cornerback in the draft that they like. Now, I would not be opposed to adding somebody and giving yourself the option to not have to go do that. But I think their general plan is to go draft a corner. But I would still chase an edge. Ezeraku, Gary, and Williams are going to be on this team. They are roster locks. They just re-signed Sam Williams. Ezeraku's not going anywhere. Rashan Gary is obviously just got traded for. So, that's 3. I think at least one of James Houston, Maris Leofau ends up making the team. I don't think Leofau's a roster lock. I might be crazy on that one. James Houston, I think, fits very well. I think he should be extremely safe. But those are rotation pieces. I still think they're missing a dude at edge. And even a number 2 rotation piece. Around Ezeraku caliber for expectations of him this year. They can go get a big-time free agent and then ignore edge in the draft. But this team always drafts an edge. They have literally never not drafted an edge rusher in the years that Will McClay has been in charge of the draft. They always do it. So I'm not going to get my hopes up too much on that one. GKD Records, $2 super chat. Spam F4 for fire and K for keep Aiden today. Undecided.
I like it. We
F for fire, K
we'll
for keep.
build a way in. We'll build a way in. I'll get that going for you guys. All right. I respect it. We'll have some fun today.
All right. Well, while you build, let's go to the merch. We'll go all the chat sports stuff and then the St. Patrick's Day stuff as well, which I think is what I have it ordered in the sheet, but it's been chaotic again. So we'll begin with the merchandise reminder for you guys. Chat Sports gear is now available at chatsports.com/merch. I'll put that link in the Cowboys Report stream and in the Chat Sports stream as well. Hoodies, T-shirts, and hats are available at chatsports.com/merch. You'll see the big array of everything that we have available for you guys currently as we ramp up that side of things for us here at Chat Sports. Hoodies, T-shirts, hats. Of note on the hats, the Beers hats are also now available at chatsports.com/beers. Perfect for St. Patrick's Day, especially the green Beers hat, which is now available for you guys, which, tell you what, if I was still in college and I could have that hat, my alma mater, had Green Beer Day, that would be the most popular hat there. That would be absolutely incredible. So get your Beers hat today. Then, if you are specifically watching on the Cowboys Report side of things, the Beers hats are available, and also available are the Dallas Drinking Team t-shirts. Chatsports.com/DallasGreen. That's chatsports.com/DallasGreen. There is the photo, if I did it properly, which I didn't actually check, for the express shipping that will arrive in time for St. Patrick's Day, just in the regular photo bucket, by the way, on that front there. So you get it by Saturday in time. So $5 shipping on that front if you hit the express drop-down option. Instead of the $9, it's just $5 instead. That is the express shipping. Essentially, we're just basically discounting it for you, essentially. So links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/DallasGreen and chatsports.com/merch for the all-encompassing Chat Sports merchandise, including the Beers hats, of course. All right, more Super Chats here on today's show. Matt Temple, a $5 Super Chat. Get you your double entries here. Hoping Catboy is locked in the closet so we can sign Greenlaw, Hendrickson, and a defensive back. I think if you get two of those, you should be very excited about that. I think two of those would be quite nice for you for what the Cowboys have historically done in the past. All right, thank you, Matt. I think Pedro Sandoval, or just Sandoval. I don't know. I thought there was a Pedro Sandoval yesterday, right? Maybe it's somebody else. Could easily two Sandovals. What linebacker should we get? This is top available linebackers. You have that available, right, AP? That graphic? Top available linebackers here. This goes for any team out there who's looking in the linebacker market at this time. Dre Greenlaw cut by the Denver Broncos. I don't know if that's been formally processed, but the medical stuff is, I think, one to monitor on that front there. Leo Chenal is available out there as a linebacker option. I like Cade Ellis quite a bit. Ellis is certainly someone that, sorry, say what? But I grabbed it from earlier today. So I grabbed the top one, so we had it. So is linebacker there just further down? Should be there. Right. There it is. There it is. Bobby Okereke is available, the ex-Giant linebacker. Leo Chenal is available. Caden Ellis. Levante David, I know in the past it's kind of been like bucks or bust for him, but they also brought in Alex Anzalone. Are they out on him altogether? Greenlaw's injury history is, I think, a pretty big concern at this time for him. But how that plays out, maybe it's kind of a cheap one-year deal as well. Bobby Wagner's the veteran. How dare Sam put Kenneth Murray on this list? What is he doing? Can I get an F Sam in the chat, please, gang? Kenneth Murray should not be on here. Matt Milano has injury history too. Bobby Wagner is super banged up. Specifically for the Cowboys here, from what Jane Slater hit a snag on the Patrick Queen trade idea, which many of you guys might not hate either. Not in on Wagner, not in on Okereke. Chanel and Ellis are there, but was told it's quiet. We'll see what today brings. So we're very much in this awkward standstill of like, okay, what are they going to do to get a linebacker? It's not they if they entered the draft with the combination of Shamar James, Justin Barron, and Demario Overshown, honestly, that's honestly unserious business. Like that's not how a team should operate. Like that would be, I can't think of. It just would be horrible. All right, Donovan Sanchez, a $5 super chat here. Let's get that in, Donovan. Make sure I spell it right so I don't remember the contact. With everyone being so young and inconsistent, Bland being up and down, only one true starter at linebacker right now, relying on rookies makes me very nervous. It should. I get it. It should. That's not a good spot to be. It's a dangerous spot to be. It can work if you hit on those picks, but then you're also kind of like forcing yourself to get instant impact guys and make them play early, and maybe they're not ready to do so. And that is kind of troubling and concerning and all of that. You're spot on, my friend. All right, Michael Baker, a $5 super chat. Again, into our raffle here. Thank you, Michael. How did you feel about trading for Patrick Queen? I read a fifth rounder would do it. I've seen a reporter's PF grade is pretty low. Does that concern you? In a bubble, I don't think PFF grade should ever alone determine something. But you can also look around like all the other people like Sports Info Solutions that like do not even just grades, but like impact studies, stuff like that. And this is, I think, true across the board. Patrick Queen was bad last year. Like, he was not good. He struggled. He was bad. Like, I don't think there's any way around it. Pittsburgh doesn't have much but behind him. That's noteworthy, too. I've also seen Queen be good in the way I've never, ever seen, like, Kenneth Murray be good. But that was, like, 2-ish years ago. So, like, there's a lot of risk involved there for a guy you're going to pay $13+ million. GKD Records says, Fire Sam. As always, F Sam in the comments section of today's show. It's tongue-in-cheek and funny, and he's on board with it, so it's not the end of the world there in the end. F Sam's in the comments section of today's show. He's a good sport about it, so it's fine, but it's always fun to me. All right, this is on the chat sports side of things, right? Sherman's NFL YouTube channel. Patriots need a wide receiver. I'm hoping for Romeo Doubs /Dubs. Probably one of the better free agent wide receivers left on the market. I don't think there's very many other ones that are too available. Eric says, do you think the Giants sign a wide receiver today? Maybe. We have the receiver ranks, right? Let's go to that one then, and that'll help me remind myself of who's actually available. Beyond Doubs, I guess Tyreek Hill's a free agent, which is also kind of funny on that front. Other receivers... we'll get that graphic up here. Juwan Jennings is a good one. I like his game. Go Stephon Diggs if you want. AJ Debo Samuel, who built like me now. Keenan Allen. Darnell Mooney. Say what? Yeah, Darnell Mooney. Marquise Brown. Christian Kirk. Calvin Austin. Is anybody moved yet? Because we're only going to get worse. Jalen Tolbert, who's like a low 3. Khalif Raymond, Sterling Shepard, NWI. Tim Patrick. It's not a good group, man. The receiver market, when Pierce went back, was like, oops, that's it. So there might be a decent market for Doubs just because there's just not much out there. It's extremely, extremely dried up. It's not a fun spot to be right now. William Cook on the chat sports side of things, coming through with a $5 super chat. The failure of the Cowboys to sign a linebacker shows that busting the budget is not serious. Frederick said, Tolbert, are you kidding me? That's how bad the receiver market is. I think Mooney could be decent. It's just not a fun spot to be, man. Look, they have not busted the budget yet. Rashan Gary and Jalen Thompson are expanding the budget. That is the biggest free agency move they've done in a decade plus. Seriously. That's how little spending they do. But if you just you've missed on linebacker, you didn't get another edge that was an outside market guy because they were surprised by the market. Guys, the market was pretty clear the entire time what it was going to be. Now, edge I know got expensive. That's fine. They did pivot with Rashan Gary there. But the linebacker market, they missed. No way around it. They missed. I would like to see a time for the Cowboys where they just went, you know what? We have this huge need. Who cares about $3 million more? And they just pay it. That's what I would like to see, one time. Mo Surge, looking for Fred Warner for the boys. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll send a 1. I get he's 30. He just signed a big contract extension. It makes no sense for the 49ers, by the way. But here's 20. I do it so. Fred Warner, I think, is one of the best available, the best linebackers purely in the game. I just don't think he's available. Daniel would love to get him too. That kind of felt like I messaged Marshall this. This is some Giants background. There was a lot of weird buzz on the Giants coming out of the combine of linebacker. They're trading for one. Fred Warner. They're gonna sign Kenneth Walker. Do this. Cut this guy. It sure felt like John Harbaugh was trying to figure out the leaks in the organization. That's what it felt like. That of we're gonna leak this to different people and we're gonna ID who is in communication with media, and then we'll be able to use that to our advantage. That's what it felt like because there was Brandon Aubrey rumors, which would be insane to trade a second-round pick for Aubrey. But I digress. Team R's, a $5 super chat. If we get Hendrickson, can we give Pickens his contract, our salary cap good? You have to do other moves. You have to figure out the Osa contract. You have to extend/restructure Kenny Clark, Quinn Williams. They can trade for Rashan Gary, then adjust that contract as well and bring it down beyond its $19 million cap hit. But Hendrickson will cost you about half whatever his money ends up being. Pickens would also bring down the cap charge for you too if you were ever to do that. They've got levers to pull. They haven't pulled them yet. They might just sit up there and say we have no levers to pull, even though they very clearly do, which is always frustrating to me on that front. All right, super chat menu. Then we'll get caught up on. Are we caught up now? We are caught up. We are caught up. We'll do super chat menu. Go through all the moves that have happened in recently here or since last night. What is? Sorry. For the sub counter? That's fine. That's fine. We can just do that. Yeah, that's fine. Not a big deal. All right. Super chat menu on today's show. $5 gets you 2 mini helmet raffle entries. This is both on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports side of things. Every $5 super chat will get you 2 entries. $10 gets you 6 mini helmet raffle entries. Again, that's not just the Cowboys. One can be any team if you're a fan of. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Let me double check, make sure I've not missed any entries here. Pull that up right now. I know Hawkeyes is already in. Let me make sure I've not missed any new ones here as Venmo decides to take an hour to load. That's fine. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Just Hawkeyes in there right now. I'll put that link both in the Chat Sports side of things and on the Cowboys Report side of things for the combined 3,500, whatever it is, people watching right now. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's at What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. $50, I will do 2 shots for you. $100, 2 beer bongs or 2 mimosa bongs. So we'll do some champagne and orange juice here. And we'll pop the champagne. It has not been popped yet, and I pray it doesn't spill everywhere. That is the super chat menu on today's show. $50 is the 2 shots. $100 is the 2 mimosas/beer bongs. So no one's done it yet. It's it's not noon
Still
yet,
waiting.
but it's brunch hour, so we can still do the mimosas. So
Still waiting.
bosses have said I'm not allowed to drink at all outside of the beer bongs and the shots. So help us out, and we'll have some fun on today's show. All right, Brandon's Videos, a $5 super chat here. What are your thoughts on Packers slot corner Nate Hobbs, who was released? They try to play him more as an outside guy, and it wasn't very good. Maybe he struggled really the last 2 years. He wasn't as good for the Raiders last year either. But he's been good in the past. Maybe a kind of change in the schematics and putting him back at nickel corner would benefit him and a team that would end up, adding him in the end. So definitely think a good name to monitor on that front. Let's go to where were we? I think this one's perfect because we were on Blankenship was kind of the one we ended on, I think, last night. I think that was kind of one of the last ones we did last night. Not sure when the chat sports side logged off, but Blankenship I think was one of the last ones from the last time we were live here. So Blankenship's there. It's a Houston, 3 years, $24.75 million deal. Other recent movement, Quincy Williams of the Jets goes to the Cleveland Browns. Last we've seen is 2 years up to $17 million. So, is that more like 2 years, 15, 14? We'll see. Kendrick Bourne, 2-year, $11.47 deal with the Cardinals. Braxton Jones back to the Bears on a maybe $5 million deal, actually. Dane Belton to the Jets as they continue to spend some money there. Darius Washington, a 1-year deal. Details to be determined. I've seen up to – no, that's somebody else. What's up to 10? Rico Dowdle to the Steelers on a 2-year, $12.5 million deal to reunite with Mike McCarthy up in Pittsburgh. He replaces Kenneth Gainwell, who went to the Bucks, I believe. Christian Harris to the Atlanta Falcons. Full details still TBD on that front. And then Kyle Allen back to the Bills. Reunion, not re-signing, but reunion. 2 years, $6.1 after Mitch Trubisky left to join the Tennessee Titans. NJ Casanova, the $100 super chat. AP, grab the champagne, grab the OJ for me out of the fridge. Thank you very much, my friend. NJ Casanova coming through with the $100 super chat. Everyone spam NJC in the comments section of today's show. Over 100 raffle entries for you as well coming your way there, NJ. Let's do some champagne bongs, mimosa bongs here on today's simulcast. We are live on both the Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports YouTube channel. So I'm going to bust open the champagne. Where's the tear? Where's the seam? There should be a seam, right? Is there a seam on this one? Ah, there it is.
You know what I think of every time I see mimosas, Tom?
Yeah?
It's that one scene from The Incredibles.
Okay.
Where Mr. Incredible is flying out, and he's on his little business trip, and he's like, yeah, I think I'll have some mimosas before I fight this giant robot. It's just having a good time, and it reminds me a lot of what we're doing right now. We're just kind of kicking back, drinking some mimosas, talking ball.
Actually, I tore off the branding because not a sponsor. Not a sponsor. This is just the pop one, so it's fine because it's the cheapo version. Make sure it's on screen.
Shout out
Laptop
NJ.
Out of the way. There we go.
Boom.
And it didn't spill. That's a
And
huge
it
win.
didn't
That's a
spill.
huge win in the end.
That's impressive.
All right, first mimosa bong coming up.
I see you, GKD. Fire Aiden. Fire Aiden. Let me work on that way in for
All
later.
right, so we'll do this. Let's figure out how to balance this. Let's just pour the champagne in to start. Oh, that's so much foam in there. Champagne. And then we'll get the volume right here as well. Once I figure that out. Ah. Jeez. Hunter Green had bone chips in his elbow getting removed.
You've got it.
Brutal for us. All right, and some orange juice. Let's see if that's enough volume. I don't think it's going to be. The old what's the old joke I did with a buddy?
Just a dash.
Just like you just like put the knife in the orange juice and put it in the champagne, and that's your mimosa. I need more than this.
You like some orange juice with your champagne, Tom?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just trying to get. Oh, now that was a mistake. Because look at this. Look at this. Slowly descending down.
No. Oh no.
You can see the texture discoloration.
Oh, that looks like a
Can I stir it?
science experiment.
It does. I mean, it's slowly going down. Maybe I should have put the orange juice in first. Well, we're doing two, so we'll be able to balance it out here.
Okay. We'll get it down by the end of this.
I mean, we're definitely not going to because I can't like stir. I mean, you can see the color discoloration is noteworthy. Like this looks way more orange.
That's right. It's real Ray. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, the point of mimosas is that it's not 5 o'clock somewhere.
Right.
Actually,
That's the morning thing.
Here we go.
Oh, funny story, Tom. we may have, back in college, we may or may not have gone to a bottomless mimosas.
Oh,
And
dangerous in college.
And it was very dangerous, and we may or may not have walked out of that place with 5 extra bottles, and that was not including what we actually drank.
So you stole them.
No. I actually specifically, part of that funny story, I asked the waiter, I'm like, hey, could we take these with us? And he's like, no, but I didn't see anything.
So the waiter was like, I got you.
Yeah. So we took them, and it was a hell of a day. Hell of a day.
AFX asking Tom, has anything really happened today? No.
No, not yet.
So now we have the opposite issue.
Yep.
I guess I would have had to pre-mix this. Like, I don't know how to get this to blend.
That looks like a slightly better mix.
Slowly going down.
Right,
but I think you can tell, like, right where my button is, like,
Yep.
the difference in the coloration. All right, here's what I'll do. I got the problem. Pour some in at the beginning,
Boom.
and then pour some in at the end.
It's a sandwich.
It's a sandwich. It's a mimosa sandwich.
That's right.
So this. Oh, it does reseal. Nice.
All right, GKD.
I can never reseal it, at least. I'll do that after. I need both hands.
I'm going to roll through some other super chats here as we're doing these beer bongs for our
Here
boy
we go.
NJ. Jason Wheels saying, F Eagles fans everywhere. Love it. LOL. Love the energy. Bring it every time on the Cowboys Report. Shout out to you. Jeremy Bramlett saying, you think players don't want to come here because it's almost impossible to get paid by Jerry?
Look, I think the reality is if you're reseal. Oh, there we go. Nice. The Cowboys mindset, which has been the case for, I'm just going to clean up a little bit here. The Cowboys mindset of, well, we think you should take less to focus, camera. Focus on me.
That'll work.
I'm right here.
That'll work.
I'm blurry. And that's not the alcohol talking. Focus on me.
Bang. There we go.
Jesus, camera. That's what I get for doing the high settings. The Cowboys have always adopted this mindset of, you get a bonus for playing for the star, you should take less. And that's just not how NFL teams, and that's not how NFL players operate. It's just not. Like, that can be a tiebreaker, maybe, but an extra $1 million per year of real cash is different than hypothetical endorsement deals. Like, that's how they operate. All right, that was Jeremy Bramlett, and then
Next
Jason
one
Phillips.
Jotman.
Jeremy Bramlett. There we go. Jetmon, is baby Theo available to play linebacker for us? I mean, he keeps his head up.
Okay.
I taught Olivia good heads up tackling.
There you go.
Because she likes to play tackle with me. But that's it. Jackson Jones is 5 o'clock somewhere. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
But the point of mimosas is that we don't have to make it 5 o'clock somewhere, and we get to do it instead wherever we feel like doing. Cloud World asking, did anything happen yet? No. Well, there have been moves last night we'll go to here later on. But no, nothing has actually really happened yet. We'll get to these supers and go through the moves that were where we left off on before NJ Casanova came through. All right, the more we know. $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Bang. Jane saying she co-signs with Bobby and linebacker march just for Dallas to throw up all over itself in that area is so disappointing, but it's Dallas. Look, I made the comment. I remember who it was the other day. Scare money don't make money. And that's free agency. If you're looking for the perfect value in free agency, you're not going to get good players. Like, you might get a value or two. You might get some solid players, some sneaky smart moves or whatever, but, you're also going to end up with, for every Javonte Williams you get, I'm sorry, you're going to end up with 2 or 3 Peyton Turners and Kyer Elams and Jack Sanborns. Sanborn was great because he was a 1-year cheap deal who fit the defense, but then he got hurt and wasn't very good. But it was cheap, so, it didn't matter. But they didn't do anything that does matter either. GKD Records. Your story sucks, Aiden. Please redeem yourself. All right, do you want to fire AP? Spam CYA for see ya in the comment section of today's show. Do you want to fire AP? CYA if so. I'm glad you're able to poke fun at yourself. That's always a good thing there. By the way, on the Venmo 50-50 raffle side, Joshua is in now. That is Joshua Jones, who I think just had a super chat too. is in for the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downy if you want in. We'll do it in, I don't know, 5 hours, something like that, on that front. Brandon J., what's the deal with Bradley Chubb? This is on the Chat Sports side of things, by the way, but also it looks like a Cowboys fan. We're simulcasting. Make sure you're subbed on both Chat Sports and the Cowboys Report. Wasn't he released by Miami? Would be a good fit in Christian Parker's 3-4 scheme and cheaper than Trey. I have not seen any formality releases of Bradley Chubb. I think he might end up being a he wasn't announced by the Dolphins. I think he's going to be a post-June 1st cut, which you cannot do until Wednesday. Now, he's essentially available. You can work that if you want to, because the Falcons did with Tua. The Dolphins announced they were cutting him, and then he was going to the Falcons immediately. But I think he is a good fit. I think he'd be a decent fit. Would be cheaper than Trey. I don't know how available he is quite yet technically, or what his market will look like, but that's certainly one of the better edge rusher names. All right, NFL free agency, the moves that have happened in the past, probably closer to 15 hours at this point here with this batch of names. Andrew Beck, the fullback, to the Jets. There was too much punter and kicker news last night. There was too much punter and kicker news. Mitch Wishnowsky to the Bills. Joshua Williams, the other Chiefs defensive back that got moved this offseason to Tennessee. And, boy, what an offseason for Tennessee. Throwing around some money in free agency. Ezi Otomoeo, I think I got that one right, to the Steelers on a 1-year deal. Cole Strange on a 2-year, $13 million deal. He was with Miami and Mike McDaniel, and now he goes back to the Chargers on a 2-year, $13 million deal. Devin Lloyd, the move last night, a 3-year, $45 million deal. Matt Gay to the Raiders and might mean the end of Daniel Carlson in Las Vegas, because why have 2 kickers? Nobody needs that. Sam Williams, late last night, a 1-year, $3 million deal, back with the Dallas Cowboys. Broke that on our Cowboys channel. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Chiefs did a little back-to-back action. Alohi Gilman, 3 years, $24.75 million deal. That's the Brian Cook replacement. So safety seems to be secured now for the Chiefs. Tyquan Thornton, a backup wide receiver, 2 years, 11, but can be their 4 or whatever. I still think receiver draft pick is in the cards for Kansas City, especially early. Elijah Vera Tucker getting a nice deal, 3 years, $42 million. Haven't seen details fully on the guaranteed one. That's why it's not up there yet. So that one's kind of let's keep an eye on it and what it actually is. 3 years, $42 there for Tucker. Benjamin St. Juste, a 2-year, $10 million deal with the Packers. Another outside cornerback piece for them. Greg Newsome, it says 1 year up to 10 for the Giants on that front. Push that across from me, AP. I think that might be more like 1 year 4. I think Jordan Schultz had the initial deal, maybe. Let me pull that up. I guess it was just a 1-year deal. So maybe it is up to 10. And that would be quite a bit of good amount of money there for Greg Newsome. LeBrian Ray back to the Carolina Panthers. Andrew DePaulo, some of these are this morning, by the way. 1 year, $1.725 to the Minnesota Vikings. And then Dawson Knox, a 3-year deal with full details to be determined. That's a restructuring / pay cut. I think is what actually happened there for the Buffalo Bills. Richard Holtz, $5 super chat. I think that's a nice looking Rams hat there, my friend. Let me get Richard Holt into our raffle as well. Bang. Think Puka gets more than Jamar Chase with his new contract, and if so, how much? My answer is yes, he will get more than Jamar Chase. It's been 2 years now, I think it is, since Jamar Chase got paid.
Yep.
I think the better question is, who gets paid first? Puka or JSN? Because the guy that gets paid first will set the market for highest paid linebacker or highest paid wide receiver, excuse me. And then the next guy will get more than him. So
I have a feeling it's going to be the Rams there.
I feel like the Rams maybe try to get that one done early. I will say Puka, This contract is fine. Be a little worried about the next contract. Still just a little bit. Like he's done some weird stuff. Like he's kind of a weird guy.
Yeah. Bit of an oddball.
But he's good at football, so like
he's amazing.
As long as that ends up being the case, they're fine. It's not really something to worry too much about there. So I do think Puka's going to get record-setting money. JSN will get record-setting money. I think I'm forgetting somebody else that's doing a new deal soonish too. That will get record-setting money. I'm drawing a blank on it. Those two definitely stand out. So that is, we are caught up on Super Chats. We are caught up on all of the recent moves as well. We are in that window now for the deal. We want to hit the deal here as well. So in the next hour, specifically for all of our St. Patrick's Day merchandise on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel, 20% off, and you can get the $5 express shipping and get it by the 14th. No, the St. Patrick's Day. Just the Beers hats on that one. Yeah, and it'll be the 20% off. Yep, there you go. So, chatsports.com/DallasGreen. You can get the Beers hats for $5 or for 20% off, $5 shipping, and the Dallas Drinking Team shirt at chatsports.com/DallasGreen. I'll put that link in the live chat on the Cowboys Report side right now. I got it covered, AP. There we go. Actually, I'll put it on both. That is available for you guys. And then on the, if you're not a Cowboys fan, obviously, the Beers hats. There should be, I think I have the one for just chatsports.com/beers with the discount. I think I have that one in there. Chatsports.com, there it is. Chatsports.com/beers, 20% off the Beers hats. Links are in the comments section and the description, by the way, of today's show. In this next hour window from 12 p.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern time, Beers hats are available, 20% off. The Dallas Drinking Team merch is 20% off. There's also a drop-down option for you when you go to checkout. Express shipping reduced down to $5, so you can get it in time for any and all St. Patrick's Day plans that you have. That's chatsports.com/beers and chatsports.com/DallasGreen. Links to the live chat and the description of today's shows. Simulcasts, by the way. All right, let's do this. Shout out your team, and we'll pick the chat sports side of it here because we've spent plenty of time on the Cowboys here. But we'll bounce back and forth. We're simulcasting on both here today.
Let's do it.
Shout out your team. I will make producer Aiden pick it. By the way, Justin is in to our Venmo 50-50 raffle. So minimum, we're going to run it today. I think we'll get more interest as the day goes along. Justin Pelletier? I feel like I'm botching that. Justin P. Sorry. Blame it on the two mimosa bongs.
Let's do the Bengals. I'm seeing a
Bengals?
couple Bengals. Yeah.
Right, let's go to their moves then too. That's kind of like the easiest flow there. I'll be honest. As we wait for news, we'll just do this a bunch because there's been no traction this morning. Extremely quiet right now in NFL free agency. So, Brian Cook and Boye Mafe, two big moves by the Cincinnati Bengals. 3 years, $40.25 for Brian Cook. Mafe will play edge rusher. He's an outside linebacker for Seattle. That's why it's designated as such. 3 years, $60 million as part of the very aggressive spending to fill some defensive needs. They brought back Dalton Reisner before the combine or just after, whichever one it was.
I believe it was.
So offensively, they're pretty much set. They non-tender Jake Browning. Backup quarterback is a need. I don't think Joe Flacco is going to find a starting spot, so I think he'll be back as a backup. I think defensive tackle still stands out as a need for Cincinnati. Dax Hill, DJ Turner, Josh Newton, Jalen Davis, all under contract. Corner could be an option. They were, by the way, of note, they were in on John Franklin Myers, and they were in on, allegedly, Devin Lloyd. Did not end up landing either guy. Given the linebacker market, they might just run it back again with the young guys. So the defensive tackle market, by the way, oof. Look, in general, for free agency these days, with the salary cap rising, teams are more willing to pay their own guys and re-sign them and push money off into the future. There's not that many good guys that are available in free agency. And nowhere does that show up more than the defensive tackle market. If you want a run clogger, you can find a run stuffer in free agency. DJ Reader, Dalvin Tomlinson, Larry Ogunjobi, Shelby Harris. Like, there are some run cloggers out there. But, like, impact pass rushers, they do not exist. That's why Jonathan Demario got $20+ million from Tennessee. Kind of crazy on that front there. Also, shout out to Sean Wallace, who says, you already gave me more info than NFL Network did.
Yep, I just saw that as well.
Appreciate that, Sean. That's why you guys subscribe to both the Chat Sports YouTube channel and the Cowboys Report. Whatever stream you are on for our simulcast, make sure you are subscribed. Look, we'll be live again tomorrow. I think plans are live again Thursday as well. We'll be live for the NFL Draft, and we will tip picks too. Although at this point, the networks have learned to not let them be as delayed anymore. Like, they've been much better on that front. But not there have been years in the past, draft-wise, where we were like 3 picks ahead of the networks. Like, because they would just get behind and not, like, prioritize it. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And on day 3 of the draft, we're not going to cut away to do a 10-minute interview with, Click Kubiak on Fernando Mendoza. No, you guys want the picks. You guys want the news on the signings. When those happen, we got you covered. And we'll do that instead of, like, not discussing what people care about. Problem is right now, nothing's happening. So we'll keep discussing your guys' favorite teams. Let me know in the comment section of today's show, simulcasting here on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Shout out your team, and I will continue to give news here. I will say we have movement finally.
Oh!
It's not a big name, but it is a name. Khalif Raymond, the Lions wide receiver, is going to head to the Chicago Bears.
Ooh.
So Khalif Raymond heading to Chicago. No contractual details yet, but Raymond is a Bear, which I believe reunites him with Ben Johnson. And I'll pull this up here as well. I know there's always a slight delay for when Sam gets things updated, but Bears will be prioritized there. Again, the last 4 moves, it's good to have that up there. Last 4 moves of note, that people give a crap about there. Raymond will be, looking at the Bears stuff right here. Devin, I had to double check. Oh, look at that. Sam's on it, baby. Still type F Sam in the comments. It's fine. This is the Devin Duvernay replacement. That's what this is. The Bears obviously traded away to DJ Moore. It's going to be Roma Dunze, Luther Burden. Jade Walker was, like, kind of nice for them, even though he wears a terrible number for a receiver. 20 sucks as a receiver number.
That's so bad.
It's so bad. It's horrible. But he was a fun player for them. Raymond will be receiver 4-ish, whatever, and be their return man. So details TBD. Also of note, Antoine Randall coached him in Detroit too. So Ben Johnson and
Also
Antoine Randall, it's a good note as well.
Also a Zacchaeus replacement in Chicago too.
Say what?
Zacchaeus replacement in Chicago too.
Maybe a little bit of Zacchaeus' touches, but, like, I think the first thing I thought was returns. That Raymond's good on returns.
Great returner.
So
Great.
we have a move.
Bang.
First time since we've been live.
Let's go.
For an hour.
Let's go. Khalif Raymond. Fireworks, people.
That's how it goes. Still, eventually we'll get to the top free agents. Let's do one more team, and then let's go to the top free agents here after that.
Cool. Let's do it.
Reminder, the merch deal is on sale. Chatsports.com/beers for the Beers hat.
I've
Shout out
seen
to
the
team.
Chargers, but I have not seen any moves.
They did some stuff. We can go to their moves overall. We can talk Chargers here. Mike Garafolo also says the Seahawks are monitoring Rashad White's market in free agency. So, okay. The running back market is kind of, like, frozen. Almost. All right, free agency. The Chargers got going before things began. Biotish on a 3-year, $30 million deal to replace the retired Bradley Bozeman. Khalil Mack brought back on a 1-year deal, $18 million fully guaranteed. Alec Ingold, a Charger, 2 years, $7.5 million. You could probably...
Yeah, I'm not going to push it, but
I'll verbalize it.
Yeah.
Tell Sam that ESPN effed up the Penning photo, and we need to put NFL in for him in the database. It's super annoying. Charlie Kolar, 3 years, $24.3 million deal. As he, man, we'll get to like philosophical stuff here. They also brought back Trevor Penning and added Cole Strange to start at guard to replace Zion Johnson on a fraction of that contract cost. Of note, the tight end 2 blocking market has exploded.
Oh yeah.
In a way that like I just don't understand it. It's like Kolar is gonna be tight end 2 and block for them. Like we're at $8 million a year for these dudes, and like I just don't get it. Like I can find that guy on day 3 of the draft. Like that. Like it's about market inefficiencies. I think there's value at safety and value at linebacker. Frankly, I think there's value at running back. Like you're telling me Kenneth Walker gets $14 million. That sounds like a lot. They gave Tutu Atwell 10. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
To me. Like, that just does not make sense. Like, I think there's inefficiencies there, and the tight end 2 blocking market is crazy to me. Like, this is me being a Cowboys fan. Is Brevin Spanford $8 million worse than Charlie Kolar? I don't think so. But it's also Harbaugh in Miami with McDaniel's offensive scheme, so, like, he's going to be good for them. So I do get it. I do get it, at least, on that front there. All right, I'm gonna screenshot this Rebel Montana super chat and send to Marshall. We'll get to it here in a little bit, by the way.
We'll catch up on a couple of supers here, and then we'll check out some of the top available free agents as well. This one's coming over from the Chat Sports side, Rebel Montana. Call Marsh. He owes a vid. Why did the Knicks lose?
Sending it to Marshall right now. The thing that the one thing I always feel bad about for Marshall each year, he has to do Knicks playoffs and NFL draft at the exact same time.
Oh, God.
Every year it happens.
Oh, God.
Whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, there is a Knicks playoff game during the NFL draft, and I feel so bad for Marshall. He is typing. I'm telling you. Rebel Montana, Marshall says, and I quote, "Oh, these nuts." That's what. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, these nuts." Marshall's been a bit busy with NFL free agency. Giants actually doing shit too. Appreciate that, the Rebels. Always good for a laugh here. Roman Wolf Gaming, trade 12 if Styles isn't there and draft Avion Terrell. I think Terrell's going to be pretty high on their list, frankly. I think if they're looking for a nickel corner, which I think they're going to be trying to do, I wonder if they think Mansour Delane can play that. I think they like Delane a lot. He might not be there, though. Might not be there. Downs would be the dream Lamb falling scenario, and I was not on screen for it, but I distinctly remember. That's like the one so I'm getting off topic here. I don't remember stuff. Like when I am live, I kind of I'm just in the zone. I'm often tipsy. I don't remember things. There's a group chat at this point that clips moments of my watch parties. I don't remember doing them. I'm just I'm doing my job. I'm locked in. It is what it is. I'm not paying attention. I'm just I'm focused. I distinctly remember when Lamb was on the clock at 17 in that year's draft. I think that was the COVID draft, by the way. So me and Mitch were 8 feet apart, both live on the Chat Sports side of things. I was literally jumping up and down because I'm it's CeeDee Lamb. They're going to take CeeDee Lamb. I was so excited. That would be Downs for me this year. Spoiler alert, I've not published my draft board yet. Downs will be my number 1 player. Medical asterisk, whatever. He's going to be my number 1 player. I think Terrell 20 is in play if they take a linebacker too. If Styles is there, I think Terrell is a good fit for them. Freshman cut it. Is Quincy Williams still available? No. Signed a 2-year up to $17 million deal with the Cleveland Browns, which sucks for me because I had the memes ready to go.
Oh,
I had the Step Brothers meme of Quincy and Quidden in Cowboys gear.
Man,
I tweeted out in whatever it was, November. I had it ready to go. It ended up not happening. It makes me sad. Jay Scadden. Which Richard Woolen, is he a fit? I have pretty much all offseason, I have been of the mindset that they're not going to add an outside corner at that cost. Like, we can go to their depth chart, too. I think it's a good time for this one. I think they want to put Bland and Revel on the outside, at least for this season. And if they're playing those guys on the outside, like, if they thought Bland was their nickel, I feel like they would have come out and said it already. Like, we think Bland can play nickel. I've listened to Shoddy. We talked with him. We talked with Parker. I'm like, hey, what do you want of the nickel? Bland could do it, but his best year came on the outside. People don't ever want to acknowledge that. They're going to have Revel as an outside corner. Shoddy said they weren't out on Carson and Bridges and Butler. I think they want a nickel corner. And I think they can get that guy in the draft. Downs. Maybe Delane could do that for them. He's built like a nickel corner after all. Thieneman as a potential piece there. I was, frankly, a bit surprised. In the moment, it's whatever. But, like, looking back, like, Rick Woolen is a Cowboys corner archetype to a T. Like, he's long. Yes. He's athletic. He's straight line speed guy. He's a playmaker. He is the archetypal outside corner. But they never did it. So I think he does fit on the outside. But the question is, okay, you're paying Bland big money. You're paying Woolen 16, 15, whatever it ends up being, $1 million per year. You want to play Revel, who's also like that. He's not as athletic, but he's in the same mold of an outside corner. Who's my nickel? And am I investing that much in 3 outside corners? I don't know if they would do that. That's my issue. Marco Ayala?
Ayala?
I think I got that wrong. I thought there was a V for a second there because I don't know. Is what it is. Marco, patiently waiting for Jerry to bust the budget. Should be happening anytime soon, right? Look, my expectation. I said it a lot going in. You know, what does bust the budget for them mean? I think bust the budget for them means Jaylen Thompson. I think, though, they also thought they would get a linebacker. And if on day one they had signed Nakobe Dean, Jaylen Thompson, and traded for Rashan Gary, that would have been, I think we all would have been pretty happy with that, right? Like, you know, we want more because, you know, we're football greedy, as we should be. But, like, that'd have been pretty good. But they're also at the point now where they have missed on the linebackers pretty much. And now it's kind of like, what do you do? How do you pivot off that? What do you do now? Like, how do you balance that out? That's tricky. So bust the budget for them. You know, I think people were expecting Raiders type movement, which the Raiders didn't even bust the budget. The Raiders have come in under budget because they've got so much budget. The issue is, for me, it's the implication of a budget existing. It's not the cap. Like, that's different. So you're saying you haven't busted it before. Like, it's a tacit admission of we haven't spent the way we could have spent in the past. And this is the first time in 11 years, a decade, they paid a guy more than $6 million on the open market. That's better, but is better good. Marcus says trade Schoonmaker. I don't know about that one. That seems unlikely. By the way, details on the... Is he on my... He's on there. 1 year, $5.1 million deal for Khalif Raymond. So maybe he does take some of the Zacchaeus touches at that price tag. So return man, you know, number 4 / maybe could do some 3 receiver stuff for you. You know, Ben Johnson going to dial up a random reverse for Raymond that goes for 30 yards. You can punch it. You can lock it in there. 1 year, $5.1 million deal for Khalif Raymond to the Chicago Bears. Those are the details on that front. Roman Wolf, can you do a mock draft while we wait? We'll do a mock draft this week. Not today. Not today. Frederick Miles, a $5 super chat. Here, and put that in the entries. Bang. He was in the future late pick and trade for Alvin Kamara. So, hey, bring yourself on here, because you're a big Saints guy. What do you think about Alvin Kamara at this point in his NFL career? I have thoughts. I want to hear yours.
I think I want him to be good. I think I grew up watching him and loving him as a player, and I just think he's not as efficient. I think he used to be able to run between the tackles. Now he can't because he's getting older. But I do think for a team out there and it's a short list. He could be like a third down back, and maybe even, I was talking about this with my friend last night, maybe even like a fun little slot receiver kind of thing. Like for a team, obviously primarily a third down back, but maybe you throw him out in an empty set or something like that. Maybe a team like the Bengals, but maybe the Cowboys could use a receiving back if they're just going to rock with Javonte or whoever. End of story. I think we take a sixth round pick.
That's
for the
the
guy.
nicest way I've ever heard anyone say he's washed.
Yeah. I had to say it very nicely.
I think retirement's an option.
It is very much. He jokingly said earlier in the season, like, if they trade me, I will be sipping margaritas somewhere, was the exact quote. It was half joking because I think at the time there was really no movement on that, but I think I would also be on the lookout for that. If he gets traded to like Kansas City or something I know they just got K9, but like if he gets traded there or some other team, just be like a third down back, he might be sipping margaritas by the end of this season.
I honestly don't understand. There was a good note from the Over the Cap Spo track. Somehow his salary qualified for what's called the 50% rule.
Yeah, so he had some weird
I've never heard of it
contract
before.
stuff. Yeah.
And
They
that's
did a weird
me.
thing with his contract. It was like a restructure that essentially made they were able to just like pay some of his signing bonus.
They were
like,
able to
up front.
normally when you take a base salary and convert it to a signing bonus, the team owes that no matter what.
Right.
But apparently with this one, they were essentially able to restructure it for cap purposes.
Yes.
But if they trade him, the new team still owes it,
Right.
which is insane. So I think he's owed $11.5 million in
Yes.
cash this year.
Yes.
But cap hit wise, he's counting less than that.
Right.
So a trade is extremely possible, but he's expensive. Kind of why I think a retirement is very much in the cards for Alvin Kamara. And that wouldn't really change the outlook cap hit wise for the Saints. I don't think anyone wants to pay him 11.5. Like that's
Yeah.
and the
It's
Saints
steep.
have no incentive to eat all that money.
I
Like it
don't
doesn't
think
make
so
any
either.
sense. So don't get your hopes up there. But that's good for like any team that wants a running back. Ecuador man, in on Bridges and Carson. What the hell are we doing? How much of that was Shoddy being nice to his guys? How much of that was him being honest? I don't know. William Cook, would you consider the Cowboys day one losers? Not in the same way that I have absolutely considered them in years past. But, like, I ain't calling them winners. That much. I don't think they're winners at all. Marcus Arnold, a $5 super chat. Been thinking about the offers to Hendrickson, and he's weighing his options. I don't think they'll run a 2-3-4 defense. Probably more of a 5-2. So, the tangible difference between a 5-2 defense and a 3-4 defense is not it does not exist. It's a 5-man front. It's the same. You know, the only difference is like, do you have the edges, hands in the dirt or not? And tangibly, it doesn't mean anything. Like maybe it adjusts how far out wide they are, but like Hendrickson in particular, he's not a good run defender.
No.
Like that's not his game. Wasn't his game with the Saints. Was his game with the Bengals. Like he's an edge rusher. Like Gary's pretty big, but like he can do hand in the dirt or in it. Like even like Von Miller has been like the ultimate like hand out not in the dirt guy.
Mm-hmm.
But then like I saw the stat. I forget what it was. Like everybody outside of Von Miller has been either standing up or hand in the dirt at least like 20% of the time. Like they all do it differently. They all do 3-point and 2-point stances. So the like from a schematic impact perspective, 5-2 versus 3-4 doesn't matter. It's the same. There's no actual like difference in like what they're asking guys to do. Carson, a $5 super chat. Another entry into our mini helmet raffle. That's the point where Thiedemann will help this team at 12 more than most guys that will be available. Thoughts? Depends on who you think will be available. I think there is a wipeout scenario that very much exists for the Cowboys at 12. 13 for the Rams. 13 for the Rams, where all those defensive guys are gone, and it's like, take your fourth best edge, feed him in the second best safety, number 2 corner with Dre'Mont McCoy scaring teams right now, with not working out, period, which is a huge red flag for me. You might be wiped out. And at that point, like, it could very well be Thieneman or Allen.
Yeah, Tom, I did a mock draft last night where that very same thing happened. Your nightmare fuel slide, or your nightmare fuel, way the board fell, I should say. And all your premier front seven players were gone. Your C.J. Allens, your Sonny Styles, David Bailey's, Reuben Baines. And so I went Dylan Thieneman at 12 because I didn't want to do any trades in it. I wanted to have no trades for anybody in it. It was a full round one mock. I took Thieneman at 12, and then I also took Avion Terrell over like a Dre'Mont McCoy at 20.
I would go linebacker there because I think Thieneman and Terrell would kind of overlap a little bit. I think they'd both be nickels for them. Thieneman maybe safety, Thompson nickel, either way. Thank you, Carson, for the $5 super chat. It is always interesting how things play out there. So I think we're caught up on supers.
Yes, we are.
All right, let's do the shout out team.
We'll read here.
Oh yeah, Reed's good. Reed's good. We'll do that and then shout out team. So we got about a half hour left on the 20% off St. Patrick's Day merchandise deal here on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports live stream. 20% off the Dallas Drinking Team merch. Guys, if you're going to a Mavs game, which at this point, whatever, but they're cheap now, which is nice. Or a Stars game, this is perfect. I mean, imagine you get up on the big cam and you're drinking a beer with that shirt on. Automatic. 20% off that T-shirt, the Beers hat as well, and $5 shipping is now available for you guys to help it arrive in time for your St. Patrick's Day celebrations. We have a photo for that if we can get that up here just quickly here. The Beers hats, they're available in black too, but it's the green one. I wish I had one for Green Beer Day back at Miami University. The undefeated basketball Redhawks, by the way. Shout out me. $5 express delivery for March 14th. That is cheaper than what it normally is and 25 cents more than the flat rate shipping. So chatsports.com/Dallas Green. If you are not on the Cowboys Report stream right now, you're watching on the Chat Sports side of things. Chatsports.com/beers can get you the Beers hat in time for Green Beer Day. Links are in the comment section. I'm putting them in there right now. They are also in the description of today's show as well. There we go. Chatsports.com/beers. 20% off in the next half hour-ish. I guess it's 31 minutes and change, but depending on when you watch it, whatever. And chatsports.com/Dallas Green. All right, we have had no new moves since the Khalif Raymond signing, which is insane.
Disappointing.
Shout out your team, and we will discuss the first one that we see.
Oh, I already see one. Buccaneers, and I saw it spammed a lot earlier on. You were the first one, Gaming Wizard, so let's go with the Bucs here. Talk a little NFC South.
Justin is into our event. Justin, you are in. So thank you, Justin P. All right, Bucs. Boy, Mike Evans losing Mike Evans kind of sucks. I wonder what their plan is going to be, frankly. I think receiver, they're fine. They have receivers, but I don't know, man. That Mike Evans deal, the actual numbers, it's a lot. It was kind of low. The actual. Let me pull it up here.
So you said there's a lot of incentives.
I'll get the exact numbers here. Hold on. This also works for the Niners too. But Cade Otton back is a good deal. Gainwell fits super well with what they want.
I do love that.
In that number 2 back, it's a great fit. Anzalone is a huge need fill for them. That's awesome. Evans reported at 3 years, 60, right? What was the report originally?
For who?
Mike Evans?
Yes.
3 years, 60?
Yes.
It's not.
Really?
It's 3 years, 42.4.
Ah.
There's a lot of incentives. He only gets $16.3 million guaranteed.
Okay.
So it is not 20. Ooh, yeah, punch it with that one if you can get it up there. It'll cover up Anzalone, but it's fine. But I love what you're going for there.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get Mike Evans up here on it.
It was 3 years, 60 is not what it actually ended up being. 3 years, $42.4 million for Mike Evans to go to the 49ers. 42.4, excuse me. A bunch of incentives. If he's healthy, he'll probably get all those incentives, but he is not getting the same level of contract that I think was initially reported. And if I were a Bucs fan, I'd kind of be like, shoot, what does that mean for us? Like, there it is. Up to 60.4. Up to carried $18 extra million in incentives. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. That was like, it happens all the time of like, that's not what it really is in the end. Which is just not how it normally does business. So I think it's a great fit in San Francisco. The Bucs will be okay. They have so many receivers. Like they didn't have to keep Mike Evans. It'd have been nice to keep him. Biggest thing for me is, can they get another front 7-piece? That's what I think they would like to have. And then hopefully the offense is better and it doesn't end with Todd Bowles being fired in week 14.
Do they double down on a linebacker? Do they still go like a C.J. Allen maybe in the draft? Bringing Cade Otton back definitely cancels out that Sadiq
How about
pick.
Keldrick Falk?
Ooh,
if he's there.
Yeah.
I think that is essentially like a supercharged replacement for Logan Hall, who I think could end up being a Jag, by the way. We'll see. All right, let's do it again. Favorite team, and we will discuss the first one that we see. We've been live for an hour and a half here, and we've gotten one move.
Okay, Steelers, couple of them back to back. All right, you know what? Gut reaction yesterday. The Steelers had a really good day. I feel like filled some needs. 3 moves is it, or was it 4? Let's check the other graphic we have here. They did have 4 moves.
Yeah, so Asante Samuel back on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Cole Holcomb, a 2-year, $5 million. That's backup linebacker money, by the way. Michael Pittman. We have the details now, by the way. A 6-7 pick swap. 6 to the Colts, 7 back to Indianapolis. They also extended him on a new deal. Jamel Dean, 3 years, $36.75 million, which is a huge need at corner. So Pittsburgh pretty much set there. Rico Dowdle, replaced Gainwell with him on a 2-year, $12.5 million deal. I think that's reuniting with Mike McCarthy. Makes a ton of sense. Ezi Otomoeo, I think I got that right, if I remember correctly from my draft times there. 1-year deal, details TBD. So the big thing for Pittsburgh, hey, what's left? Who is your quarterback? Aaron didn't give him an answer.
No, he did not. And
so what are they going to do?
He's going to wait.
Like, is it – what's the backup? Will Howard cannot be the day one backup plan. I'm sorry.
I'm biased, so I want him to be.
He can't
But
be.
I agree with you.
He can't be. I don't think – he's not ready for that. He's not going to be good enough, frankly. Could they be a Kyler Murray team?
Maybe.
But Murray's also not going to go unless he knows
like he's the guy.
Rodgers is not going to be there. He's not going to take a 1-year backup. There's no chance. And then the other options are, do we have the top free agent at corners? Let's go to that. We have that? Let's go to the quarterback market. Because do you want to take Ty Simpson at 21? Could be an option for you, I suppose. Nobody else that's good at quarterback. It's a bad time to need a quarterback. It's how it goes. The top free agents. Kyler. Rodgers. Gino. Flacco. Kirk Cousins, I think, is still a free agent too, by the way. At least will be once he's formally cut after March 1st or after March 11th. You're not going to bring back Russ.
Dangerous.
Jimmy G. Trey Lance. Tara. There's nobody.
Dude, it's bad.
Again, it's kind of like Rodgers or Oopsie. Which in theory, they just bring back Rodgers. But, that's all theory until he does it. And it's Rodgers. So, he's just going to drag it out. He always does that. That's who he is. Old Bean, a great question here. Why do you think Trey hasn't been signed yet? I think it's pretty straightforward. Nobody's met his market. I'd made the comment days ago that I thought there was a real chance that Jaylen Phillips and or Odafe Oweh got more than Henderson on the open market. That's going to happen. It was 30 for Phillips and 25 for Oweh. It's a lot of money for those guys. But I thought, those guys were young, ascending players. It's how they're viewed in the open market. Hendrickson's not. He's older, coming off an injury. I think Hendrickson, and this, look, I think his agent has to take an L here. He turned down $30+ million from the Bengals, but there was only 1 year of guarantees, so I get it. He has seen what Danielle Hunter has gotten repeatedly with 1 year, $40 million deals.
Guaranteed.
He's
too.
like, I want that.
Yeah.
I produce the same sack numbers pretty much. Why can't I get that? Why can't I get $2 million less, $3 million less? But he's coming off the injury. I don't think his market has been that strong. I think the Bucs stand out. The Cowboys had been linked pretty heavily, but that was pre-Rashan Gary trade. The Bears could use an edge rusher. The Colts with the reunitement of Romeo, but they also added Arden Key. So, like, would they go down that path? I'm not so sure. Short answer is I don't think he has had the market he wants. So he either has to wait for someone to suddenly change it or someone to decide that they're just going to – he'll take less. So that's where we're at. Brett Reed, $5 into the raffle. Thank you, Brett. Got you covered. 2 entries. There we go. Forget corners. Trade back both picks and grab later guys like Dillon, Allen, and Mesidor. Then use extra seconds to grab J-Rod. Extra picks to grab J-Rod in the second. Here's the thing. I don't know if you can trade down and still get those guys. Like, I think we have to come to the point where it's like, we've got this guy. We have him 15th ranked player on our board. He might not be there at 15 for us. Like, you run the risk of the defensive guys going off the board. It's just how it goes. It's not a good spot for him to be in.
And because of that, it's also like a really weird draft for trading down. Like, I've heard Tom say this before, so, but it's just like, you know, if every team wants to trade down because they're like, oh, we got our guy, but we can wait a little bit longer. If every team wants to trade down, who's trading up? So, like, you know, there's going to have to be some give and take there. And you kind of get into that, like, rhythm of, like, you do these mock drafts and you just want to trade back for all these picks. You get all these assets, and it's not quite realistic. But I do like what you're going for there, Brett. Cool. Shout out to Jacob Hostetter over on the Chat Sports side of things.
Could the Chiefs be in line to get Woolen? If not, would Trey White be a solid pickup? I wonder how much White has left in the tank. A veteran corner I'd be on board with for Kansas City. No Williams season is here. Whether you like it or not, he's going to be a huge part for their defense next year. But beyond that, it's Christian Fulton, who, like, pretty much lost his job last season. Depending on what they think of who plays nickel, like, I kind of feel like Chamari Connor or Jaden Hicks will be their nickel corner next year. Like, that would make sense since they added Alohi Gilman. But a veteran corner would, like, fill their needs. Depends on how expensive he is. You know, Chiefs, low key, and there are some Cowboys sports super chats we'll go to here next, by the way. Low key, the Chiefs don't spend money the way that you would think a team does. It's just like they're not at the top of the spending list the way that they absolutely could be if they wanted to, and they're just not. Solid Nugs. Heard you were super intrigued on James Pierce. Give Bosa and Ellis, and let's ride. So Joey Bosa, Cade, and Ellis. I'd be on board with those two signings. I do question how much Bosa's got left in the tank, injury, health-wise. Ellis would be my linebacker pick right now. That's who I would add if I were the Cowboys. James Pierce-wise, which all kinds of off-the-field stuff. He was 37th on my board, second-round grade, coming out of Tennessee. I thought he was going to have a huge season in 2024, and he kind of, like, regressed a little bit, like, from a sack production standpoint. And then I had written down Randy Gregory comp, hopefully minus off the field, parentheses, oh no, when it came out that there was some off the field concerns. These are straight from my notes here. That I had written down questions about the off the field. There were motivation red flags. The coaching staff of Tennessee did not love him, and he has an anger issue. Sometimes it's very funny. You can tell if you look at my draft notes on the Republic because I'm very mean to players. Like, I am very mean. I forget who it was. Maybe I can find it. See if I can find it in my Google search because I was spot on.
I've made the joke plenty of times as a Saints fan that if they wanted to apprehend James Pierce for what he was doing, all they needed to do was call Kelvin Banks Jr. That's all they needed to do. I mean, yeah, the cops got it handled, but all you need to do is call Kelvin Banks. He had him locked up every time. Every time. That's all you needed. Anyways, while Tom finds that, shout out to you here, Trav Forwards. What grade would you give the Cowboys for everything they've done so far this offseason, including coaching changes, free agency, and trades? Okay, so including the coaching changes, I do think that actually boosts their stock a little bit, just at least in my opinion. Free agency, I'll go by themselves, and then the overall grade. I think free agency so far you get a B. I think you have so far filled some decent needs, but there's a lot left to be desired. Maybe even B-. Trades.
I found a different one. That was pretty funny.
I think trades, I'll go a C+. Because Rashan Gary, solid player, but, I mean, nothing. He's not like the guy that we've talked about needing on the Cowboys report. And then coaching changes that I would give an A- to. So far, I'm very, very optimistic about what the Cowboys are cooking up on defense. So I think overall, offseason grade so far, I think the Cowboys are worthy of a B+, something like that, right around there. I think that'd be fair. What do you guys think?
Maybe. He's still, like, technically in the league, so I guess I'll be nice to him and not out him yet, but he's essentially done. I had wrote down in the notes for one of the quarterbacks that came out, negative, he sucks.
Oh, jeez.
He got drafted, and he's been bad. I can now go ahead and out this player because I was right. This is back in 2020 when I was super just like, I'm just going to be mean to guys. He is now out of the NFL. Brian Lewerke, who went undrafted that year and by the Patriots, I had written down, sucks at football. Kevin Hogan comp because he also sucked. But I was right. So it's fine.
Oh, man.
All right, Old Bean. Agent have to sit down with Trey and treat it like he's having a conversation with an old man. Tell him he ain't got it no more. The problem is the agent, I think, probably didn't do a good enough job in general of maximizing his client's value. So it's been look, Trey bet on himself to an extent, and it didn't work. And that's never fun when that's you. But the market is not, I don't think, going to be $30 million for Trey or 25, maybe 25. 20 might be a bit more likely there. Brandon says, Jerry makes me drink. That is why I'm not allowed to drink unless you guys do Super Chats. Reminder of the Super Chat menu, $5 equals 2 mini helmet raffle entries. $10 equals 6 mini helmet raffle entries. The Venmo 50-50 raffle, $20 to enter. $50 is 2 shots. And $100, 2 mimosa or beer bongs. You've still got about, a half bottle of champagne.
You can't let it go flat. Can't let it go bad.
Or from Futurama,
that's how
champagne.
That works, right?
You ever watch Futurama, or is that too old for you?
No, I haven't watched it, but it's been on before.
God, it's such a good show.
So good. It's hilarious.
Show. I love it. I'm still working my way through the final season. They didn't have to bring it back, but because that last ending was perfect. But they also were 4 endings insane. Champagne bongs are available for $100. 2 for 1 on today's show if you want to get in and ride on that one. More super chats from CD. Had a little lamb. Thoughts on IU cornerback Pons? Very high on him.
Billy has some thoughts on him.
Dog. Yeah, great point, AP. We were at the NFL Combine this year. Do we have the video available?
Dude, okay, hold up. Let me see.
You might have it.
I don't, but let me see if I can just get it real quick, because without fucking anything up, that'd be cool to put across.
Yeah, if you're going to fuck it up, we'll play it. Background is a bunch of the Chat Sports crew were walking back from the drills, and D'Angelo Pons was coming the other way, and Marshall just somehow managed to, because they had a football with him, convinced Pons and Billy Beebe to go 1v1 in the convention center hallway. So good. And let me be clear, D'Angelo Pons strapped up Billy.
It was bad.
It was hilarious.
It was
an all-timer.
It was an all-timer.
And I still can't believe Pons was like, yeah, let's do it, with his backpack on.
He just lined right up.
And just jammed the shit out of him.
He was ready to go. It's on our socials if you haven't seen
Billy.
it. I can't.
Pons came up.
Yeah, somebody asked about
You
Pons.
ain't living this down, bud.
It is out there.
It's out there for life. He put it on his IG.
That's right. Go follow him. Shameless plug. But no, I cannot. Tom, it is not.
You can't find it. It's fine.
It's not letting me upload the videos.
Let's not risk breaking it. Yeah. Because I think we sliced it in later is what we did. Because it's always weird with the verticals.
I think so too.
Pond's line. Anyway, actual on-field stuff. I love Pons.
So good.
He's undersized. I know. But I'm a sucker for the undersized corner who can play nickel. I think he'd be a flawless fit for a bunch of teams if you want a nickel. Like, he's awesome. He's built like Marcus Jones. Not as fast, but stronger. So. Vinny. The Cowboys force C.J. Allen at number 12. Since they didn't let anyone, even if one of Reese, Bailey, Downs, Lane, Bain, Love fall to them, no. I don't think they would. I think they would rather just see if Allen falls to them at 20. Like, they still need a nickel corner. They still need an edge rusher. So, like, they would take Reese. They would take Bailey. They would take Downs in an instant. I think they'd still take Delane over him. Bain, they'd probably take over him. Love? Maybe not so much. But I think they would have, like, maybe Love is the exception there because they don't need a running back. But, like, those other defense pieces they also still need. Like, they don't have a linebacker or an edge or anything else yet. Like, they need to get more pieces in there. Philip Turner, $2 super chat. Let Jones walk, get Kyler, RPO with JT, and can be fired. So that's letting Daniel Jones go. I don't think he signed his transition tag yet, but once he does, it's $31 million. Actually, probably. I said it if I were him.
I thought he did.
This is for the Colts, by the way. Probably be a straight-up read option there. Colts seem to want to run it back with Daniel Jones, for better or for worse. I also think, like, with what they went through with Richardson and what Shane Steichen wants in his quarterback from a not play style, but just like call it dedication perspective, I don't think Kyler fits. Memes aside, I don't think Shane Steichen wants a video game guy at quarterback right now. They did flip Zaire Franklin for Colby Wooden. Speaking of the Colts, by the way, Blake Grupe back as a kicker. Alec Pierce got 4 years, $116. They traded away Michael Pittman as kind of a corresponding move on that front. And they brought in Arden Key as an edge rusher to essentially replace Kwity Paye on a 2-year deal worth up to $20 million. $11 million is guaranteed, so the up to is probably not doing that much money. Additional edge depth is still required beyond JTT and Liatu Latu, but they're probably fine at edge outside of like a number 4 is all they would really need in the end. All right, 11 minutes left on the deal of the hour. 20% off St. Patrick's Day merchandise at chatsports.com/CowboysBeers. You can get the Beers hat. That link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/beers. Dallas Cowboys fans, the Dallas drinking team merchandise is available. And also the green hats, by the way, at chatsports.com/DallasGreen. I've got that link for you guys. Nope, let's put in a link about Brian Lewerke, which is super funny because that's who I double-checked to make sure he didn't get drafted. Links in the Cowboys report and the Chat Sports stream as well. $5 shipping is available as well. It's the express shipping drop-down option. We're kind of taking care of that for you guys with the lower options there. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Chatsports.com/DallasGreen, chatsports.com/beers. Links are in both right now. All right, whatever team you're a fan of, name a free agent who you guys want to sign, and we'll give some shout-outs here on today's show. That's whatever team you are a fan of. Let me know. We are at the point where nothing has happened.
Still waiting on some of these tackles to get signed, I feel like. And they're a little bit older, like the Rasheed Walkers, Braden Smiths of the world. Or did Rasheed Walker actually get signed already?
Rasheed Walker's unsigned.
Unsigned.
Chris Paul is unsigned. I keep an eye on the Browns for Chris Paul, by the way. I think that could be a guard option for them.
Taylor Decker's out there still.
It is. We have really just, like, cooled.
Oh, yeah. We have. Now I kind of feel like it's just going to be like splash signings from here on out? Like, I think.
Depth signings and the occasional impact guy.
Yeah.
I see Colts, Trey Hendrickson. Texans, Wyatt Teller. Fun. Advocated to the Seahawks. Vikings, Flacco. Ooh, I like that one.
The Jets. Someone that doesn't suck.
Leo Chenal to the Bengals. It's good.
I like that.
Jets, someone that doesn't suck. Epinesa to the Lions. Chiefs, Jaquan Brisker or Woolen. Probably Woolen would make more sense.
Woolen to the Packers.
Texans, any offensive lineman. Hendrickson to the Raiders. They got the money. Money ain't no thing for them. Falcons, Romeo Doubs.
Yeah, but you spent the money already.
Lions, Rodriguez. Is that Malcolm Rodriguez back? Steelers, Jaquan
yeah.
Brisker. Bears, Trey Hendrickson. Cowboys, Caden Ellis. Tariq Woolen. Terrell Dotson. Is Dotson a free agent? I think he might be. You pull that up there.
Some more names here.
Kinda
Joey
bounced
Bosa
around.
to the Niners. Teaming up the Bosa brothers. That would be a fun one. Niners, Elijah Vera Tucker. If you actually, I think you might have missed this one last night, so I'll go
Under
ahead and throw it
contract
up
with
for you. Elijah Vera Tucker actually did get signed.
Patriots.
Signed to the Patriots. Great
3-year
move.
big deal. $42 million.
Great move, honestly, for the Patriots. Needed to be able to protect Drake May.
If he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Big thing for him there.
Huge thing for him. I kind of wanted the Saints to get him, but because of those, I was staying away.
Up says Woolen isn't a splash signing if it happens. Someone also had said Hendrickson wasn't a splash signing, so I'm like, okay, then there are no more
And then
splash signings.
Panthers
left.
need a center. Didn't they re-sign Cade Mays?
No, Lions added Cade Mays.
Lions added
Lions
Cade
poached
Mays.
Cade Mays.
Got it. Okay.
To note we're there
Panthers will draft a center from Austin Hewitt. Okay.
because Austin Corbett is a free agent for them.
Right. Right.
So yeah, center is probably a big concern for them, which at this point is probably draft is probably right.
Yeah.
Let's
Jaquan
see.
Brisker to the
Levante David,
Commanders?
Jadeveon Clowney for the Cowboys, Grenard to the 49ers, Commanders, Brisker and Deshaun Wright. It's fun.
Jags. Trey Hendrickson. Not heard that one before.
You know, there had been a report, by the way, that the Cardinals were going to just run it back with Jacoby Brissett as the starting quarterback. Mike Florio says that he thinks Brissett's going to be gone and that Kirk Cousins could be in play for Arizona.
Oh.
Which is highly interesting. Highly interesting.
Right. See someone asking about the receivers. Did Romeo Doubs sign yet? Any actual good receivers for the Browns? We'll go ahead and pull up the remaining free agent receivers here for you guys.
Yeah. Top free agent receivers left, guys. It's not a market you want to be in. Tyreek Hill. I think Jawan Jennings can still be good. Romeo Doubs is good still. Stephon Diggs kind of scares me off the field. Deebo Samuel is does that like make you think you're set, or is that like a gadgety guy? Some other names that kind of intrigue me. Keenan Allen might just go back to the Chargers. Darnell Mooney could be a potential piece. He kind of had a weird year. Can Hollywood Brown stay healthy? They're going to give him a first-round pick for him. That became Tyler Linderbaum in that class. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. Christian Kirk is available. I think he can be like a little hybrid slot guy for you. Calvin Austin is out there as a kind of slotty player, but like move the needle. Cleve Raymond is now off the board to the Bears, like the only signing we've had. This in this hour, almost 2 hours now we've been live, hour 50, whatever it is. NWI, Tim Patrick, it's not what I would call a good group, really at all. It's not the best group. So. Zach Hopkins, $10 super chat, says entries please, sir. You got it. Let's get that in. Zach Hopkins.
There is no way. Ian Eagle
Say
said
what?
on the call last night he just frame-mogged the Grizzlies.
I'm not doing the mogging bit.
Oh, me neither.
I don't get it.
Me
I'm an
neither.
old man. I don't understand it.
Oh, we got a little $20 super chat from our boy James.
James Escatola?
Escatula?
I feel like we're botching it, James, and I'm very sorry.
Yeah, probably.
I'll spell it right, though, in the raffle for you. And then we'll just go James E beyond that. Give you the entries here. Boom. Got you covered there. Maybe our toughest division team this year. So NFC East, toughest team, still the Eagles. Like, no doubt. Giants, in theory, will be better. Commanders might kind of even out a little bit there, but I think it's pretty clearly Eagles still. Solid nugs, but reach out for Ivan Pace, other sneaky linebacker other than Queen. Vikings did something with Ivan Pace. I forget what it was. I think it was just a regular tender on him. Don't hate that idea. I like
sure tackler.
I liked Ivan Pace a lot coming out of Cincinnati. He was a top 100 player for me, by the way.
He's a beast.
Problem with Ivan Pace is he's, especially with the Minnesota Vikings, he's kind of settled into this. I don't think he was as good this past year. And his playing time has kind of gone down each year in Minnesota, where he's a really good pass rusher when they bring him on blitzes, but he hasn't been consistent in coverage anymore. It almost kind of regressed on that area.
Yeah.
But Pace was super fun. I think he fits the schematics to tie there with Marcus Dixon, who helped coach him in Minnesota. But, I mean, I'm at the point, linebacker-wise, where it's like, I will take anybody that we could get. Anybody would certainly be nice. It's just kind of the point we're at this time. It's not fun, but it's where we're at. All right, 2 minutes left, by the way, on the merch deal. 20% off, $5 express shipping. Chatsports.com/beers. Get yours today. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/beers. If you're on the Cowboys Report side of things, you can also get 20% off the Drinking Team shirts and the Beers hat as well. That's $5 shipping for express shipping to get it in time for St. Patrick's Day and 20% off. Chatsports.com/DallasGreen for the Cowboys Report merchandise and chatsports.com/beers for the hats. You can hit the drop-down button. So hit that drop-down button there, change it to express shipping. Will arrive for March 14th. So whatever plans you got this St. Patrick's Day, you can, the Beers hat is perfect as far as I'm concerned. All right, shout out your favorite team, and we will discuss the first one that we see because we are still sitting here with nothing has happened yet. Nothing has gone down yet.
It is dead.
Shout out your team, and we'll let AP pick the first one and discuss them.
Tom, you know who I'm going here.
Don't you dare pick Saints.
You know who I'm going here.
What's the first one that you saw?
I saw New Orleans.
All right, we'll do a different team beyond Saints. I feel like it's been rigged. Rigged in the comments. Action for New Orleans, by the way. John Ridgeway brought him back. Paid a punter, which was something. But the big moves, Travis Etienne on a 4-year, $52 million deal. David Edwards, 4-year, $61 million. Did get some year 3 guarantees. Doesn't happen that often in free agency. So Etienne, Edwards added to the offensive room there. They also brought in Noah Fant on a 2-year, $8.75 million deal. So running back, offensive guard, probably tight end taken care of. Defense, maybe a receiver. Certainly, I think more draft focused.
Yeah, I would agree.
Not sure how much more the Saints will end up doing here, but those have been the moves today. So, by the way, technically speaking, as the timer is about to expire here, technically it will end at 12:20. So if you've clicked the link for chatsports.com/DallasGreen or chatsports.com/beers for the St. Patrick's Day merchandise, you do have a buffer of 10 minutes to go get the 20% off. So there are a little bit of buffer times available for you guys here on the merchandise deal there. So chatsports.com/DallasGreen and chatsports.com/beers. Final call on those sale items. You got about 10 minutes, I am told by my bosses, before things kind of, the deal actually ends. So, no, don't even do it. We'll just be the last time we plug it because I don't want to if people are always behind, I don't want to be like, oh, we're 5 minutes behind, but
I
like,
got you.
it's
That makes
expired.
sense.
So you got till really 1:10 p.m. Eastern time to make that one happen. So shout out your team, and we will let AP again, perhaps dangerously, pick his team. No more Saints. You're banned.
We've talked a lot
pick
of
a different team.
Yeah, we talked a lot of Steelers and Chargers. I saw those commented heavily. Saw those two and Texans, which we have not talked about yet. So we'll talk about the Houston Texans here.
A lot they gave up for David Montgomery. I've heard, by the way, the Broncos made a late push to land him, and that's why it went from a 5th-round pick trade to Scruggs, a 4th, and a 7th. There was some added juice in there from the Texans side to ensure that deal got done. Scruggs goes to the Lions to give some backup offensive line play. 4th-round pick, 2027 7th. Despite reports saying it was 5th-round pick value, quote tweeted it with a 4th-round pick involved. Made no sense. Of this year, by the way. Trent Brown back on a 1-year deal. Daniil Hunter gets an extension, 1 year, $40.1 million. Ed Ingram, 3-year, $37.5, which beat the guard market before it got potentially crazy. They brought back Sheldon Rankins. They also brought back, or I should say signed. Texans love signing 1 year, $4 million deal guys. They do it all the time in free agency. Dominique Robinson could be in that ballpark, by the way. He is coming over from the Bears to the Texans. And then Reed Blankenship. So I think from a secondary perspective, I guess MJ Stewart's not going to start for them.
Yeah.
Because Petrie's a nickel, Kalen Bullock is a safety, and Blankenship's so I think a lot of too high shell stuff, which is what the Texans like to do, and Blankenship's a pretty good fit there, by the way. Defensively, D tackle could be in the cards, whether it's in the drafts, probably just in the draft given the way the board looks, and more offensive line additions certainly going to be in the cards for Houston. That's how they always operate there. We are 2 hours plus into our live stream, and nothing has happened beyond Khalif Raymond. Hopefully something happens soon. Hasn't happened yet, but hopefully it does happen soon. We will be live for NFL free agency each of the next couple of days. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. YouTube.com/CowboysTV/ChatSports. We're live on both the Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports YouTube channel, simulcasting to well over 3,000 people live. Happy to have you guys here. This is the Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 equals 2 mini helmet raffle entries. We are doing 2 for 1 on the on the Super Chat menu because it's day 2 of free agency. $5 gets you 2 entries. $10 gets you 6 entries. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Down. You'll put that link in the live chat for you guys right now. Nobody else is in there quite yet. Beyond Justin P. was our most recent one. We'll do that raffle at the end of today's live stream, whenever that ends up being. I think we'll go for at least 2 more hours minimum. At least 2 more hours. And then we'll, if literally nothing happens, we'll go from there. See what surely something's gonna happen, right?
Something's gotta happen.
Something. But Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Down. $20 to enter there. $50 for 2 shots. Haven't done a beer bong in a while. Who wants to step up? We still got the mimosa bongs available.
Need to do another
$100 for 2 of those, or 2 beer bongs, or an RBV bong. I can do one of those as well. That is $100 for the mimosa bongs as we sit right now. Adrian, Cowboys trade pick 180. That's the 5th-round comp pick to Miami for Terrell Dotson. He's a sleeper. Can I get Jordan Brooks too? Or instead, maybe? Dotson, it has kind of... It bounced around a little bit, but I think if you're looking for a affordable replacement, you're scraping the non-top names because you missed out on those. I think Dotson could be okay for you. Definitely better than Kenneth Murray. He didn't last that long in Seattle, which I found pretty interesting. He had a really good year in Buffalo as kind of a part-time player. Hasn't been as good as a full-time guy. But again, my options are limited. I do wonder if he is a green dot play caller the Cowboys seem to very much be searching for at this time. But Adrian, 2 entries. That's Good there, my friend. C. Gonza, 616. Levante David to Dallas. I love him. It's just a question of, what the outlook looks like for him. Does he want to go outside of Tampa? He may not want to. Matt Sellers, a $5 super chat. Thank you, Matt. You are in. Was interested in trading up for, the first example. You give 12 and 20, receive 842 and 132 from the Saints. Better shot at Delane, Downs, and Bain. I think any of these trade-ups you would do in the moment. You're not doing it now. You're going to do that night of the draft and move up to go get him and figure out, okay, Downs is there or Delane is there or you want Bain or only one guy's left. Like in that case, getting 42 helps me. My issue is I'm a little bit scared about banking on pick 42 being a day one starter. As this roster is currently constructed, they have to have him as a day one starter. So if you can, it's kind of a weird circular logic. If you spend more money in free agency, I am more open to doing more in terms of a trade up. Like that, I think gives me the flexibility to be aggressive or trade down and get some additional depth.
From the other side of things, we say yes in a heartbeat. We will take those 2 first-round picks. Thank you very much, sir.
We have a move finally.
What?
Isaiah Pacheco, after the Chiefs signed Kenneth Walker, is heading to the Detroit Lions.
Oh!
There is the battering ram, the replacement for David Montgomery. Isaiah Pacheco heading to the Detroit Lions. I think stylistically, probably fits pretty well alongside Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Gibbs gets to still be the Lightning. Pacheco and his runs like he bites people style, per Jordan Lewis, is the short yardage back guy and gives them an actual number that they did not have. No contractual details are available at this time. I'm sure we'll get them soon. How about you guys shoot your shot on what he just got from the Chiefs or from the Lions?
Ooh, okay.
Grade the signing, though. A, B, C, D, or F. That's the easy one.
And then
I'm
in
gonna
the comments,
I'm gonna go 1 year up to 6.
I'm gonna say 1 year. I'm gonna say 2 years up to 13. Even though I agree with you, I just had to give it a different answer.
Okay, that's fair. Grade the signing. I know the contract, so it's tough to kind of like maybe grade it there. But A,
Right.
B, C, D, or F. A, B. I see 2 years 11.5. I like that one. 2 years 8. B in there. Probably give it like 5 minutes, and we'll get the actual contract details.
Yeah,
It's what it's typically been there.
I like the fit though. I mean, you don't have to get rid of the 1-2 punch just because Monty's gone. It's just like it's a matter of like kind of moving around assets more. You're spending a little bit less at running back here to have Pacheco here, at least seemingly so far.
I'm gonna go 1 year up to 6, and it's more like 1 year 4 essentially.
Okay, all right.
Be my guess. Be my guess. A, B plus, B, C. So mostly Bs. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Younger version of Monty, who I do think wanted out. By the way, I think he didn't want to be he didn't want to be the 1B anymore. He gets to be the 1A in Houston.
Right.
Woody Marks can be the 1B now. Kind of like an inverse of the relationship there. So we're waiting on the details, but we have a signing finally at long last. At long last.
Up WNV asking, why do we care about Pacheco? That's why, because it's the second or third signing since we've gone live.
2 signings and we've been live for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Nonsense. Do stuff, NFL. Do stuff.
Come on, people. Come on.
Give me some stuff to, whether it's we're laughing at it, we're excited about it. Give me something. Give me something.
He also says, grade the signing, A. If it was the Cowboys, D. So either he's a Lions fan or just hates the Cowboys. All right. Still
B,
seeing some
C minus. Weird move. Might mad at a B for a defense. Defense should be the bigger concern, but you can do both.
Yeah.
In general, I don't get too worried of as long as there's still guys you want to go get available. Of we didn't sign this guy, but you still can, they did need a number 2 back.
Yes.
They had to get. I love Sione Baka. I don't think he's gonna be the number 2 back. And Jacob Sailors, be serious. They had to get somebody in there. Thought they might just draft somebody. But
I thought they might have 2. And out of some other available guys, Rashad White kind of feels like he'd be a little more pricey than a Pacheco. Brian Robinson could have been a decent option there for him. Najee Harris could have been decent.
Wonder how
But
his
I like
health
the
is.
signing they made. I think it's good.
Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Ooh, F's from Zach Hauser. He hates it. Not a fan of it at all. But yeah, Montgomery is a Texan. This is the David Montgomery replacement in the end. All right, that's until we get contract details. That's all we got on Isaiah Pacheco. To the Lions on a contractual detail to be determined. Still going to be Jahmyr Gibbs as the lead back, obviously, and Pacheco gets to be the number 2 back as we move forward. So let me get the likes trackers updated here. This will be pretty easy. So
cool.
Maine is at 380.
While Tom's getting set up here, I'll go ahead and remind you guys again of the Super Chat
Oh, it's
menu.
an hour gap. That's right. I hate that.
$5
Never mind.
gets you into our mini helmet raffle entry. $10 gets you 6 entries into the very same raffle. $20 gets you into the Venmo 50-50 raffle that will run at the end of the live show. $50 is 2 shots, and $100 is 2 mimosa or beer bongs, which we are still waiting for our second round of.
No one wants to make me drink. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine.
It's okay.
See how it is. See how it is. It's all good. It's all good. Let's run through. Let's run through all the top free agents. How about that? Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that. Still waiting for additional moves and other things to happen, but Pacheco happened at least, which was nice. Going into today, shout out Sam for building the graphic here. Top NFL free agents. Trey Hendrickson, who, as we sit here, seems like he just hasn't gotten the offers he wants. And as we sit here, I don't think those are necessarily going to happen. Teams always need pass rush help. But, Jonathan Jones tweeted out 12 minutes ago over at CBS Sports that teams he spoke with said there was a gap of what he wanted versus what teams were offering of close to $10 million per year.
Oh, wow.
Which tells me he wants 30 and teams are offering him 20.
And
Now,
I
would
think
they meet
that's
at
fair.
25?
I kind of think that's fair after some of his struggles that he's had lately.
We'll see. Kyler Murray isn't technically a free agent until tomorrow, but Murray is a free agent. Will be a free agent. If I were Kyler Murray, I would want to go play for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I would want to be. Will he be? Or is it the Jets? Kind of feels like those are the only 2 options, really. Or Pittsburgh.
Steelers? Yeah.
Or Pittsburgh. Rasheed Walker is available, and I think he might get a decent-sized contract, but it's also beyond day 1, so maybe not. By the way, Devin Lloyd is a Panther, for those of you wondering. Reek Woolen is out there. He tweeted out ... which doesn't mean anything there. But he's a free agent. Braden Smith, the Colts offensive tackle, aging, has shown some signs of decline. Concern there. Tyreek Hill, is he healthy? I don't know. And he might wait a little bit of just let him get healthy and then we'll sign him to a 1-year deal. Bradley Chubb, I suspect, is going to be a post-June first cut, but haven't seen anything yet on Bradley Chubb officially, so we'll see. Jawan Jennings is a free agent. I think he'll have if a team can't get A.J. Brown, he'd be a good fit. Romeo Doubs also out there, the former Packers wide receiver. Kayvon Chason could get maybe $9 million-ish per year on a deal. Taylor Decker had been released not that long ago of the Detroit Lions. Couldn't work out a long-term deal there. Teams need tackles. He'll have interest in some, probably a 1-year deal. Stephon Diggs. Do you trust the off-the-field stuff? Deshaun Wright had himself a big-time breakout season, but also, was kind of feast or famine of either made the play, forced turnover, or got beat. Joey Bosa, veteran player, is out there. Chigo Okonkwo is out there. Joel Bitonio, also / Wyatt Teller. Offensive guards are available. I like Jaquan Brisker. He's a free agent. One of the better linebackers out there in the end. Jaylen Hawkins. The Patriots had a nice season. He could also end up being a return player for them. Aaron Rodgers is out there.
On his retreat, no less.
We'll see what ends up he decides. That one is very much Pittsburgh retirement. And at some point, he's got to make a decision. Kevin Byard, Bears safety, also out there. Kirk Cousins, the Falcons quarterback, is available. Deebo Samuel, Dre Greenlaw. I like Caden Ellis. Other names not on this list. Debo. Want the rotational gadgety guy at receiver. Dallas Goedert. His deal voids officially today and will become a free agent. One of the better tight ends out there, I think, at this time. Logan Hall, who I know the Jags have been linked to decently amount. He could be a nice, probably the best fit tackle left, because the market's really, really bad, but he's out there. It has dried up. It has dried up a lot.
Tom, I got an idea with this one too. I think after we run through the Titans, I think let's go through all the big spenders like Washington, Raiders,
you just
stuff like
them,
that. Yeah,
that.
And talk about their teams. Cool.
Christian Romero, can you rate the Titans' offseason so far, and can they still make miraculously another big move such as Trey or Reek Woolen? The tricky part this time of the year is not all of the over-the-cap contracts are updated because Tennessee has is this in here yet? I don't see the John Franklin Myers contract on the Tennessee side, for example. But they still have, without John Franklin Myers, $53 million in cap space. So let's say that's $30 million in cap space. Before, in theory, they cut L'Jarius Sneed because he ain't needed anymore. So they got money. So Tennessee can still do more big stuff. I don't think corner would be in play for them. They've kind of added quite a few corners by now. Tennessee has been super aggressive, reshaping this team's roster in the image of Robert Saleh and, frankly, Brian Dable as well. The Jermaine Johnson trade, he will be an edge rusher for them. He was an outside linebacker, edge at the same. Trubisky is the new veteran backup quarterback for Cam Ward. Daniel Bellinger is probably the new tight end 1. Okonkwo's a free agent. Gunnar Helm will maybe be tight end 1B on that front. Wan'Dale Robinson will line up in the slots.
Love that.
Also have Chimere Dike, Alec Manor, and I guess for now, Calvin Ridley. We'll see what his future looks like there. But Wan'Dale in the slot. John Franklin Myers got a big contract at $21 million per year. For what they're going to do on defense, he can do defensive tackle, can do base defensive end. He's, I think, a very good fit for what they're going to try to do up front. Saleh typically likes those kind of bigger-bodied edges, so he can do both for them. Multiple corners added, Cordell Flott and Alontae Taylor. They also, by the way, added Austin Schlottman at center, who might be a starter for them at that price, but also could be a backup if they get somebody better in the draft. Cordell Volson gives them backup guard / could start at right guard in a pinch if they had to. I don't love that. Josh Williams, no details yet, but also signed. That's 3 new corners this offseason. And Flott, Taylor, and Joshua Williams. I don't think they'd go after another corner, but they got a bunch of back-end free agents that they'll kind of shuffle their way through. They can still do insert big thing here.
And my big thing here for you, Tom, I know we've recently talked a lot about Jeremiah Love. How do you feel about Robert Saleh getting Fred Warner 2.0 and Sonny Styles at number 4 overall?
Depends on how they feel about Cedric Gray and Cody Barton. I do think linebackers a need for them. Linebacker might be the next big move there.
I would kind of love Sonny Styles in Tennessee with Robert Saleh. I think that'd be a great time.
Be fun. All right, you wanted to run through some of the big spenders, right?
Let's do it.
Do that. You pick the team, and we'll discuss them here as we have nothing going on at this point in free agency, which is not fun.
Actually, let's just start from the top down. We'll go with Carolina here. They definitely spent big.
How about Jaylen Phillips? What a contract for him. 4 years, $120, $80 million guaranteed for Phillips. There had been the reporting of the Eagles working to bring him back on a $20 million deal. And the number ballooned to $25 million. And then he gets 30 from Carolina. I think that was Carolina F it, we want you, here you go. Take the money type of deal.
Needed some extra pass rush, too.
They needed a proven piece there. Kenny Pickett back on a $1.5 million deal. Love the Devin Lloyd signing, by the way. I get it was only a 1-year deal, whatever. but 1 year, 7.5 for Pickett. Devin Lloyd had 1 year of proven production. I get that. He was awesome last year. They needed a linebacker pretty badly. I thought 15 was his floor, and that's what they got him for again. So 3 years, $45 million for Carolina and Lloyd. They very much kind of attack that front seven with Lloyd and Phillips. I think overall they're in a pretty good spot there. Safety could be in play. I think they might give Lathan Ransom a shot there, maybe a corner, but I think they kind of set themselves up for some flexibility with what they want to do in the draft now. Offensive line could be in play again, but their two biggest needs, I think, were linebacker and edge entering the offseason. Check them off. The Chiefs kind of spending this offseason. Kenneth Walker, a 3-year, $43.05 million deal to take over as the new starting running back. Isaiah Pacheco has now headed to the Detroit Lions, by the way. Kyrus Tonga, who can do fullback work if they want to go more under center and be a more modern offense and kind of pair with Kenneth Walker's under center stuff. That makes sense. Kelsey back on a 1-year, $12 million deal. Alohi Gilman slots in at safety. He will replace the departed Brian Cook on a much cheaper deal. And Tyquan Thornton back again. That leaves Thornton, Worthy, and Rashee Rice, plus Jalen Royals. Another receiver is needed. They could always pursue offensive line early on. Corner stands out as a potential concern. I kind of feel like Shamari Connor is going to play nickel.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I also think edge is something they should look. Felix Anudike-Uzomah just has not worked out so far. Ashton Gelati and George Karlaftis is not enough.
Yeah, I don't love the Gelati
Plus,
outlook.
Chris Jones is aging. Not sure how much
he
more
is.
he has left in the tank, but edge and corner, like draft-wise, or maybe free agency-wise, stand out to me. How about the Raiders? Throwing around money this offseason. They traded for Teron Johnson. They get a 6th-round pick goes to Buffalo. It's the old 6-7 pick swap there. They bring back Eric Stokes, 3-year, $30 million deal. Tyler Linderbaum on a just massive record-setting contract. Now, the Raiders broke the market at center.
Oh, yeah.
We had made the comment going in, like, I think he's going to get at least $25 million. Passed it with these. Got more than that. Previous highest paid center was 18. He blew by it. He is the highest paid interior offensive lineman. But the Raiders had $111 million in salary cap space without like restructuring guys. Like they had so much money to spend because they're not paying a lot of their offensive pieces are all mostly not paid. So breaking the bank for Linderbaum, why not? You know what? You got a good player. You had the money to spend there. Jalen Naylor on a 3-year, $35 million deal to give some wide receiver help. Kwity Paye on a 3-year, $48 million deal. Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker back-to-back in like a 10-minute span yesterday. They signed to fix the linebacker room. Malcolm Kuntz back as another rotational edge rusher piece, who I do like, by the way, for them. So the Raiders overhauling a lot of key pieces. They've added essentially 6 starters in this kind of free agency window. I think a receiver could still be in play draft-wise.
Absolutely.
I don't think they're afraid of adding another offensive lineman or 2 in the draft, by the way. Edge feels like it's in a decent enough spot, but they will probably still draft somebody. Linebacker is now fixed. Corner's in an okay spot. Maybe one more guy there. I don't know how they feel about Isaiah Polamau and Jeremy Chin. Maybe a safety's in play there. But a lot of money spent and still money to spend for Las Vegas. The Rams, Trent McDuffie, 4 years, $124 million extension after a trade from the Chiefs. They weren't done, by the way, poaching Chiefs players. They also signed Jalen Watson. And they also, going into this, re-signed Cam Curl, which came on the heels of them also, I think, extending Quentin Lake before things got going. So secondary is now fixed in L.A. They don't like investing in linebackers, so I kind of feel like the defense is mostly squared away for the Rams. And, hey, maybe this is the year they let Sean McVay take a round 1 offensive player. Because they didn't do it with Steve Avila. He was a second-round pick. Tutu was a former second-round pick. They've never done it with a first-round pick, which they don't have this year, but – or actually, they still have 13. maybe receiver or tight end is in the cards for the Rams now after all. Or they could just go offensive line, which I don't think would upset people. The Giants, Gunnar Olszewski, Chris Manhertz back. Okay, cool, whatever. Isaiah Likely, a 3-year, $40 million deal as the Giants very much become, let's get John Harbaugh's buddies back here. Which, I get it. He takes over at tight end for Daniel Bellinger. They also have Theo Johnson still. Chris Manhertz back now, so they're set at tight end. Jordan Stout got maybe a little bit more than he should have gotten as a punter, but whatever. Tremaine Edmonds, 3 years, $36 million to help out at middle linebacker. They still need another one. Jermaine Illuminor back at right tackle, but guard is still an area of concern for them. They brought back Isaiah Hodgins. Okay, cool, whatever. I think another receiver would be nice for them. Ardarius Washington, safety, but could do some nickel corner stuff if you need him to. This kind of feels like this is our 6th or 7th offensive lineman. Defensive back. That would make sense to me. Greg Newsome in to pair with Drew Phillips and Paulson Adebo, plus the hybrid player in Washington, and I guess Deontay Banks. So maybe they don't need anybody else on that front. By the way, Giants just now coming across the wire have brought back Micah McFadden on a 1-year deal. I think that's still linebacker three for them. The Jets getting a little bit more involved than I think what maybe we thought they would end up getting involved in. The T'Vondre Sweat trade, that works for them if they can get the most out of him and if he's locked in. That hasn't always been a thing for T'Vondre Sweat. There's the new nose guard. Minkah Fitzpatrick got an extension to come play for the Jets. They pair with Malachi Moore. And we'll get to in a second here. Joseph Asai and Kingsley Enagbare coming in as edge rushers. So, and what'll probably be some 3-4 looks essentially for this defense. McDonald, Asai, Enagbare.
Arvell Reese?
Maybe Arvell Reese as the other piece up front for them. I think would also fit pretty well, such they can do some fun hybrid stuff with Reese there. They also brought in Demario Davis to be a veteran linebacker, which he took the money. $11 million for a 37-year-old is, look, hats off, man. He pairs with Jamie Sherwood. They have an Oimata up front as a defensive tackle, so now it's him and Sweat and Harrison Phillips, so they got veterans there. Dane Belton also signs at safety, so safety's pretty much squared away for them. I think corner still stands out as an area of concern for the Jets, and they haven't done anything on offense. So maybe it's an offensive-heavy draft because I think they want a receiver. Offensive lineman would maybe be nice, and I don't know what the quarterback plan is, obviously. That's a big one there. Seattle, they did re-sign Rashid Shaheed. 3 years, $51 million. Brought back Josh Jobe. I don't think Reek Woolen will return. They lost Kenneth Walker. They lost Boye Mafe. A lot of losses up front for them. We did mention Tennessee not that long ago. Jermaine Johnson traded for Mitch Trubisky, Daniel Bellinger, Wan'Dale Robinson. The Commanders. Jake Moody, a 1-year deal. Treylon Burks re-signed. Laramie Tunsil re-signed. Amik Robertson, a 2-year, $16 million deal to help out at nickel outside corner hybrid, depending on what they want to do with Mikey Sainris. Still think of him as the Noah Igbignogany replacement with Sainris still. And I think Trey Amos is going to play a big role there. Marcus Mariota back on a 1-year, $7 million deal. They've picked up Tim Settle to give defensive line depth, along with Daron Payne, Javon Kinlaw, and Johnny Newton. The big one, though, was Odafe Owe, a 4-year, $100 million deal.
Bang. Fixing
the edge concerns there. Him and Dorrance Armstrong, a pretty good 1-2 punch there. Feel like edge maybe isn't the play for the Commanders now in round 1. But is Quay Martin going to be a piece for them at safety? Off-ball linebacker could make some sense. And I'll throw this out there. I think they're a Jeremiah Love team to monitor.
I think so, too.
People got mad at me when I did that in December. I'm like, I think Jeremiah is a team to fit here. And also, I think receiver. McLaurin, McCaffrey, and Burks and Lane are the guys right now.
What about just Brandon Ayuk finally completing that loop?
Do you even want him at this point? That's
probably not, but not. I feel like that's been a story for so long. And would he be on a vet minimum at that point? Is he getting cut by the Niners? I don't know.
All right, super chats and some news coming in here. Let's go to Epic Jet, then we'll go through. There's been a couple actually moves here.
Yeah. I got Zane Gonzalez up top as the newest one, and then
Zane Gonzalez back to signing with the Miami Dolphins on a 1-year deal. New kicker there. So I'll be honest, we have some news. A lot of it is kicker shit, and I don't care about kickers. But first off, Epic Jet wanted to say thanks for the great work. Thank you. I think David Njoku has a market. He's been up and down, but tight end market seems dead. Yeah, I agree. I think there is a market for him, but it might be like a 1-year prove-it deal essentially. He's not old, but he's got a lot of football mileage on him. Maybe is the better way to describe that there. So I don't think he's out of the game, but I think he might have to take like a 1-year $5 million deal. Like that might be more along the lines of his market there. Roman Wolf Gaming. Breaking news. Chat Sports signs Tom to a $100 million deal for 5 years. I wish.
What?
I wish.
First time hearing of this.
We definitely don't have that type of budget. I'll tell you that right now. Austin, $5, at least for the Cowboys. Is Dre Greenlaw a possibility? Jane had said no. I would have interest, but there's also some big concerns about the medical stuff there. Fairly big concerns on the medical side for Greenlaw. Like he's missed a bunch of time. So CJ DeYoung III. So with the moves the boys have made so far, how does it change potential draft picks? I don't think it does. Because I still need a nickel. Thompson can do it, but then I need a safety too. So like you need a nickel safety at minimum. Defensive back. I need a linebacker to start. And I still want another rotational edge. Now, maybe edge has been deprioritized, but I don't think that's a good enough group right now as currently constructed. So I don't think it really changes things. Maybe, if anything, the Terrence Steele restructure means that they're not going to draft a tackle, even if there's somebody good. But I don't know. Doesn't think.
Mr. T-Man asking Styles or Downs at 12, and which linebacker in free agency? So we'll go ahead and check out the available linebacker targets here still left remaining in free agency. But my personal opinion, if they were both available, I would say Styles by a small margin.
I think with the way the roster is currently built, I'm going to have Downs higher because I love him, but I think he would take Styles there as the roster is currently built. But that's go get a linebacker and we just take the best player in Downs. That's all I got to do. All right, linebacker market, by the way, in free agency. Yeah, Bobby Okereke still out there. Leo Chenal is out there. Chenal was he was a third linebacker for the Chiefs. He was behind Drew Tranquil and behind Nick Bolton. He was good in that role, but there's more projection involved there than like Caden Ellis, Okereke, go be the starting middle linebacker. Like that's a different role. I would have interest in Caden Ellis more than anybody else. That is I think he fits very well with what Christian Parker wants to do. He's a multi-year starter. I don't think he'd be crazy expensive. I would do that one. Levante David, if he were available. I love Dre Greenlaw, but like the medicals are a concern. Bobby Wagner. He's old, but again, these options aren't great unless you want to go sign another outside free agent edge and or get a nickel guy, and just because then otherwise you're going to be banking on a rookie starter being your green dot play caller, and that's dicey for me. Get Kenneth Murray off my screen. By the way, Kaimi Fairbairn, is now the highest paid kicker in the NFL.
Whoa!
2 years, $13 million. He beats out Harrison Butker by, I think, 0.1. So that was here's a 2-year deal. We'll make you the highest paid kicker by a little bit.
Yeah.
Perhaps relevant for the Cowboys, with just like Butker was at 6.4. Obviously, Fairbairn is now at 6.5. I think they were already above that figure for Aubrey. So it doesn't really impact anything at all on that front there. Nicholas Bigelow, again, I told you there was news, and 2/3 of it was kicker shit.
Yeah.
My God. Kickers do not count for news. Like, Give me a big signing. Give me something we can spend 5 minutes on. And
Please.
it's the kicker. Like, whatever. Micah McFadden. Marshall's doing one. Great. Woke up from night, Tom. Has Dallas done anything today? I wasn't happy with busting the budget yesterday. Not only have the Cowboys not done anything, nobody has done anything.
It's been quiet.
It has been insanely quiet in the free agent market. I think we had the top 25 built today. None of them have signed. Like, none of them. It's just been dead quiet, which is annoying because there's nothing going on that front. Elliot says, "Go Cowboys." Thank Elliot. I appreciate that one. Cheers to you, my friend. Remember, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. I don't see any new entries. I mean, what have the moves been today? Oh, we'll go to the Super Chats, and we'll just recap the moves since we've been live.
Cool.
I think it's like 5.
Yeah, if that.
Bloodslinger. Didn't CD eat up the Chiefs secondary, which is now the Rams secondary? Yeah. Pretty much. I will say that's also like, oh no, we got eaten alive by a top 3 passing offense.
Yeah.
You know, how mad can you really be about that one? I'm not so sure.
Tough to beat.
Rat-a-tat. Would you take 11-12 if he is there? He's going to be the best player on the board if he's there. So that means the defenders probably all were gone. I don't think he's there. I think that the Chiefs and Saints moves were not about them thinking that, you know, they're just not going to draft him. I think that was he's not going to be there for us. 4, 5, and 7, I think, really stand out to me as potential Jeremiah Love spots. Alan W., what would a Fred Warner trade look like? Frankly, I just don't think it's going to happen. I'll pull up the contract here again as a reminder. But if you could get Fred Warner, that is busting the budget for me.
Oh yeah.
Like I would be all over a Fred Warner trade. I don't know why the Niners would take, per over the cap, a $31 million dead cap charge and lose $13 million in salary cap space to not have the best linebacker in football. Like, I don't get it. Now, they can do it. Like, they can eat the money. They're going to cut Brandon Ayuk, and they should save a bunch of money on that one there, I believe, is how that contractual outlook will break down. They can figure out something with Trent Williams to bring down his cap charge. They have not yet added the Mike Evans details, but that seemed fairly affordable. They've got about $30 million cap. So, like, they could do it, but, like, I don't know why the Niners would do that.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make sense for me at all from San Francisco's perspective. That's been the issue with the A.J. Brown trade. Like, Eagles have talked, but, like, it's such a bad contract for a trade perspective. Like, it's not that movable in the end. It's tough. It's tough. ALVFN 909. Get that in there. Type. There we go. Sorry, 6 entries, not 2. My bad. Get end of the year, Jerry F's us so much for free agency. They did more than they've done in years past. That doesn't mean it's good so far. Doesn't mean it's good. Like, it's just, they need more. Like, Gary and Thompson are fine, but you need more. Like, you can't, if you write it back with, like, hey, Sam Williams, all those guys, like, it's not enough in the end. Eli Aaron, $2. Jerry got cocky with the linebacker market. I don't think he got cocky with the linebacker market. I think they got cheap with the linebacker market. They want to pay Lloyd $15 million. I'm not buying this hidden character injury stuff. Sure about that. Like, because you were in that negotiation for a price, but the injury and character were too much, then you were either out or not in at all. Like, that's how that works, as far as I'm concerned. You were in on the Kobe Dean. I think the Raiders outbid you in the end. I think the report was not the same, but it was similar contracts. I think the Raiders outbid you. It's fine. Rob L. Ruben Bain or Monzor Delane at 12. Right now, and on my board, Delane. I'm a big Delane guy. Don't run a 4-5-8. Or maybe you do, because then he's going to be there at 12. Jedi Master Colton in. Get your entries in here, my friend. Bang. Bang. I don't think we get anyone else. Negative $22 million in salary cap space for the Cowboys right now. Not exactly. I'm looking over the cap here. They've done a good job of updating things as we go, and I'll mention this here. Negative 11 in cap space as it sits currently. They haven't added the Sam Williams contract. Depending on how that is structured, that'll probably add $2 million to your figures because it's the top 51 cap space rules here. But that does not include restructuring Big Q. That does not include restructuring Osa in some capacity. Does not include Kenny Clark. You do those moves, and that negative 11 becomes positive if you restructure Osa. Add 14 to 15 for a restructure or extension with Osa. You do something with Kenny Clark. That's 9 to 15. Those moves already count. Jaylen Thompson and Rashan Gary. You can do something with the Rashan Gary restructure too. So if you wanted to, you could still have upwards of, I'm just going to round here, 14, let's call it 10 conservatively. It's 24, 30-something million dollars in cap space. That's without doing anything with George Pickens' deal. Extending Aubrey or Pickens will bring that figure down too. That's if you also do something with Gary's deal. So they do have to make some restructures, extensions, something along those lines to free up the cap space to add Jaylen Thompson and trade for Rashan Gary officially on Wednesday when that move can be formally processed. But that is, that's enough to go do stuff. But again, they haven't done it yet. They haven't signed anybody yet.
So Tom, what is the point of really restructuring all of these guys if they are not going to go out then and spend all of this money? Like, does it roll over? Does it?
Cap space will roll over. Any unused salary cap space rolls over to the next season. Now, there are also rules in the NFL. You have to spend, I think it's 90 to 95%, something in that park, over a 3-year time frame of the cap you get. There's a spending floor. Everybody meets it. And the Saints had to spend, I think it was an extra $50 million. Yes. They did that.
Yes.
Day one. They guaranteed money of $25 million apiece for 2 guys. Boom, They're there. It was always pretty easy to get to. There are years that teams have to spend a certain amount. They're close to it. The Cowboys have been one in years past. And then you pay a quarterback and you get there. It's kind of easy more than that. So then again, they've got cap space available. They can make more cap space, I should say. Just a matter of how they balance things out in the end. The 2-and-A killer, Ellis and Chason. Thoughts? I'm in. Now, it wouldn't have been my ideal plan going into day one of free agency, but with where we're at, Ellis is my number 1 linebacker that I would like specifically for the Cowboys. Chason, I think, would be a good rotational edge, and it might mean you don't have to take one in round 1. So then I could focus on defensive back and best available player. But I do think this team is going to draft a DB. I feel pretty good about that one. But beyond that, it's just kind of chilling. Jackson Sanchez. Will the Cowboys sign a linebacker today? I want to say yes. But, look, I think what happened was they thought they would get one yesterday.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They missed.
Agreed.
They missed. So now we don't know what's going to happen. Now we just kind of ride out okay, now what do you do? Now I think they're pivoting, and I don't know what that pivot is, frankly. I'm confused by it. Bryson, a $5. That's 2 entries, by the way. Get that in. Bang. Bobby Okereke, Nashawn Wright. Seems like more bargain shopping at this point. We need more signings time. I agree. I need more signings, period.
Yeah.
I don't care, honestly, what team it is. Give me, as J Squared says, it is, Lucas says, I hate the NFL right now. Can we sign someone? Give me something. Literally. It is so quiet right now.
It's too much.
It's just it's boring. It's boring.
It is boring.
Give me some action. Give me some action. I need something.
Give me receiver signing. Something.
It's just I don't like where we're at. It's annoying to me.
I do feel like it's so quiet because they're waiting for dominoes to fall. I think we see one big name go off the board, and all of a sudden everybody else who was maybe in a bidding war, like we're talking about, is all of a sudden having to go to their pivots there too. So like, let's say a Cade Ellis, goes off the board. That's like the top linebacker for people.
Maybe
now all of a sudden Bobby Okereke.
Other linebackers go. That'd be nice. I don't think they're going to bring back Rashan Wright. He might just go back to the Bears. Wright had a bunch of really big splash plays. That was awesome. He also got beat a lot. Like, you know how I know that the yards allowed was just a Cowboys narrative? Go look at how many yards the Rashan Wright allowed last year. He got beat a lot. But he made big plays. So it kind of evens out. If those dry up, who knows? I guess assigning Dean Leonard back on a 1-year, $2 million deal. It's a special teamer. We got too much special team shit going on.
It's a lot.
Now. Give me some real players. Not that those guys aren't real, but like, also yes they aren't. So like, deal with it. I don't know. Maybe the Cowboys have C.J. Allen higher on their board than at 12. Let that. Okay, you could take a linebacker at 12. Great. Let's say you do that. Who's my nickel? Who's my impact edge? I need 2 or 3 beyond, including the linebacker. So, like, if they just want to take Allen at 12 and they're wiped over, fine. I love him. I think he's highly instinctual. Very smart football player. Do wonder how that knee checked out at the combine. Heard a bit of buzz on that one because he had the meniscus surgery. But I just, like, I need multiple things, and you don't have multiple things right now. Chris Broussard's burner account. You, Bruce Rennan, Craig Carton, Dan Cilio, and AP. Oh, no. Aiden, you're on the list.
I've made it to the list.
You're my heroes. Could Dallas be better than Philly this year? Could? Yeah. Will? I don't know. Defense ain't there yet, so we'll see. I will get Chris Broussard's burner into the raffle as well. Let me spell Broussard's, right?
Oh. We might have some juice here. What's going on? What is going on?
Roman Wolf Gaming, a $2 super chat. What about Jaquan Brisker, Joey Bosa, and Dallas Goedert? Goddard's contract is officially set to expire today. So that he'll void, I should say. He'll be a free agent. I don't think he's in play for the Cowboys at all. Brisker, I think Thompson was their main safety / nickel hybrid, so I wouldn't think they're in that market there. Bosa could be in play for them as just a veteran 1-year cheaper contract guy. That could be in play. But that takes care of the edge spot. Don't have to go round 1 there, so you can kind of force yourself into linebacker and corner. But if the board doesn't fall your way, you're kind of cooked. And then you're trying to have to go do a trade post-draft and overpay there. Like the Cowboys, for some reason, are willing to overpay in trades and not willing to ever overpay in free agency.
That's such a weird philosophy.
It's so weird to me how they go with that. Elliot also asking about Joey Bosa. 1-year deal. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. 1 year, prove a contract, kind of be the vet mercenary guy at this point in his NFL career. So, all right, shout out your team, and we will discuss the first one that we see.
We do have a report. It is not a signing, but a report from Connor J. Hughes says, quote, all signs point toward Gino Smith returning to the Jets.
I will say the New York media guys have not had their best stuff in this free agency cycle.
Something to monitor. Could be another tank commander, though, in New York.
I think, take your pick of, if you're the Jets and the Vikings, I feel like one gets Geno and one gets Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I could see that.
And I feel like maybe Kirk Cousins is a potential fallback option in Pittsburgh. Or Joe Flacco can just complete the cycle and go to Pittsburgh.
Do it. I'm so for that. I'm so for that.
All things balanced as they should be there. So, shout out your team. We'll pick it from the chat sports side. We are simulcasting. JMS, did I miss anything? Literally, no. Isaiah Pacheco to the Lions. That's all I got here. We have had nothing today. We've been live for 2 hours and 45 minutes, and we got diddly poo on the open market. Super annoying.
I'm seeing some people. Let's double back down on the Rams here because I want to have a conversation. Tom, is this not with the first round pick here as well at number 13? Is this not just like the early favorite for the best team in the league next year now? the Los Angeles Rams, having added Trent McDuffie, having added Jalen Watson, still having such an elite pass rush group. Here's some of the moves they've made. Are they the best team going into next season?
Seahawks lost a lot, so I understand where that's coming from. I don't mind that one. As long as you get good Stafford. He kind of cooled off down the stretch last year. He kind of cooled off. Good Stafford, my answer is yes on that one.
Yeah, I think
Best
the 13th
available.
pick is really interesting, too, for the Rams. Like, could you go Monroe Freeling? Could you – I mean, you're not going to get another corner now. I feel like it's completely ruled out
Corners off the board,
with the
yeah.
moves that you've made. So, I mean, we've talked about it before. Like, they already have good tight ends. Do you go at best available with Kenyon Sadiq and get another weapon like McVay has wanted for so long in the first round? I don't know. Something to monitor, but I think the Rams are real dangerous right now. I think these are honestly the moves they made, really just the moves I think that were kind of keeping them out of the next step. So I think they got to be the team to watch.
Yep. All right, let's do it again with the shout out to favorite team there on that
All
front.
right.
First one, producer Aiden sees. We will give a shout out for you guys.
James, we
on
just talked
today's
Rams,
show.
but we will go. We'll go with the Browns because, man, well, there's a lot of stuff to be figured out here in Cleveland. Let's just say that. It's going to be a rough year. It's going to be a rough year for them. Have to overhaul the entire O-line.
Yeah, I don't think they're done on the offensive line. I know Diana Rossini had mentioned potentially a guard as an option. I think Chris Paul from the Commanders is a name to monitor on that front. Titus Howard is their new plug-and-play option at right tackle. They made the trade for him for free agency. Zion Johnson will come in as a starting caliber guard for them. A pretty big contract offer, but again, you don't want to be out there in the offensive line market. You don't want to be out there. It's just not a fun place to be, and it's never been a fun place to be in the end. They also added Quincy Williams to essentially replace Devin Bush at linebacker, since I don't know if anybody's really going to be out there for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah at this point. I don't know if he's unfortunately ever really going to end up playing again. So Howard, Zion Johnson. I don't know if DeJuan Jones is going to be a starter for them. I feel like that's not the plan.
Yeah.
So still got to get a center unless they think Luke Weipler can do it, and right guard unless they think Zach Zinter is ready for it, which maybe not. So I think 2, if not 3 more O-line starters are going to be the plan here for the Browns, because you're right, they are massively overhauling this group because they have nothing else left to do.
And it's probably a shoo-in that they go some kind of offensive weapon and another offensive, lineman in their first round with both their picks. But which order do you go? I mean, do they go the tackle first? Like, do we like a Maui Noah there? Like, or do you think they go
he's
more
a right
value?
tackle / guard. I don't think he fits.
Right.
Not with Titus Howard in place.
Okay.
I'm not playing him at left tackle. So, I think Monroe Freeling, even at 6, is a name that people should keep their eyes on for.
Scares me.
Richard Holtz, $2 super chats. Jordan Tyson or Kenyon Sadiq in the draft. I would like to know how many tight ends the Rams think that they need, because they have a lot of them. But that if you're just taking best available playmaker, Tyson, Mekhi Lemon, I don't think Cardinal Tate gets there. Kenyon Sadiq, any of those guys takes care of you in the end. By the way, Elijah Vera Tucker, contractual notes here. 3 years, $42 million deal. He is getting, this is insane to me, because this will not count against the salary cap, I don't think, $250K for each game he is active.
Whoa.
Which is the largest per game active bonus, I believe, in NFL history.
Okay.
Also, that's nuts.
That's kind of genius contract negotiations from the Patriots.
That's 4.25, by the way.
Wow.
$1 million each year in per game active incentive bonuses. Which
For
is,
a guy that has struggled to stay on the field, that's a very smart GMing move there.
It does make plenty of sense. That I am in complete agreement there. That is a very, very expensive per game roster bonus there. It's a good hedge $14 million in cash, $21 million is guaranteed for you. So, kind of creative there. Nick 47, let's get your raffle entry in here as well. Classic Cowboys offseason, acknowledge the deficiencies, do the most minimal amount to fix anything, then claim you killed it. Let the Cowboys media gas it. I don't know what Cowboys media are gassing things right now. I don't know if they're actually gassing it up. So, also of note from Jane Slater on the linebacker side of things, Nick Harris has pushed back against this too. They never said the Cowboys called the Steelers. But it sounds like they were working around exploring it and never called, and I guess they're out. So they never actually called Pittsburgh about Patrick.
Okay.
Quinn. So I guess that was on their list of research they were doing last night. So, which again, you should have that done already. Hey, Nick 47. Look, I don't think there's a lot of Cowboys media gassing it up. Jaylen Thompson is their biggest move in a decade. I need more. Better doesn't mean good. Those are two different things in the end. All right, Blood Slinger, a $5 super chat. Can we get Chugs back for a roasting F Chugs? And Jeremy's doing kicker shit right now, so he's a little bit busy, and he's also I think he's also on Raiders right now. So appreciate that though, Blood. $5 super chat. That's 2 entries into the raffle. Mr. Groove, DJ Big Lee.
Elite name.
Mr. Groove, DJ Big Lee. $5 from chat. Any news on Clark's contract or other DTs? The roster bonus is not due today. That is due 3 days after the new league year begins. So that should be on Friday, is when that roster bonus is due. I would argue before tomorrow. Like, they literally have to do something. Like, they just can't sit there and not do anything. The roster bonus is due March 13th. So March 13th, he has an $11 million roster bonus due. That is currently non-guaranteed. It becomes guaranteed. They have to adjust some combination of Osa, Kenny Clark, and Quinnen Williams. I don't think they want to trade any of those guys necessarily. They're definitely not touching Kenny Clark or trading Big Q, obviously. They cannot trade Kenny Clark to an NFC North team without giving him a first-round pick, so no chance that one happens. I think they would like to extend or restructure Kenny Clark, and then, like, if you were trying to look around for a trade asset that exists on your roster, Osa's like the only one, and until they restructure that contract, that door stays open. But again, I don't think they would do it just for a pick. I think that would be a player-for-player swap. So unless it's a great pick, which I don't think you're going to necessarily.
Super chat here from Philip Barnett.
Are the Cowboys going to do anything besides the 2 moves just being cheap because the Cowboys fans are getting impatient, rejected by Dean sucking? I think that they literally have to go get a linebacker. Like, they don't have anybody. Like, they really, really have to go get a linebacker or another edge and hope for the draft. Like, they can't sit on their hands and do nothing. On that note, by the way, Jane Slater note says not a lot going on per team source.
Awesome.
Are they poking around Tariq Woolen? Sounds like it's more evaluating, discussing right now, but he's on the list of due diligence. By the way, that's the shit you do in a month ago.
Why is this happening now?
Like, look, if you're doing evaluating in March, you're out on them. Like, that's not something you're doing now. Like, I'll put this out. In my opinion, if you're evaluating a free agent in March during free agency, you're just not signing them.
I would completely agree there.
Like, that's not something you're actually doing.
Seems
that's
unserious.
Just like the whatever, we're not going to do anything. Like, that's just like coach speak. That's like,
yeah, it is.
That's just generic
PR talk.
Yeah, generic front office speak. Like, that's how I interpret it. Other notes, they felt good about their offer to Dean. His side liked it too. higher from the Cowboys side, which I don't know about that. Shows that to go reunite with his Georgia teammates.
Right, yeah,
Stokes and Quay Walker. Okay. Queen didn't feel unanimous in the building, so someone was like, maybe correctly, don't go after him.
Okay.
They'll spend if a player makes sense for them. Okay? This is free agency, guys. You're not going to get those guys. Hendrickson is something they are watching. Injury concerns, over-evaluation of value, I think on his end is a factor. They're just monitoring the market, and I think they have high expectations for Rashan Gary, which, that's why they traded a future fourth-round pick for him. So, Hobo, put Jerry as linebacker. Do us all a favor. How many snaps does he make it?
We were talking about this yesterday.
He might not get hit, though, at linebacker.
Oh, he's getting hit. If I'm the guard, I'm getting to that second level, and I'm putting that old man on his ass.
What if it's a pass play?
What are you talking about? You can come to me, and I'll... Nah.
All right. We got news, finally.
Oh!
First offensive tackle movement.
Ooh.
Braden Smith is heading to the Houston Texans.
Bang.
So no contract details there, but we finally have some movement here along the offensive line market. So Houston Texans adding Braden Smith. They're also adding former Ravens linebacker Jake Hummel, which, Houston loves filling out, spots 40 to 60 with random free agents on their roster. They are addicted to doing it. So there is the right tackle option for Houston. 2-year deal. Details not yet known. Ed Ingram back at right guard. Ariante Ursary, I guess Blake Fisher, Trent Brown. I think, hot take, I think we can take offensive tackle off the board of the round 1 pick options for Houston.
Yeah, they're starting to fill
Guard
that
can still
need.
be in play.
Very quickly, they're starting to fill that need. Went after it in free agency. If you asked a month ago and you were like, what do the Texans need? It was immediately. It was just O-line. Them and, the Patriots are you have to protect your quarterback. Now, CJ had a down year, but the O-line play was bad too. So, really good on them to go attack that, get out in front of it, get a nice veteran tackle like Braden Smith, who's had some really good years.
2 years, $25 million for Braden Smith.
Bang. That's, I feel like, pretty solid market value for, what is he, 31?
30-something years old, injuries, decline in play. He hasn't been as good. I think that's worth mentioning there, too. Freshman, who are the insiders saying we're looking at? We read off the tweet from Jane. I got nothing. I think they're kind of – I think at linebacker in particular, I think, if you told me, they had gotten Nakobe Dean, I think I would be they're maybe looking at depth guys. They're probably – not trying to necessarily panic and overreact and do anything crazy. They're probably they think they're probably okay because they're going to go take best available front seven player and draft or just edge period and at a corner. But as they sit right now, I think they're trying to find a linebacker because they can't enter the draft with Shamar James, Demarvin Overshone, and Justin Barron. I'd sign 2. I'd sign a cheap veteran guy, random guy, and a starter. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm a mod god of COD, and we'll get to the light goals here in a little bit. I'm also now seeing 220 for Braden Smith, so it's probably up to 2025.
Got it.
Maybe some incentives,
Okay.
playing time stuff there. I'm a mod god of COD. Just said, there we go. That's 6 entries for you, my friend. All right, but the Cowboys are done in free agency, leading to an urgent need at defensive end, linebacker, and corner in the draft. They will miss out on Styles, Lane, and Bain, so they will reach on safety or linebacker Rodriguez. That's Dylan Thieneman and Rodriguez at 12 and 20, which I don't hate. When my board is done, it won't be actually that far off. It's just you're limiting yourself when you just don't want to take any offensive players. That's the limits you kind of put yourself into there. Matt Temple says, what about bringing back Logan Wilson? I think I still need a starter. Yeah. Wilson had clearly lost a step. That's fine. I was excited about him because it got Kenneth Murray off my screen. So I thought, and then it didn't. So that one was not fun for me because I thought, no more Kenneth Murray, thank God. And they kept playing him a bunch of snaps. To the point that somebody on that coaching staff was like, oh, we forgot to play Logan Wilson in a game. Like, what are you doing?
That was absurd.
Like, what is this, grade school? Oh, no, we forgot to put Johnny in the game.
Oh, he didn't get his regular
what?
scheduled play time.
Like, baseball, everyone's got to play 3 innings. Oops, we forgot about Kenny. What are we doing out here? Like, be serious. You're a professional. And that's when you knew this staff could not return. No. Like, that is such gross incompetency that you could not ever let that ride again. Carlos says Dre Greenlaw on the Cowboys. And let's get to the likes, and we'll come back to Star Guardian and others in a second here. I have interest. Injuries are a huge concern. That might be a non-factor for the Cowboys there. But that's where we're at. All right, on both streams, we are simulcasting right now. We need 250 likes on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. We began this hour window at $5.99 for the Cowboys. So let's just say it's 600 for easy math. Easy math, because we're also already beyond that there. So we got to get to from 600 to 250. We got to get to 850 on the Cowboys Report side. We need to get to let's do 425. So we'll add one, keep it even. Got to get to 675 on the Chat Sports side. So that's 850 and 675. I'm going to put that down in the doc for ourselves here to make it easier. 800, right, is what I said? No, 850.
850.
My computer has reached the point of, like, I'm mad at you because you've got tabs open and it's just not running the same way I would like it to. So let me close
the bosses, they sent this message into our Slack, and they said, and I quote, 250 likes right now or else. And Tom and I, they said this yesterday. We don't want to find out what that or else means. We've already made the joke, fire AP. I don't want to find out, man. So if you guys can like the video right now, go ahead and do that. And if you already have, like it on somebody else's phone, somebody else's device, if you're loving what you're watching right now, too.
We are third and fourth in the likes across all the live streams right now. Giants winners, because they've actually done shit today, are ahead of us there. So like the video on both streams. Cowboys Report, we got to get to 850.
Yep.
And Chat Sports, got to get to 675.
That's right.
We're pretty much less than 200 away on both of them. So like the video, please, and thank you. We'll check in on this again in, 10, 15 minutes. But
I think we'll smash it.
Like the video if you haven't already done so. All right, Philip Barnett's my top draft picks. Sonny Styles, Mansour Delane out of LSU, Caleb Downs, Jeremiah Love would be a surprise, or Ruben Bain from Miami. Good names. I think there's a scenario that they're all gone. I don't think Styles gets to you at this point. I don't think Love gets to you. I think Love and Styles are both top 7 picks in the end. Downs could easily be top 10. Delane could be top 10. The Bengals stand out to me on both of those there. Bain could be a chief. Like Bain and Delane are chief potential options there. I think Styles and Love potentially could be Commanders and Downs too, and Giants options. Tennessee could be the Jeremiah Love team. Tennessee could be the Titans team, by the way, as well. Mm-hmm. Or Styles could be a Cardinal when it's all said and done. So, like, there's options there. I feel like Delane and Downs and Bain have the best chance of falling out of the top 10 to those guys. Star Guardian X. There we go. Well, that concludes Cowboys free agency for 2026. See you guys for the draft. Way to break the bank, Jerry. I tweeted it out this morning. The budget has not been busted. It's been expanded, but it's not busted. Better doesn't mean good enough. Those are two different things in the end. So now we sit and wait, and you're going to go back to your favorite one, AP.
I am, and I'm only going back because I ask you, does he have something going on behind the scenes? Obviously, he is not cooking. It's a resounding no. It's been very quiet today. But the why for yes, you type that if you think he's working behind the scenes a little bit. If you're just waiting on a big move. If you think Jerry's wheeling and dealing, getting up to it. Texas told him know when to fold him too. But if you think he is, type Y for yes. If you think he's not and it's way too quiet for a reason, type N for no in the chat right now. Seeing a resounding nope from John, man.
It's a no.
It's a no.
It's a no.
It's a no.
Reminder as your votes come in, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle today. Take home right now is 30, so it will be run no matter what. But yesterday was 240. I want to, can we get closer to adding a 0 to that figure? At What Going Downy, if you want in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $20 to enter. We will do that at the end of today's show. That's at What's Going Downy. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Link is in the comment section and the description of today's show. The description, but it's in the live chat, which is where people are looking anyway. At What Going Downy, Justin, Joshua, Hawkeyes are all 3 already in for that Venmo 50-50 raffle. So we will not do that for at least 2 hours. I am promising we will stay live until at least 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I swear to God, if nothing happens, that's going to be it. That's it. We're done if nothing else happens. But hopefully something happens.
Hopefully.
Be nice. We got Brandon Smith. 2 years, 25.
Braden Smith.
Or sorry, Braden Smith. 2 years, 25. Might be more like 2 years, 20 with probably playing time incentives there. Jake Hummel, whatever. Maybe flip those two because I don't. Okay. How many of you have heard of Jake Hummel before? Be honest with me. Be honest with me. How many of you have heard of Jake Hummel? Type me if you have. Credit to you if you have. I wouldn't assume. I wouldn't unless you're a Texan or Ravens fan. Like maybe you haven't, and that's perfectly okay because that way.
Stormwatcher.
That means you just have a life.
At 4:01 p.m. they'll do something. that would be our luck. Probably.
You know what? I mean, we got to do the raffle, so
it's true.
It's fine.
True.
It's fine. Matt Temple, $2. Sign Greenlaw as a starter and Wilson as depth. Sure. I know he didn't mean deaths, but that makes it a very funny typo. Shout out to Jeremy Wright into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Again, that's at What Going Downy. Take home is now $40 for today's raffle. Thank you very much, Jeremy. I appreciate that. 4 entries in today. We'll check in on the likes after this next $5 super chat from Francisco comes through. We are live on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. I had every intent of changing the headlines when stuff happens. Nothing worth happening. Well, let's do this. Let's go through Francisco's super chat. Then go to that list 4 of all the moves that have happened since we've been live.
Just about to ask you.
And it might literally be 4. It's actually not because like a third of them are special teamers, and that annoys me. But Francisco, crazy scenario. Styles and Downs. I did it again. Merging those names like an idiot. Styles and Downs are available at pick 12. Who'd you take and why? I'm going to have Downs higher on my board as long as the medical stuff checks out. For this team, you might have to go linebacker as currently constructed. Because I can get Thieneman or something later, but like I can't ride with this linebacker core as there's no way I can justify letting it sit with how things are currently constructed. So either is the correct answer, but anything else is probably a no-go on that front. So all right, let's go that one right there. That one right there. Yeah, there you go. Before we were live this morning, Greg Newsome, the first move, I think, while we were live was, we have movement and a surprise. So the Raiders officially had never actually cut Gino Smith. They have traded him to the Jets. To which I say, New York, what are you doing? New York locking in the number 1 pick next year?
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, that's their tank commander. That is their tank commander.
Back to New York, Gino Smith and a 7th rounder to the Jets for a 2026 6th-round pick.
Waiting on that graphic to update, but for right now, we got that L3 down below. Grade the trade from what you just heard Tom say. We'll have it up visually for you guys to look at and grade that trade below. But grade the trade for the Raiders and the Jets. Geno Smith is going to New York next season.
I think that means Kyler Murray is a Viking.
I think so too.
That's how I interpret that one there. So we'll come back to other stuff here in a little bit. Grade the trade. Gino Smith to the Jets. Another 6th and 7th round pick swap.
There it is.
Has gone down. Gino heading to New York. Back to New York. He returns.
They wrote him off when he was there. He didn't write back, though.
The prodigal son returns, which is maybe being nice there. I'm pulling up his contract because this is a finesse job by Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Geno Smith had $18.5 million in guaranteed money coming his way. A cut would have only saved them $8 million. They could have post June 1st this bad boy, and it would have saved very limited other options there. A trade now saves them $26.5.
Oh,
that is a finesse job by Las Vegas.
They're going to go out and make
that. Is, I mean, they didn't need the money. They have so much more money, but that was an absolute finesse job.
Wow.
Now we got some movement going today.
Here we go.
Romeo Doubs is a Patriot.
Oh!
Finally, we're making some moves here. Romeo Doubs, or Doubs, however you want to pronounce it,
might be a big Doubs depending on how much the money is.
3
there.
years, $60 million deal.
20 a year for Romeo Doubs. That is a big Doubs for him, man. As soon as that graphic gets up, we will get it there. Boom. Romeo Doubs is on his way to New England. Have that Gino Smith up there for you as well. Grade the trade, grade the signing. We'll have grade the trade up for you guys, but just grade both of these moves. You can specify which one if you want. Or if you've already graded for Gino, go ahead and give your Doubs grade down in the live chat. A, B, C, D, or F. Think going out and getting another weapon for Drake May is responsible. I mean, he needed more guys out there. Demario Douglas cannot be your wide receiver. Would that be his wide receiver 1 now with no Stephon Diggs?
Probably.
You got like Kyle Williams in there.
Probably Doubs.
But, man, now it's Doubs is the new wide receiver 1 in New England. So I do think it was a much-needed signing. Went out and got some O-linemen already, as we've talked about with the Elijah Vera Tucker. And was Braden Smith? No. Braden Smith was Texans.
Braden's Texans. So we have movement finally.
Finally, man.
3 hours into today's live show. I'm going to change the headline on the draft on the chat sports side of things once my computer decides to stop being all pissy at me. Romeo Doubs to the Patriots, 3 years, $60 million deal. Gino Smith traded to the Jets. And Doubs to the Patriots. And then we've got Romeo Doubs to...
Updated weigh-in in here. Grade these moves. Got them both up here, top and bottom. Romeo Doubs to the Patriots. And Gino Smith is going to New York. I'm going to be checking here in the live chat just to see what you guys think. Seeing some A's, some B's. Have to assume there you probably are talking about the Doubs pick up there for New England. A C there from Ricardo Nombrano. If I'm messing up your pronunciation, I apologize. Jason Phillips in there with a B as well. Yeah, I think I'd probably give the Patriots a B for this one. Raiders get an A for having freed up that much cap space, getting draft assets back for a player that they were about to cut. And the Jets, I mean, I see the long-term vision in mind. Try to have your tank commander there, but you gave up a little bit, and then you're going to have to pay him too. So, I don't know, maybe a C for the Jets with Gino. I don't know. But yeah, sound off in the comments. Finally seeing some dominoes falling. Maybe that's what we were waiting for. Maybe
we have conflicting contractual details now on the Romeo Doubs contract.
Okay.
I think Jordan Schultz had said 3 years, 60.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport is now saying 4 years, 70. Of note, by the way, the Raiders are paying the bulk of Geno Smith's salary. So the Raiders are actually eating most of that money.
Okay.
So that makes me feel substantially better about that deal in particular for the New York Jets.
Yeah, agreed.
That is much better for them.
Yeah, now the Raiders are eating some of that money essentially for him to go over there and be that tank commander like we're talking about. They're going to be liable for some, but if the Jets are if the Raiders are eating most of that cap space or that cap hit, then you're in a pretty good spot to set yourself up to suck for 1 year.
That one is much better. You need to burn $20-something million on Gino Smith. That one is a much better outcome in the end. So Gino to the Jets, a 6th and 7th round pick swap, with the Raiders set to eat the majority of that contract as it is currently constructed, which actually kind of makes almost less sense for me for the Raiders perspective, because they could have cut him and saved more money, but I guess jumping up from the 7th to the 6th is enough for them in the end. So grade these moves: A, B, C, D, or F.
By the way, Tom, Gino Smith had real interest from the Vikings, but the Jets were able to get it done.
Told you did.
So that means Kyler very much on the table.
So 2 moves finally at long last. Romeo Doubs, or Dobbs, everyone pronounced it, to the Patriots. 3 years, $60 million. Gino Smith traded to the Jets, a 2026. By the way, I am saying conflicting reports on the contractual stuff here. Schefter says the same. 4 years, 70.
Okay.
4 years, $70 million.
That honestly
for Romeo Doubs. That's better.
That makes it a B+ for me. Maybe even an A-. It was a huge need, and then it's a lot cheaper than when we first led on. So I like that.
All right, some super chats coming in here. We'll keep the Dobbs and Smith graphics up on screen. We had some traction finally at long last.
Finally.
Like the video in celebration for us bullying the NFL into doing things that matter for once there. All right. Cole West, about Leo Chenal or Bobby Wagner at linebacker. I love going and getting Riq Wallin at cornerback. I've never thought they were in on Riq Wallin. I've never really thought they were a key option on that front there. Wagner, I don't know how much he's left in the tank, but again, I'm at the point where linebackers, beggars can't be choosers. Neither guy would have been my favorite option going into free agency, but we're past that point. I love Trey Hendrickson as well, but if we can afford what he's asking for, your thoughts? I don't know what Wallin wants either. Hendrickson's asking price is not being met. I think that one is pretty darn clear. That his asking price is. By the way, I'm now seeing Albert Breer say it's $360 on Romeo Doubs. So we've got Big J off here of who's actually right on the contract details. 2 very different reports on that front. But linebackers got to get done. The longer Hendrickson's out there, the more it's like, hey, maybe something could potentially happen at that point. But we'll see. The GOAT 23RH. What have I missed so far? It's not much. Honestly, these 2 things are, that and this. Now I can do it. I'm not a weatherman, can you tell? Those 2 things are like the stuff that's happened of note. Pacheco to the Lions has been one of them as well, but it's fine. Haven't seen contract details yet by that on the way. Romeo, Doubs, he's fine with both there. Not clear what the plan is on that front. Is it 360? Is it 470? I don't know. All right. Also of note on the Geno Smith side, before this trade was agreed to, and now I'm seeing Jeremy Fowler say 4 years, 80 for the Doubs. We've got 3 different reports. 3 different contract reports for Romeo Doubs. Jeremy Fowler says 4 years, 80. Schefter and Rapport had said 4 years, 70. Breer and Schultz say 3 years, 60. So I have no idea what Romeo Doubs/Dubs is actually getting. What I was going to say, by the way, Geno Smith restructured his contract before this trade happened. The Raiders are going to pay the bulk of it. The Jets are taking on the vet minimum salary here. So I don't know what the Raiders are eating and saving, but there are some. Can you get the shot glass? There's the shot for me too. I I don't know what they're eating or saving for the Raiders side of it, but the Jets are getting Gino Smith for a pick swap, vet minimum essentially. The pick swap details there were, I just saw it on the timeline. Where did it go? Oh, sorry, I needed the actual shots. My bad. I misspoke. My bad. Raiders get 208. Jets get 219. So very little. Schefter now saying Fowler's right, and it's 4 years, $80 million for Romeo Doubs to go to the New England Patriots. We have 3 different contract reports now on Doubs. That is ridiculous. That is insane. Get to the $50 super chat that came in for me. Mike Hunt, and his handle is something a little bit different, so it's funny. Cheers to you, Mike. One shot. Let me get your entries in here, too.
I feel like you got to say that name, like, all at once, right?
No.
Don't you have to?
Michael Hunt.
Oh, Michael. Oh, it's Michael. Oh.
It's Mike Hunt. I'm going to call him Michael for obvious
you go
reasons.
by Michael.
Cheers. Here we go. Cowboys signed Caden Ellis. Who would you take at 12 and 20? Any day 3 guys you have in mind you think are underrated, could be solid starters for the Cowboys? Pre-combine, I like Malachi Lawrence, but I know it's not happening. I think he's going to go before then. I think you could still find a linebacker or safety at 112. Also, again, more complications on the actual compensation here.
No way.
228 the Jets get and 208 for the Raiders. So NFL Network for both of these are just eating each other alive on like different reports across the board here. So not sure on the I'm going to go it's 228 and Geno. Raiders get 208. Raiders eat a bunch of the money and the Jets get him for the vet minimum. That's where we're at there. Anyway, Mike, $50, 2 shots. Thank you very much, my friend. Bonus entries as well. 12 and 20 if you get Caden Ellis. Delane or Downs. Fingers crossed. If not, Thieneman or Allen. And then at 20, Thieneman or Allen. Or an edge rusher. Cassius Howell, Mesidor, trade down at 20 and get some more pieces. Like, that's kind of the main mindset there. I think we can do it. We just got to, for what Sam just slacked, we can do it. We just got to get, a handful of graphics set up. So just move over Geno and make sure trade's updated.
Okay.
So you want to respond to him there. Thank you, Mike Hunt. Appreciate that one there. I had to say it one more time. That was funny. I'm Ahmad, God of COD. What is your prediction on a surprise draft pick? If you can hit the space bar for me real quick, AP. Oh. Thank you, my friend. No, you're good. You're good. Prediction on a surprise draft pick in round 1, not Cowboys specifically. Would you move draft capital for the Jags, Josh Allen? I don't think the Jags are shopping their good players. Like, they're coming off a playoff run. Like, you're not getting their best players from them. I'd be pretty stunned if that one actually went down. Surprise round 1 pick. This was like the buzz on the final day of the combine that now people have done in the mock drafts. I think Monroe Freeling at 6 is a very real possibility, but it's also like that one I don't think is a surprise anymore. I think surprise picks, like does Jeremiah have at 4 count? I kind of don't think so. I think like a surprise defensive tackle or Keldrick Falk going top 12 would, maybe not Peter Woods 12, but like could the Bengals take a Falk or a Woods? Like that would qualify as a surprise, but would end up being super interesting with how things are constructed. So check in again in a month, and I'll have some good names for you there. But thank you. I'm Ahmad, God of COD. Let me get you into the raffle here real quick. Just had it. There we go. Eric Bauer, a $5 super chat as well. There we go. We'd like to see what Caden Ellis is going to get in free agency. Again, that is my name as well. He can blitz. He's been a green dot player. He's not going to be an $11 million guy deal, I don't think. I would be on, not could be a starter, would be a starter. Instant starter. And a big upgrade over somebody like Quinn Williams. So, Like Caden Ellis is my guy of the available free agent linebackers who haven't been specifically ruled out. That is one I would go do. That's one I'd call about, like try to get him in here, see what the contract cost is, etc. And I think that would make me feel better about the linebacker room. I'd still want to go get somebody in the draft too, whether it's at 20 or 12 or on day 2, but or day 3 if you don't get a day 2 pick. That I would feel much better about that one with just as they are currently constructed. So, are we caught up on the super chats there, Aiden?
No, not quite.
Okay. Now, going to get to the next one there. This one I'll go quick on, by the way. Nick 47, what linebackers are left that aren't old or injury prone? Maybe I won't go as quick on this one. Caden Ellis. Greenlaw's injury prone. Leo Chenal's not old or injury prone. Bobby Wagner's old. Thinking Matt Milano's old and injury prone. The draft guys aren't old at all. Maybe one or two of them are injury histories or red flagged. I don't know what else there. It's a picked over group. Matt Milano is both. Ivan Pace was tendered by the Vikings. Somebody on the chat sports side said Kenneth Murray, and I asked, how dare you? How dare you? Von Miller's an edge, and I'm not going to come there. Bobby Okereke probably is just under both. Just under the age limit. I think that's a good one there. Chris B. Sounds like Dallas is somehow done for now. Done for now might be for the next 2 hours in the end. I wouldn't read too much into that. So we got next here. Spencer. Is it?
No, it's
Spencer.
it is.
Spencer. Cowboys need to sign Reek Woolen. I would look when Jane Slater tweets out that you can probably take yourself off, by the way, so it's not showing up there. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'll mention one quickly. When Jane Slater tweets out that the Cowboys are doing their diligence, they're out on him. It's free agency. It's day 2 of free agency. If you're doing your studying, be serious. William Fullwood, a $10 super chat. We're good there. Let me get you in on that one. Bang, 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 bang. 6 entries. Watch the Cowboys get Alex Singleton on day 2. What the fuck? I have bad news for you. Alex Singleton re-signed with the Denver Broncos. Now, every year there's a guy, maybe every other year there's a guy that ends up not signing with the team they thought and they end up flipping in the end. But Alex Singleton back to Denver, so I would not get your hopes up on that one necessarily. So it's just how it ends up falling in the end for those teams. We got to Spencer on the super chat side. Is that we got to William Roberts? Can we go over the top trade candidates? I feel it coming. How desperate are you? I don't think there's that many teams that are actively shopping trade people right now. So are you starting to throw money around and do this and do that and pay big money, whatever, pay a 20th overall pick? Sounds like they're out on Patrick Queen. I'm actually not that upset by that one. Are you of note, this is not Cowboys related, but I see Diana Rosita tweeting it, so I'll mention it. Teams have called the Niners about Mac Jones. Astronomical, quote unquote, is the cost for that one. So I would not get that one. If you need help from Sam, by the way, we probably need some custom Jets L3s though. Ask Sam if he can just move them into T for us without overwriting stuff. And that one's fine. Yeah, and we'll stick with NFL Daily background, but I think a Jets sub L3 would be beneficial if you can. No, we'll keep NFL Daily background. Background here is in a little bit for our Jets channel. We're going to cover the Gino Smith trade in depth on that one. So, and then have Sam ask Jack what the sponsor is. I don't know if that's Prize Picks or not. More movement, not big. Don't change what you're doing right now, AP. Isaiah Simmons is back to Carolina. So Isaiah Simmons heading back to the Carolina Panthers. Sweet. Then, yeah, have him help you get the sub L3 then. Byron Joe David, a $5 super chat. I'll have you push that one across when you get a second there. I know you're doing multiple things right now. To see Sam Darnold get an effing ring before Dak is unacceptable. You tell you what, I think there's about a half dozen NFL teams that you can go, man, who else do I not like there? You can go through all list of like seeing Sam Darnold get a ring before Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, any quarterback who's been like top 15 over the past couple years. You're probably sick to your stomach watching that one happen, especially, unfortunately, if you are a Jets fan. That is just one of like, oof. Oh, that hurts me. That hurts me bad. So I feel you on that one. Let's go to, we'll come back to the Kevin. Yeah, let's go to I'll hit some of these. It's good. All right, Zach Taylor, $5 super chat as we get set up for the Gino Smith news here. Put that in. Bang. Next year, saying for the Jones boys on spending will be, we're going to push the boat out. I like that one, Zach. It's fun. It's fun. That's 2 entries, by the way, into the raffle. Next super chat coming. As a reminder, like the video. If you haven't already done so, we're trying to get 250 likes in this hour. Because we're going to do the Gino Smith news, I might cheat and say we get more than an hour, but let's just not make it a thing. Like the video if you haven't already. Cowboys report side, we actually got there. We are done. Thank you guys very much. Chat sports side, we are 125, likes away. So halfway on the chat sports side. We are already there on the Cowboys report side. So help us out and like today's video, please, and thank you. If you haven't already done so, we are there on the Cowboys. So let's get to 1,000 likes on the Cowboys report side, because why not? Why not there? As your likes come in, I'm just going to verbalize this. You don't have to worry about it, AP. I'm going to tell them right now. We have a super chat menu today. $5 gets you 2 entries. You don't have to go to it. You're fine. You can look over whatever you need to finish up there. I know that's subs. Just do early sub read as the goal. It's fine. $5 super chat gets you 2 entries into our mini helmet raffle. $10 gets you 6 entries into our mini helmet raffle. That's for any team. The Cowboys fan win, we'll get you a Cowboys one. If you're watching on Chat Sports, plenty of entries there. We'll give you a helmet of your favorite team, the mini helmet one there. $20, we're doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I don't think I have any new entries there. Let me check in on that front. Jeremy Wright was indeed our most recent one, so take home is $40 on that one. $50 as Michael Hunt did earlier. 2 shots of our shotties. It's essentially like vodka, but cut with the Happy Dads. $100, 2 mimosa bongs. We've got these here. Mimosa bongs with the orange. Oh, I should not have shaken. That was a bad idea. Be okay. Orange juice, not a sponsor as well. $100, we'll rip 2 of those there on the Cowboys report and the Chat Sports simulcast right now. Background of what is coming up here in a little bit. Is it? Needs updated. Honestly, I wouldn't even worry about it. If we can just kind of skip that one, frankly. It clearly isn't close to being where it should be because Brady Cook isn't labeled properly either. So don't worry about it there. Of note, I want to mention the trade details here. 20-pick move up for the Raiders on Gino Smith. 228 from the Jets. How did they get that? Jets get 228. Raiders get 208. Oh, that's right. So that pick 228, this is crazy. So that pick was originally the Dallas Cowboys. They sent that to the Bills as part of the Kyer Elam trade. The Bills sent that to the Raiders as part of the Teron Johnson trade. And now the Raiders have sent that to the Jets. It's back in the AFC East now as part of the Gino Smith trade. So when we get to draft, that's going to be via DAL/Buffalo/New York Jets. How did the weigh-ins get moved over there? Okay, we're good. Like that video if you haven't already, by the way. Checking out any other details here. It is a 7th and 6th round pick for Gino Smith. It does feel like tank commandery for the Jets for me in the end. Other just comments I see coming in, like Titans doing anything today, Packers. It's been super quiet. We had some movement here finally with back-to-back in like a 10-minute span and conflicting reports on I think the finalized details here for Romeo Doubs. 4 years, $68 million, up to $80 million via incentive. So I think, emphasis on the think part because it's been reported 3 different ways in the past like 20 minutes. I think that ends up being the finalized details on the Romeo Doubs/Doubs contract. 4 years, $68 million is like the average per year figure. Up to 80 is the finalized details on that front there. Isaiah Simmons has also, by the way, re-signed with the Carolina Panthers. No details on that contract yet. They had previously cut A'Shawn Robinson earlier today. So that is where we sit. Reminder, folks, we need 250 likes on that side of things. We blew by it on the Cowboys side. The main side is 675. So 596 is where we are at. Got to get to 675. We got 17 minutes on that front. So blew it by on the Cowboys sports side. Thank you all very much. Chat sports side of it, you guys are lagging behind a little bit there. So help us out. Like the video, please, and thank you if you haven't already done so. Double says Alper needs to go live. I don't know what Alper's plan is. I've been locked in here for 3.5 hours. Hey, AP, at least the computer didn't crash today. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Why did I say that? That was bad of me. Why did I say that? That was a bad idea. That was not. It was not great. It's not great. Do you need me to help you on it with something? I see it as synced on my end, by the way. You want to do the read only off and on again? Does that help too? Because I see it as synced 2 minutes ago on my end. There you go. I don't know why it's forcing us to do that each time. That's really weird. What'd you do wrong? All right. In a little bit, we're going to break down the Gino Smith trade here and what that means for our Jets channel in particular. Stuff I will be sure to mention, by the way, just in case you're just now tuning in. Big picture-wise, Romeo Doubs or Doubs. He's fine with both pronunciations, so I always do Doubs/Doubs or vice versa. I think we have the finalized details here. 4 years, $68 million for that deal. Up to $80 million on that front. Gino Smith, meanwhile, with a restructure that I'm not totally sure how it in particular impacts the Jets side of things, or the Raiders side of it, does sound like the Jets are only going to pay the vet minimum for Gino Smith. When I had initially thought they were taking on the full-on contract, I was like, I am not a fan of this deal at all for the Jets. Instead, it is a 6th and 7th round pick swap, a 20-spot difference to ensure that Gino Smith ends up heading to the New York Football Jets in the end. So we'll break that down for you here momentarily. Anything else I can help you with there? Sweet. Make sure the stats. That makes sense. That makes sense there. There we go. This is, in a way, kind of a tank commander-esque year, it feels like. So, which is how it goes. I mean, team that had Gino Smith last year got the #1 overall pick. So, that's how it goes. Like the video if you haven't already. We are now up to 620 likes on the Chat Sports live stream. We already got there on our Cowboys Report simulcast. I appreciate that. So we are 55 likes away from getting to the number we had been set by our bosses on the Chat Sports side. We're well beyond that 50% like ratio. Always a good sign to be at there. But help us out and like today's video if you haven't already done so. In a little bit, we're going to break down the Gino Smith trade for the New York Football Jets. A significant move as the Jets, in theory, have locked in their quarterback. There's also a text from Gino I'll verbalize at some point during the show. Don't worry about building that. That's just another layer of things we don't have to worry about there. Gino Smith is the new Jets quarterback. And the Raiders, I don't think, saved very much money. Like, the sign of that thing's there. Let's see. What can I help you with, bud? All right. Let's just scrap it then. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, outside of trying to just go find it in the GFX spreadsheets, that'd be the only way to do it there. So I'd say not even worry about it there. Fine. As long as we got stats and big cams and the player L3, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We are now up to 630 likes, so 45 likes away. Again, of note, folks, nothing else has happened on the NFL free agency market here. There's just nothing else going on. So, yeah, but we'll have player L. Oh, I guess I should do it for full screen stuff. Yeah, let me get that champagne out of the way. Because if we do the regular L3, it's a good call. Stat graphics in there. Sweet. I am ready to ride as soon as you are then, my friend. Sweet. I will follow your lead with, let me move that out of the way too. Coming up next here, we'll go a couple minutes on the Gino Smith trade here for the New York Football Jets. AP, whenever you're ready, let's punch it. You're good. As soon as you're ready, bud. All good. No rush. It's kind of chaos at the last moment here. So, Gino Smith breakdown coming up here in just a second. Gino Smith to the Jets. Romeo Doubs, whatever it is, to the Patriots. All set? Let's ride. We're breaking down the trade of Gino Smith by the New York Jets. The Jets acquiring him from the Raiders in a day 3 pick swap. I am not Patrick Seatman. Patrick is a bit busy with other things, so I am subbing in here as part of the Chat Sports Live NFL free agency coverage. Tom Downey here for the Jets breakdown of the trade of Gino Smith. We will still have plenty of coverage for you because we care about you guys here on our Jets YouTube channel. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so for more free Jets YouTube videos as we break down the addition of Gino Smith. Smith, how do I put this delicately, was not good last year. Now, the nice part about this for the Jets, and when the trade had first come across the wire of day 3 pick swap, and it's like, wait a minute, I thought they were eating all of the money that the Raiders had owed to Gino Smith. I did not like that move for the Jets. I'm like, hey, you're doing a pick swap and paying him $20+ million. Turns out that is not the case. That is not the case for Gino Smith. Instead, this is the Jets and the Raiders agreed to a rework contract. I don't have the details as we sit here filming this at almost 3 p.m. Eastern time on what the Raiders are eating, but for the Jets specifically, all they are taking on is essentially a vet minimum deal. That is all they are going to pay Gino Smith this year. And at that point, how can you complain? It is a 20-pick difference between what the Jets were going to be picking at and what the Raiders are now swapping them for. It is the Raiders are getting pick 208. The Jets are getting Gino and pick 228. That is the updated trade details, not as what we're just reported, but that's the updated one from NFL Network. So 20 picks down, Gino Smith on a vet minimum deal as the ex-Jet makes his return to New York. That is going to be their starting quarterback for at least one more year. So what is your one-word reaction to the Geno Smith trade? Let me know at the pinned comment of today's show. One word and one word only for the Geno Smith trade by the New York Football Jets. Mine is tank, and then my second word is commander. Look, which version of Geno Smith do you get? Because he was pretty good in 2020. He's actually very good in 2022. But there is a trend that I have seen the past couple years, and that is one of regression. And I am maybe most concerned here about the age and the decline in the arm strength. You guys know that it doesn't feel like it. He's 35 years old. He turns 36 in October. And I think he's better than Justin Fields at this point. But back-to-back years, he has had way too many takes. And what was most concerning for me, in 2024, hey, man, a lot of those interceptions were not his fault. Like, they were bad routes, drops, lucky plays with the defense. Like, they were not, man, Geno's just inaccurate, making a bunch of mistakes, whatever. Geno was bad for the Raiders. Now, at the same time, that situation was so bad across the board, it's fair to wonder how bad was it overall? Like, was it all Geno's fault, or was the disaster class that Chip Kelly was Pete Carroll and his son having huge issues on the offensive line and offensive team in general? Like, how much of that can we really attribute to Geno? He will do a lot of the high-level quarterback things you like. He will, to a fault at times, he will actually go over the middle of the field. There's a lot of quarterbacks these days that just won't do it. They'll do the flat on the slant flat combination. They won't attack the middle of the field. I do like that from Geno's perspective. This is a 1-year vet minimum deal. Worst case, he stinks again, and he's your tank commander. Like, there's almost no downside to this deal for the Jets. And maybe there's less drama involved with a potential Kyler Murray addition as a hypothetical. I will make note, by the way, multiple different reports have been that Geno was actually in the Jets facility this morning, which, credit to the Jets for keeping that under the radar. There was the report, I think it was Connor Hughes, I think it was who it was, had said, it's when, not if. Well, that was definitely a when if he was in the facility and available. He'll be, the trade cannot be processed, by the way, officially until tomorrow. That's why the Raiders were able to trade him, despite the report of he's going to be released post-June 1st. From the Raiders' perspective, depending on what the restructure looks like, they probably save some money. But Jets, vet minimum deal for Geno Smith on a 20-pick trade back at the very end of day 3. That's fine. So grade the Jets trade for Geno Smith. A, B, C, D, or F? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. I have a tough time, worst case scenario, going below a C. Like, you didn't give up anything. It's a pick swap. It's Geno, and you move down 20 spots. And off topic here, I know, but I'm going to ramble on it anyway. As part of this deal, that 7th-round pick going to the Jets has already been moved a bunch. It was part of the Kyle Elam trade. It was part of the Bills trade then for Teron Johnson. And now it is part of or maybe it was the Jordan Phillips trade. One of those two. No, that's right. That was the Kyle Elam trade. I was right the first time. Kyle Elam trade this is originally the Cowboys pick the Jets are getting. Sent it to the Bills for Kyle Elam as part of the Kyle Elam trade, I should say. The Bills sent it to the Raiders as part of the Teron Johnson trade. And now the Raiders send it to the Jets. It's back in the AFC East as part of the Gino Smith trade. So you get to day 3 of the draft when you're watching us with us here on Chat Sports. It's going to might be via 3 teams or via DIL/Buffalo/LV, now the Jets, if it doesn't get moved again. That's a very minor thing, but it's kind of funny. I don't think Geno Smith in any way is a long-term solution, problem solver, whatever, for New York. He's 35 years old. For New York. He turns 36 in October, by the way. But if for a Jets team, I think pretty clearly with the way their free agency has gone so far, is just trying to stabilize things. As bad as it was last year, the ceiling is not the same as it would have been for a Kyler Murray or maybe even a Kirk Cousins. But especially with Kyler and no bidding war involved potentially for Kirk Cousins, the floor is much better. Like, you're not panicking, trying to figure stuff out and juggle and balance and organize exactly what things end up looking like. You have, in theory, stability. Hopefully it's good stability and not bad stability. But if it ends up not being good, you might reshape the regime again anyway, because it's Woody Johnson. That always scares you. You got all these draft picks next year. In theory, the quarterback class is better. Worst case, you just let it ride with a new quarterback instead of Gino Smith and you draft somebody. So, final details again here. Jets getting Gino Smith for a vet minimum deal is what all they're going to owe. Raiders eating the rest of that contract, which is a big win for New York. It wouldn't have made sense otherwise. A 7th-round pick as well heading to the Jets, and a 2026 6th-round pick to the Raiders. That is a meager 20-pick difference. Reminder to subscribe. You'll see Pat Seatman back again soon. I'm just subbing in for the day. Hit that sub button for even more Jets YouTube videos here on our Jets channel. All right, we will come back to any news. I don't think we missed anything. I saw Jordan Schultz made an oopsie. Schultz had said the Colts and Daniel Jones are in an agreement on a new deal. 4 minutes later, they are not done yet. They've made progress. So Schultzy jumped the gun on that one. So that one was not a fun one on that front. So nothing else has actually happened. So we're back to our regularly scheduled NFL daily coverage. Shout out your team. I think there might be a super chat on Cowboys we haven't gotten to.
Let's check it out.
And as your comments come in, actually a couple super chats on Cowboys. Multiple, actually. Now that I look through it, which is great. I don't think any on the
I do think we have some on
main
NFL
size.
as well.
We
Unless
have
you
some on
read them
NFL?
off while I was getting ready.
Yeah,
there.
Marcus we got to get to. Marcus on Maine.
Okay.
Actually, you're right, a couple. So we'll do super chats first, actually. Then we'll come back and talk about our teams here in a little bit. So appreciate you guys sticking around for the Gino Smith cut for our Jets channel. We got to Byron Joe David.
Yeah,
We got to that one.
First one is Kevin.
Let's see. Let me see it.
This one here.
Kevin. Yes, that's our last one there.
Bang.
Feels like it's not enough we missed on big names. You're right, it's not. We tried cannot be a free agency slogan. That's not good enough. At least we tried. That's even worse. Right? It's the hope that'll kill you. That's worse as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, specifically for the Cowboys there. All right, thank you, Kevin, for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Aaron Beasley, can we get Dre Greenlaw? Also, bless your brother. Right back at you, Aaron. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. I would have interest. Does not sound like he's actually available. Does not sound like, or at least for the Cowboys, that they don't want him. I think the medical stuff is a big issue on that one there. Eric Roberts, awesome coverage, TD. Thank you, that one, my friend. That is what all my family calls me too. No one in the chat calls me TD, but everyone else does.
Let's get that started.
Boys pissing me off. McCoy got to be in the combo at 12. Actually, he was in the combo at 12. Look, Dre'Mont McCoy not doing anything at the combine. It's a massive red flag. The Chat Sports simulcast might appreciate this too. Do you know that we have seen Ezekiel Elliott in a Cowboys jersey playing an actual game more recently than we have seen Dre'Mont McCoy on a football field doing anything? That sounds wrong, but it's not. It is true. Because the Zeke stuff feels like it was 3 years ago. But
that was December of 2024, right?
It was the last time we saw Dre'Mont McCoy. And he had one game of Zeke, and then he got cut and has not played again in the NFL.
Wow.
He played for the Chargers practice squad, whatever.
Crazy.
That's crazy to think about.
So crazy.
It's like that. The first thought is that's like facts that sound false. That's one of them to me. I don't think they can afford the giant medical red flags around Dre'Mont McCoy. We can check in again. I think his pro day is March 31st. I am down to check in again then if he does stuff, but dude, it's been a year and like 2 months. You can't do anything yet. Huge concern for me. What would get you comfy? What picks would get you angry? Any of the top defensive players at 12, I'm on board with. My concern is that they are wiped to the top defensive players at 12. And you're picking between like Dylan Thieneman, Keldrick Falk, and CJ Allen. Yeah. I like 2 of those guys a lot.
At 12?
But I love them at 20.
Yeah.
12, but that just might be how the board falls for you, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, Star Guardian X back again with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. That's 2 entries, by the way. CP is probably in the background saying they really don't want to win here. Let me do my time and get the heck out of here. I think he's probably just more involved of, doing some evaluation stuff. But, I don't know. He's new to it. We'll see how it plays out. And they're probably not. He might not be panicking yet. 500 Avita, Dax defense. Dax, no, this is about the Sam Darnold thing, which is fair. But that's also been a lot of guys that count on that one there. All right, Kizzle, the Devil's Advocate.
I don't see an attached comment.
I don't see an attached comment. If there was one, I'm sorry. At this point, because we did the Jets cut, it's not available there. So, Ethan Williams, a $5 super chat. Thank God we got something going. You know what? Because we got signings, if we get a $100 super chat, I will do 3 beer bongs / mimosa bongs. And you know what? One of them, I'll make a Red Bull vodka bong.
Okay.
So I'll do 2 mimosa bongs and an RBV bong if we get a $100 super chat in the next 5 minutes.
All right.
5 minutes.
All right.
Actually, or before we're through all the super chats. So
okay.
That's your timer. Because we actually got stuff happening, which was nice.
I'm looking to incentivize a boot at some point here, Tom.
Nice.
I got to get the people going.
Anyway, Ethan says, love the show, Tom. Thank you very much. You have 1 to 10. How's point we didn't spend the money on Devin Lloyd? I would have rather them do it, to be honest. In general, not having a linebacker is like a 9 for me. Because you can still get somebody, but like it's thin. It is real thin. So someone's got to do it. Until that happens, we'll see. Old Bean, is Jerry alive? That's the herd, yeah? Yeah. William
Valid
Cook,
question.
a $5 super chat. There we go. You are in. Once again, the Cowboys revert to form. I think we can expect 1 low-level 1-year free agent, which means similar results. Sad. They went beyond their normal mode with Jalen Thompson, but they missed on the edge market. They did trade for Rashan Gary. I give them at least half credit there. But you needed 3, if not 4, not 1.5 or 2. You're not there yet. It's that simple. You're just not there yet. Noob Skybot into the raffle as well. Happy to have you there, my friend. Is O-line depth an under-the-radar need? Guyton is a play away from getting hurt again. I don't know if it's like, I guess it could be under the radar. Do we have the depth chart for the offensive line? Let's go to that here. That O-line depth chart for the Cowboys, it could do like upgrading, but like you look at what they have, and they have their starting 5 back. They have Nathan Thomas and Ajani Cornelius as potential backup offensive tackles. I do think TJ Bass is going to be back. So that's 8 offensive linemen that were on your roster last year. They stashed Trevor Keegan, by the way. So, like, if they don't think Keegan or Bass can play center could be a need depending on how you feel about Nick Leverett. Marcellus Johnson, I'm not counting. But the guys they have under contract, that's 8. That's 1 or 2 spots, and they're non-starters. So if you want to go sign a vet swing tackle, great. Down with it. I don't know who that would be because you don't want to be out there in the free agency market. Any guy you sign as a vet swing tackle for like $3 million is like not going to be good. Just how it goes in the end. But like I would draft somebody on day 3. If I had all my I'm going to picks, I would pretty much almost draft a top 100 player on the offensive line and a day 3 pick almost every year.
Oh,
almost every year. Like as long as there's somebody good, and I would just because like. The offensive line talent is non-existent in the NFL.
It's really slim.
I mean, look at what Zion Johnson got from the Browns for being passable as a starter, what Dan Moore got last year. It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy. I don't think Jerry is done in free agency. I just don't know how good it'll be. Joshua Orszak, why hasn't anyone signed Hendrickson? Is Dallas in? Long as he's out there, I guess you can't take Hendrickson off the market. for Dallas. I think he wants more money. I don't know if maybe at one point he was asking for 40 with the Hunter contract. He's not getting 40. I bet he's asking for 30 with what Jaylen Phillips got. He's getting 30. I bet teams are offering more like 20, 25. And Cowboys could do that if they wanted to. I'm just not sure they're going to. From Michael Hunt, what does a move from 12 to pick 5 or 6 for Styles look like for the Cowboys? Based on current roster, I'm willing to get a stud linebacker. What you could hypothetically do is to get you close. You might have to give a little bit more, by the way, especially for 6. You could do 12 and 20 for 6 and the Browns' other second-round pick. Now, the problem is, do the Browns want to do that? Because they might get their pick of number 1 offensive tackle or wide receiver. They might not want to move down from that. That's if Styles is there for you. He might not get to 6. He might not be there for you. I feel like there's a chance he goes as high as 3. Arizona, maybe Tennessee. I would think no, but maybe Tennessee. Giants at 5. Commanders at 7. Tough time seeing him get past all those teams. So that's why you have to go trade up to get him. And this would be a draft night trade. You're not doing that now because if that's the guy you want, you're not going to risk it and getting sniped already. Philip Barnett, $5. I'm a diehard Cowboys fan. I was born the year they beat the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl, and my cousin was the coach of Steelers, Mike Tomlin. That's awesome, Philip. Happy to have you here as a Cowboys fan. Cheers to him. I think we're caught up now on the Cowboys report side.
I believe so.
Bang, we are
Where's
caught up.
Where's Tomlin going next year, Philip?
Tampa. Cowboys have restructured the Kenny Clark contract. The $11 million roster bonus that was due, they're going to free up $8.8 million in salary cap space with that particular deal, which makes me think they have... interesting. Curious what they did on that one. They may have added some void years on that one. So Kenny Clark restructure here, which I find very interesting because that would put them, that still puts them slightly over the salary cap. Not by a lot, but slightly over, which also isn't the max restructure savings, which, So they put Kenny Clark's deal, it's per Todd Archer, by the way, turning that $11 million roster bonus into a signing bonus to save $8.8 million in salary cap space. So I think they either added a void year there or 2, and I don't know if they did anything with the base salary because they had that $11 million roster bonus due. So Dallas is just like, it's my least intriguing of the Kenny Clark options. That was my least intriguing of those options there. Let's go to a driver here because I'm going to do a quick short on that for our Cowboys channel. And you can kind of bring yourself on and just do some shout-outs for, favorite signing or biggest win or something like that. You can take me off screen. I'll go on mute for a little bit, and then I'll come back here in a second. But I'm going to do a quick short on the Kenny Clark restructure here. I think we're okay on. Let me double check, make sure we're not overloading the supporting cast crew today here on the Chat Sports side. Thank you very much. Probably Durham there. So Cowboys restructuring. You'll have to, change your name badge there. Kenny Clark's contract has been restructured. That saves roughly $8.8 million of cap space. Cowboys cannot be done yet. So AP, take it away. Mute me. I'll be back in a couple of minutes here.
All righty. Tom is going to be filming his short on the Kenny Clark restructure. As you can see down there on the L3, he is muted, so get a little bit behind-the-scenes stuff as well. But I want to hear from you guys. Shout out your team, and we'll talk about the first one we see. I will talk about the first one that I'm seeing. I see in the comments right now, I know it probably won't happen, but if my Bears get Hendrickson, I would be extremely happy. Yeah, man. You have to, wonder, what are the Bears going to do at edge? Because they felt like they were definitely involved in on those Max Crosby sweepstakes, and then all of a sudden the traction just fell out of the sky. So I don't really know what's going on with them on the defensive side. Maybe they draft someone like a Keldrick Falk or like a Akeem Messidor. I think they're at pick 20, so that would seem like a good one. I'm seeing some Browns and Raiders spam, though. So we'll go ahead and address those teams as well. Browns, man, they have a lot of work to do, like a lot of work to do. They have to revamp the entire offensive line, which they have spent some assets on today. getting Titus Howard, getting Zion Johnson, and I think they'll probably spend one of their top draft picks on an offensive lineman as well. Right now, though, I think the Browns are just in a weird spot. They have a lot of decisions to make. Are they going to start Shadur this year? Are they going to start Deshaun Watson? I mean, that's actually on the table right now in 2026. But the Browns have a lot of decisions to make, so, I don't think it's going to be that great of a season for them. The Raiders, however, I do see a lot of people talking about them. The Raiders are in a great spot. I saw somebody, make the comment yesterday while we were streaming, they get rid of Max Crosby, and then they build up their defense, immediately. And it's not because they got rid of Max Crosby that they were able to do that. I mean, they had the money to do that anyway. But, getting rid of Max Crosby also freed up some money, and it added on top of what they already had, and they have been making splash moves. I mean, a ton of them. They got Tyler Linderbaum. They get Nakobe Dean. They get Quay Walker. They get Jalen Naylor. They make a lot of moves. Kwity Paye, I believe it was, as well, edge rusher. Out in Indianapolis. So Raiders are gearing up. I mean, they're spending what they should be spending. It also kind of leaves you scratching your head a little bit. Why are the Cowboys? Now, I know they didn't even have anywhere near what the Raiders had in cap space. But, why are the Cowboys? Why are other teams not spending to the same degree as maybe the Raiders are? It's a good question you could ask yourself. I'm seeing Niners. I'm seeing Bears. I'm seeing some Chiefs. Chiefs are also in a weird spot. I've been talking about the Chiefs for the last couple days with my friends. I don't know why, it feels like the media is starting to just overthink the whole Chiefs situation. I think they're primed to just smash this draft and just be right back where they always have been. I mean, it might not be a hot take. I don't really think it should be, but I do feel like I've seen enough people say that, because of what happened last year with the Chiefs, they're not going to be right back. And I know that they lost a lot of key players. Trent McDuffie is one of them. Jalen Watson is another. But they did retain guys like Travis Kelce. They brought in guys like Kenneth Walker. So they've made moves, and they have 2 first-round picks to be able to kind of move around. I mean, I think you go best player available at both of those slots, and you're not going to be able to go wrong as a Chiefs fan. In fact, if it's both defensive guys, you might be able to just get right back into contention as soon as you're, over with night 1 of the draft. So very interesting to watch for sure.
Now we're back. Now we're good there. All right, nothing else has happened, by the way. We're all just kind of chilling on that front. Kenny Clark restructure is one of several things the Cowboys still have to do to actually get under the salary cap. They're not done yet. They have to do something else with the other DT contracts, Osa, Quinnen, etc. I don't know the math of how they get 11. They change 11 into 8.8 unless they added void years to it. That's the only way they'd be able to get there with just the roster bonus.
Interesting.
Which let me put it this way: that ain't a busting the budget move. That's not busting the budget there. That's disappointment. Is what that is. All right, other super chats we'll get to here. We're getting caught up now. Zach Taylor. Next year, they're saying we actually got to that one, pushing the boat out. That was a fun one.
Gotcha.
I got him in there. We're good. AFX Apocalypse. Let me spell this properly. Close enough. I definitely misspelled it. Browns, who are we going to sign at wide receiver? All of them going off the market fast. Not enough size draft. Let's go to the top receivers then. I'll give you guys some more non-super chat graphics up on screen here. A lot of them are gone at wide receiver. Romeo Doubs is off the board officially at the wide receiver spot. He is signed with the New England Patriots. Juwan Jennings is available. Tyreek Hill is available, which do not do. Sorry, I think that's a horrible idea for Cleveland. Stephon Diggs, do not do. Deebo Samuel, okay. But right now there's Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Isaiah Bond. They drafted Jamari Thrash last year. They have Malachi Corley. I look at this list and go, who do you want? They're drafting somebody. Round 1, round 2, they'll draft somebody. I don't mind the idea of, especially if they're going to attack offensive line in free agency, spend a round 1 pick on an offensive lineman, spend a round 1 pick on a wide receiver. Whether that's Monroe Freeling or Caleb Lomu or Caden Proctor as your left tackle at 6 or 24, I think it is, top of head. I'll double check that. Or if you want to go with Carnell Tate, it was 24. Carnell Tate or Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston at 24 instead. Like, one of those two is what I would do for the Browns. News note, good job, AP. Malcolm Rodriguez. I think someone had asked for that in the comments section.
Yeah, I think so
during
too.
Today's live show. Rodriguez back with the Detroit Lions. I've always liked him.
Yeah,
he
he's a good
he
player.
doesn't play that much, but I think he's always actually been like a pretty solid player.
Flies around too.
Yeah, he's fun. Locker room favorite, Jordan Schultz says. I like him. Good player. Good player. Relative to like the role and expectations like that too. All right, Rose is in. There we go. I'm just praying my Browns do something. We have been quite stagnant, and it aggravates me. Do something, AB. They've done stuff. Let's go to their moves. They've done stuff on the offensive line. That's been where they've attacked more than anything else. They go out and they add Zion Johnson. That was a notable. They trade for Titus Howard. That's two of the spots they have to figure out on the offensive line. And they've added Quincy Williams as a linebacker. Now, the problem is you want more, you're probably good at linebacker, but maybe another cornerback is in the cards for them. How do you feel about Ronnie Hickman? Probably fine at safety. Receiver and still offensive line are the big moves. But specifically for day 2, you are not alone at that one on the wide receiver front. On the do something side, there's a lot of stuff that just is not happening for this Dallas Cowboys team. Just a lot that's not going on. Just been exceedingly quiet. And outside of that little run of Doubs and Gino Smith trade, all back-to-back in a row, that's
all we got.
Been super quiet. Super quiet. Marcus, who do the Packers get? They added Benjamin St. Juste. No first-round pick this year as part of the trade they made with the Cowboys, obviously, for Micah Parsons, who keeps tweeting. I don't know. They're probably just going to run it back at wide receiver. They've had some notable losses on the offensive line, trading Rashan Gary, moving on from Elton Jenkins. Aaron Banks is there, Anthony Belton, Zach Tom, Sean Ryan. If they bring back Rasheed Walker or get anything out of Jordan Morgan, probably fine on the offensive line. I don't think they're going to do much at wide receiver. I think they're just going to run it back on that front there. Maybe another back. No, because I think they re-signed Chris Brooks, so I think they're fine there. Honestly, defensive tackle is a huge need for them. Like, they got to get. The problem is there's no good free agents.
No,
it's a bad group of free agents at that point. You don't want to be in that market at DT. Logan Hall, interested? Like, that's kind of, or old guy
like
DJ Reader, like that type of options.
Mm-hmm.
I think they drafted a defensive tackle. They're obviously fine with the Zaire Franklin trade at linebacker now, but they're gonna just kind of, hey, maybe they can get a kicker. They can do that. Too much kicker news as it was today. So.
Too much.
Goon Jackson.
Oh God.
Funny one. Goon Jackson is in the chat today, boys and girls.
All right.
It's fun. I like it. Make Geno the starter, Jets. You know you want to. I mean, he's going to start.
Yeah.
No chance anybody else starts for the Jets. At least not like to begin the year. Geno's the starter. If he gives them some stability and Aaron Glenn can save his job, great. They've got 3 first-round picks to still go get a quarterback. If they can't, well, he's tank commander and he got the number 1 pick just like he ended up doing for the Raiders. So, Lucas Masilis. I think I got that right. If not, I'm really sorry. Lucas. If the Seahawks get Hendrickson and possibly trade cut Uchenna Nwosu, he's a $20 million capital. Let me pull up the numbers on. I did see the report. I forget who it was. Of the Seahawks could move on from Uchenna Nwosu, although it was last year we restructure. Cut would save them $11.48 million, and a trade would save them the exact same amount. It's $19.988, so 20 for easy rounding there. I would say Seattle's kind of in a weird spot. Like, there was the one report, too, of DeMarcus Lawrence might just call it a career retire. I don't know how realistic that one was there. But edge rusher rise. There's Derek Hall, who I like. Jared Ivey is kind of a weird hybrid player. They got really good interior guys. Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed and Riley Mills came out and have a nice social media.
Yeah.
That was fun. Tank is there for now. Derek Hall, I mentioned him. Nwosu. You go get Trey. Might be some frustration if they go pay a different edge and not just pay their own guys. They got to pay soon. Bashteo, Chiefs taking Caleb Downs. I would look more at Mansour Delane for the Chiefs or Ruben Bain than I would at Downs. Although if he's there, it kind of becomes like, is he the best player on the board for them? They added a safety in Alohi Gilman. My gut, and maybe some Chiefs fans can correct me if needed, my gut says Shamari Connor will be their nickel corner. Hicks and Gilman in the back end at safety. Connor in there at nickel. Hicks can actually do some nickel too if you really needed him to, as far as I'm concerned. Fulton and Noah Williams as the outside corners are kind of shaky though. Do you want to go get another outside guy? Delane would fit really well there, but they don't love adding all investment at corner. That's why they've kind of passed on everyone else out there. GKD Records. One more RS, a huge signing coming. I think it means one more hour. Huge signing coming afterward. Hey, no one took me up yet on the 3-for-1 beer bong offer either. Reminds me of that, which is sad. No one did it.
Very sad.
Sad. All right. It's fine. So be it. You guys want to keep me sober? I guess my liver thanks you. That's all I got, I suppose, in the end on that one. Caught up on the chat sports super side, super chat side of things. Cowboys report we're about to be caught up once we get to Z Williams 2649, who says, "What about just trading for Jordan Lewis again?" Not happening. The Jags have already restructured his contract, by the way, because they like him at nickel. Go figure. He's a good football player. Jordan Lewis not on the market for Jacksonville. In fact, a trade would cost them $7.7 million in salary cap space. So Jordan Lewis ain't happening. Just not in the cards. Just not going to happen there. All right, if you haven't already, hit that sub button here on the Chat Sports or Cowboys Report live stream. I have no idea what number we were at in this past 20-minute window because there's been too much going on for us. But the bosses said 50 subs, so help us get there. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV on the Chat Sports side of the live stream. We are simulcasting as well on the Cowboys Report side of things with right about 3,000 people combined watching. I'm sure not all 3,000 of you have subbed. So hit that sub button if you want us to get to our next benchmarks, 431K on the Chat Sports side of things, and then big picture, call it 450K by the end of the draft, and then 250K on the Cowboys Report side of things. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so. We will have more live free agency coverage for you. We will have more updates for you across the board as well. So hit that sub button if you haven't already done so.
Despite speculation, the Jaguars have not been interested in trading BTJ.
Yeah,
I don't understand why that was ever a rumor.
It was silly. I think that was all like other teams calling on Brian Thomas Jr. trying to, and then you leak it to try to make him mad and get that deal done, and it's all kind of stuff there. I don't think there was any way the Jags, outside of a huge offer, were gonna trade Brian Thomas Jr.
Agreed.
Like all the trades were like, what about a fourth for him? Like, why the hell would Jacksonville do that? That makes no sense for a former. I know he had a down year. I get all that. That was never gonna be in the cards there. Until all have heard, Christian podcast. So I'm just gonna type it in as until all have heard in the tracker because otherwise that's too much typing for me to do today. What linebackers or edges make financial sense for the Cowboys to add pre-draft that are still available? Great question. Let's go through the top edges and the top linebackers on that front. Top free agent edge rushers. Trey Hendrickson is available. His market is, let's call it, to be determined on that front. Bradley Chubb, I think he might actually end up being a post-June 1st cut. I haven't seen any actual real tried and true confirmation on that front. So it's kind of a wait and see big picture-wise. Joey Bosa's a free agent. I think he's going to be a one-year deal for somebody because he's older and injured. Kevon Chasen is actually probably one of the more intriguing young edge rushers that are out there. He had a solid season, a nice kind of resurgent year. I think that's probably a pretty good option, but he might cost $9-10 million. And does that fit what they want to do? Arnold Ebiketie, this is kind of more of like but you brought back Sam Williams. Is that the plan they're going to end up doing there type of move? Cam Jordan is a veteran free agent. I kind of feel like he's going to be a Bear when it's all said and done. Von Miller is aging and, frankly, declining. Might not be the best option for them. Cowboys, Alec Muhammad's there. Leonard Floyd, Epinesa. I think they need a 2, like at minimum. Someone in that ballpark. So like a top 50 pick or Bosa or Trey, and then they're probably pretty good at the edge rusher spot. Linebackers. Bobby Okereke's out there. Leo Chenal is out there. Hayden Ellis is out there. Those guys are 30 or younger, which is maybe the threshold for not old. Ellis, I think, is still playing at a pretty good level. Ellis is the name that I am most intrigued by. He can blitz. He can cover. Solid run stopper. He's the green dot guy for the Falcons. He's, I think, always been an underrated player in the end. I think he fits well with what Parker wants to do. That's my opinion. He might feel differently, and that's a different conversation if so. Levante David is an older player, but he's available. Dre Greenlaw is injury concerns across the board. That's a kind of a huge problem there. It got real thin real quick. They're allegedly out on Patrick Queen. Also, apparently never called them. And those were doing their diligence, thinking they could get him if they wanted to, and the room was not in agreement. So that's where we sit right now. Let me get this social post out.
Yeah, and you'll notice, too, as we were going through those top edges and linebackers, I had those going down on the lower third. You'll notice the Panthers had contracts that were market-setting in both of those positions. They're spending big there. You can see Jaylen Phillips up at the top. He's listed as a linebacker, really more of an outside linebacker / edge kind of deal. And he set a new market value of 4 years, $120 million. They gave him $30 a year. And you can see down there as well for Devin Lloyd with linebackers. Since you're asking about these two positions, they also set a new market high, at least this year, of a 3-year, $45 million deal for Devin Lloyd with 25 guaranteed. So throwing out money at those positions, and you got to wonder, are the Cowboys going to start doing the same?
That's not their MO. They did not bust the budget this year. They have expanded the budget, but people are like, oh, what does the Kenny Clark restructure means? They need more cap space. They cannot be done doing things cap space wise. Like, they can't be. This is not a what are you doing? Like, they literally have to do more still. Like, they are not cap compliant yet. Now they could time it up halfway decently and not. What they could do is add Rashan Gary formally, restructure him, delay the official signing of Jalen Thompson, and they'd be okay. But what are you doing with the Quinnen ones? They're not. It's not really the main focal point. So, Bash Teo, could the Cowboys realistically get Downs or Styles? I don't think Styles will be there. I think if there is a CeeDee Lamb fall, I think Caleb Downs would be your best bet. But I don't know. I think those are all I wouldn't call it realistic. I would call it the Lamb hopeful scenario. Like that would be your best path there. As cool as it would be to get one of those guys. The more we know, Jerry always apologizing, then disappointing in free agency. You can't say you're going to bust the budget and add 2 players that we care about. Sorry, Sam Williams. Sorry. But also,
you didn't even add him. You just retained him too. So
not sorry on Sam either. Like, maybe line up on sides properly. I don't know what to tell you. Am I wrong? The answer is no. By the way, so
wrong.
It's fine. Like, it's not slander if it's true, or libel, whichever one.
True.
Slander's libel is written.
No, I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure
I
it's
think slander would be the spoken.
It's either. You can caption it. So, but yeah, I just it's just not enough. Better, their biggest signing in a decade. I need more. All right, if you haven't already, flood the comment section. Shout out your team, and we will discuss the first one that we see. Okay. That's fine. We can also just maybe go through all the free agents that are out there too still. Go ahead. Shout out your team, and we'll let producer AP pick the first one that you guys see.
Alrighty. I'm seeing Niners. feel like we haven't talked a lot about the Niners. Let's check in over there in San Francisco, how they're doing. Track their free
How about the
agency
Mike Evans
stuff
deal?
here. Mike Evans is a big-time
Not
signing.
actually 3 years 60, by the way.
Not actually.
Closer to like 3 years 42, with a lot of heavy incentivized deals. It's up to $60 million deals. Up to 3 years 60 is the up to price. The real figure is more like 3 years 42. So kind of a good value there. Eddie Pinheiro back on the kicker contract, whatever. And then Vidarian Lowe, 2 years, $92.5 million. Some guaranteed figures involved there. This is just not running. So I'm going to post it again.
What do the Niners do with their first-round pick? I have been so stumped. I feel like they need it's just such a Niners move to go front seven in my mind, or like a best available there. So maybe you take, another tackle. That's always been like a mock, is like the Trent Williams replacement. And with him commanding more money nowadays, maybe you need that replacement sooner rather than later. So I don't know. That's going to be interesting to watch for sure. I had a lot of injuries last year, man. Derailed this whole season.
Substation, allegedly, or whatever. I'm not smart enough to understand substation stuff, so I just ignore it. I don't get it.
Me neither.
I'm not smart enough. So, I just got to. Some teams are healthy. LA's hurt all the time too, right? Chargers. But I think trench play makes a lot of sense for them. So again, shout out your team, and we will discuss the first one that we see. Remember to subscribe. We got a half hour to get our goal there. Free videos on both of our simulcasts: the Cowboys report and the Chat Sports stream as well. So
okay, bear down. I'm seeing some bear down. We've talked Rams. I see a lot of Rams, but we have talked Rams. So let's check in on Chicago. Trying to build off of a amazing year last year. Such a fun team.
What a whirlwind season that was for them. Just constantly finding ways to win games that maybe they shouldn't have won. Bears have been active.
Very.
Garrett Bradbury, the trade to go get a center and not get involved in the crazy market at centers.
Crazy.
Daniel Hardy brought back 2 years up to $6 million. DeMarco Jackson re-signed at linebacker. Neville Gallimore, the Cowboys legend himself, a 2-year, $12 million deal, which helps provide some stability on the interior of that defensive line. Dexter, Jarrett, Gallimore, I think they want to bring back Billings. Shamar Turner, maybe they're okay there. Kobe Bryant, the safety, that's one of their safeties. I think they're top, depending on how you want to count, look, put it this way. All of their safeties are free agents.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. All of them are free agents. So there's one in Kobe Bryant. Byard and Brisker are both available still, of note. Devin Bush replaces the released Tremaine Edmonds, so Edwards and Bush, along with Jackson, now at linebacker. Case Keenum back at quarterback as a backup. Tyson Bagent out there too. I don't know if they were gonna.
What's the situation with that? Is he
we
actually
were having a comment. Tyson Bagent isn't good. He's
really
not good. Stop
He's
trying
not.
to make Bagent a thing.
Don't prop him up like that, please.
He's just not.
Just don't, guys.
He's just not. He's just not. It's just.
Ben Johnson was doing his very best
No
to
way.
get the very most out of him.
Braxton Jones back. I think that's more of a 1 year $5 in terms of what the actual money is. So
Okay.
he can be back as kind of the swing tackle option, depending on how they view Tripio and who's banged up, and Theo Benedict. I think that's how it's pronounced, the Canadian kid. And then Cleef Raymond in as kind of the Devin Duvernay and the Olamide Zaccheaus replacement, essentially. That's essentially what that one is. So Bears have been pretty active, and they've got some they've got some space. Still, with multiple draft picks, thanks to the really good DJ Moore trade. That was a good one. We can go back to start with the Raymond one, kind of where we left off. Moves that have gone on so far today. Khalif Raymond to the Bears, 1 year, 5.1. Isaiah Pacheco, which was, I think that was the two moves in the first hour and a half of our live stream. We're past the 4.5 hour mark today. Isaiah Pacheco, details we do not know. Zane Gonzalez, kicker. I don't want to talk about kickers. Micah McFadden, 1 year deal for depth at linebacker for the Giants. They still need one more starter, I believe. Kaimi Fairbairn, the new highest paid kicker for now in the NFL, 2 years, $13 million. Dean Leonard, back to the Chargers on a 1 year, $2 million deal. Special teamer. Braden Smith, 2 years, 20, with up to 25, and $13.5 million guaranteed. Jake Hummel, I think it was a Raven last year, linebacker, 2-year deal. Details just not known on that front. Gino Smith traded to the Jets. Albert Breer's got some details here, just like the contractual stuff. This is, I think, good because I wasn't sure what it was. Raiders pay $1 million less than they would have had they cut Geno Smith, and Smith signed for the minimum. Jets are going to pay him around 3 points. That's actually more than the vet minimum, by the way. Smith gets a $1 million raise between what the Raiders are now paying him and what the Jets are paying him. So everybody wins, essentially. Jets pay him 3.3. So that's fine. Like, that's not – actually, at his age, it's actually not that far away from the vet minimum because he's 35 now. And then Romeo, Doubs, however you want to pronounce it there, 4 years, $68 million on Romeo Doubs, leaving the Packers. There was a report, I forget from who, Cameron Wolfe. The Doubs addition does not end the Patriots' interest in an A.J. Brown trade. And I do wonder if you could potentially see that trade be revisited after June 1st. You cannot designate a trade as a post-June 1st trade. That is not actually possible from a contract perspective. Per over the cap, it'd be about a $20 million cap hit if the Eagles were to trade away A.J. Brown before June 1st. After June 1st, that dead money goes from 20.5 to saving 7. Now, there's more dead money in 2026, obviously. Big amount there. But save money. So maybe it's worthwhile for them to drag that one out. But if they're going to do it now, it'd be a pretty I think, expensive trade there. We got YouTube coverage all year long for the NFL here on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Aiming for 500,000 subs in the very near future. And then 1 million. That's the next level for the plaque. You don't get a plaque for 200K, 300K. It's 100K and 1 million. That's the next one there. Hit that sub button for more NFL free agency coverage. If you're watching on the Cowboys Report side of things, make sure to subscribe over there as well. All right, the Super Chat menu on today's live stream. $5 gets you 2 mini helmet raffle entries. $10 gets you 6 mini helmet raffle entries. We will run that at the end of today's live stream. We are staying live until at least 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And then we'll see how it plays out beyond that. That's $10 for 6 mini helmet raffle entries. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, which we will run at the end of today's live stream as well. Just the 4 entries at this point. So we need more. At What Going Down needs to get in. I'll put that in the live chat here as well. 4 is enough to run the race. Pay out of 40, yep. So you can at least double your money, really more than that, if you get into the Venmo 50-50 raffle right now. If Venmo would stop crashing on me. What are you doing, Venmo? At What Going Downy, links in the live chat of both live streams here. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I don't think we have any new updates, but I'll double check that here.
I'm not seeing anything new. I do have 2 super chats over here on the Cowboys side we'll get to.
What's that? $50 for 2 shots. Look, because we had some movement and we're well beyond hour 3, I will keep open $100 super chat. I will do 3 beer bongs, whether that's a mimosa bong or I'll do 1 RBV bong as part of that. That's a Red Bull vodka bong. So 3 for 1 on the first $100 super chat that comes in. Carter says now Jane is just screwing us with her tweet. Everyone's doing it. Of like, oh, are they doing something now? Just like, guys, I said this yesterday. They have to create more cap space still. They are not cap compliant yet. It's very easy for them to do, but they haven't done it yet. Kenny Clark gets you part of the way there. If you wanted to trade for Rashan Gary, process that trade, restructure it, and then sign Jaylen Thompson from a timing perspective, if you touch Rashan Gary's contract, then you would be cap compliant. But they have not pulled their levers that they're able to. Like, they are not even close to doing that quite yet. So now we wait and see. Now we just wait and see. Hunter M, a $5 super chat. Henderson Lane at 12, Allen at 20. Does that fix the defense? So our free agent will help us out a lot in addition to what I suggested. I mean, a veteran linebacker like Cade and Ellis. Again, like you can do Ellis and Hendrickson. Like it's possible. At this point, I don't think they're going to do both. But like the danger you're doing there is, okay, you got Hendrickson, sweet. You don't need an edge now. You have to get a linebacker in corner. Or a nickel corner. That could be a safety too, potentially. You have to get both at 12 and 20 in some order. And everybody knows you have to get those guys. So then you're kind of like, ooh, well, what if the board goes wrong? And what if a team goes, let's trade up to 11? Dolphins want picks. Let's snipe them. Like, that's all you have to do. Like, it's not that challenging. It's just annoying that they're sitting here not having done those things yet. No movement yet in NFL free agency beyond the fun little Doubs/Dobbs. That's all they got to do. So, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Hit that sub button. We got 18 minutes left on the countdown to get to our subscriber goals here. I got about closer to 2,500. A little bit more than that. Combined watching right now on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. Again, Kenny Clark restructured by the Dallas Cowboys. Doesn't mean anything. They are still not cap compliant. Like they still have some moves to do there. They have to get, I think might actually be noon tomorrow, that they have to get the final decision made on that front. They're a touch over the cap still right now. So we wait and see. Easy moves left to just restructuring Quinnen. Maybe they're working on an extension for Big Q. I would like that. A Quinnen extension would make me a happy camper. Just teams do this beforehand. The Cowboys are doing it today. Last move, I think, was the Malcolm Rodriguez signing, right? That was our most recent one, like a half hour ago, if not more.
That was our most recent one. I do believe one of our graphics is actually behind. Our little tracker L3 here. Romeo Doubs is the most recent signing there. Our player top. Go through a couple of the last ones here. Malcolm Rodriguez signing with the Lions.
Isaiah Simmons back with Carolina.
Ends up with Carolina. Before that, Romeo Doubs, the biggest move that we saw. So maybe we can just kind of take a trip around the block here and see what the NFL fans are thinking about.
Shout out your team. And we will discuss the first one that producer AP says. Hit that comment. You hit the comments in the end. So, still not anything going on as we sit around waiting for decisions to happen in the end. It's just kind of old bean. How's the weather, Tom? You said.
That's the kind of
nice, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of nice. It's turned a little bit.
And that's the point we're at in the day where we're just talking
cold.
about weather.
We're waiting for stuff to happen.
Yep.
So who's the first team you saw there, AP?
I saw Cowboys.
We've talked about them.
I saw
Cowboys have done nothing. They restructured
Exactly.
Kenny Clark. They're still over the cap. They're out on Patrick Queen. That's it. That's it.
Ooh, okay. Let's go with the Bills here. The Bills.
Okay. Do Bills. Stretch my feet out a little bit there. Bills made the interesting trade to go acquire DJ Moore for a 2026 fifth-round pick. Connor McGovern, 4 years, $52 million. D. Alford, 3 years, $21 million. Kyle Allen, 2 years, $6.1. I think they've been linked to Hendrickson. They could use another edge. The Bills are a little bit up against it from like able to do this type of move. They want to do whatever option. I wouldn't be opposed to another receiver. Feels like the Keon Coleman era is about to be over, frankly. They did bring back Dawson Knox on I think it's going to be a cap cut in the end, by the way. I think that's a pay cut. By the way, Jonathan, they have not restructured everybody. Like, not even close, the Cowboys. Quinnen, Osa, Bland, Ferguson. They are not close to restructuring everybody. And they're not 20 million over the cap anymore. They're 4-ish right now. They are not actually, they're not close to pulling all of their levers yet. Not even close to it. They're just letting some big cap hits ride on this team. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. Daniel, we trade Osa to free up more money. Here's the problem with that one. Osa, a trade right now would get you cap compliant. That's about only $5 million in salary cap savings. That's it. 4.75. That would get you under the figure. You save a bunch of cash, big picture-wise. You don't save that much cap space long-term, but you save close to like $16.5 million in cash. Great. But you don't save much cap space. You also then have to go get a new defensive tackle, too. If you're going to live in that five-man front stuff, in the 3-4 by nature, and do 30%, which is, I think, the expectation of five-man fronts, Jay Toia and Solomon Thomas are not ideal there. You would need another player. So if you're trading Osa for a player, okay, that's a kind of another conversation that intrigues me more. But if you're just dumping Osa for a late day 2 pick, like, okay. Now, that doesn't really do much for you. A restructure, meanwhile, of Osa would save you over 12. And that saves you more short term. If you wanted to move on next year, it's a little bit more of a different conversation. He's got an injury guarantee next year. But if they are convinced he's not a scheme fit, brother, what are you doing paying him $20 million a year last year? I digress. But they've got easier ways to create cap space there. So what's up, AP? Sorry, we're not. You're good. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the $2 super chat there. I think we're caught up on the super chats, right? I am begging somebody to do something here. We have a move. Tevin Jenkins back to the Browns. He's re-signed. I don't have any contractual details. So is that a starter, or is that a backup option? Tevin Jenkins. I'm looking at the Browns announcement of it. Just tell him I don't know how to do it. That'd be my response. He's being stressy Sam again. It's fine. Tevin Jenkins re-signing with the Cleveland Browns. Just tell him, I'm going to do it. Happy to learn. Something like that. Nashawn Wright has a new team. The Jets are signing Nashawn Wright to a 1-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. So Jets adding Nashawn Wright 1 year up to $1.5 million. A bit of a, prove it contract for Wright after he was a Pro Bowler. I think he was a replacement Pro Bowler, if my memory serves correctly there. Had a bunch of splash plays. I think 5 interceptions, couple forced fumbles. Also got beat a lot, which certainly is a concern, I think, for teams. But that adds Azareye'h Thomas on the outside, Brandon Stevens, who wasn't that great of a pickup last year for them. Jarvis Brownlee's a nickel option. So Jets now have added this offseason. Get this for the Jets. They've added. Let me make sure I got this list right here. Tavondre Sweat via trade. David Onyemata via free agency. Kingsley Enagbare via free agency. Demario Davis, free agent. Joseph Ossai, free agent. Dane Belton via free agency. Minkah Fitzpatrick via trade. And now Nashawn Wright via the free agency market as well. So very, very many players. And we have a Cowboys signing. P.J. Locke is, as we kind of mentioned there, headed to the Cowboys on a 1-year, $5 million deal. I think this might be up to $5 million. Might be up to here. But the Cowboys adding a player. But DB depth with P.J. Locke. So grade that move, A, B, C, D, or F. Game plan here, AP is, I know we have some graphics on that front. We'll do a cut here. I'll film the short once we're kind of squared away for it. P.J. Locke headed to the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year deal worth up. I'm going to say it's up to $5 million. I would be a little surprised if it was full-on $5 million for P.J. Locke. But P.J. Locke headed to the Dallas Cowboys. full contract details to come. He does reunite with Christian Parker, who coached him in Denver, by the way. That is a depth piece. I'm going to put him at safety. I think makes the most sense on that front. So, PJ Locke, I'll take the depth chart here, by the way, as well. So, is it not synced? But it was synced to the right one previously. Well, I mean like connected to the right one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the player L3 is working. There we go. Let's get the grade the signing up for me too while you work through that. So PJ Locke headed to the Dallas Cowboys, 1 year, reported as 5. I could see this being more like a 1 year, $3 million deal. Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. Can you bring yourself on so we can rip the short as well? And then if we need to adjust that, we can adjust it as well, like before we get to the cut potentially. So Cowboys still need to free up more cap space, by the way. We'll see what the exact number is. It's another versatile piece in the back end. Grade the signing of PJ Locke, A, B, C, D, or F.
All right, sound off with your grades for the next Dallas Cowboy in the comments section. We finally have some traction in the Cowboys free agency. Not quite probably busting the budget here on a $5 million deal for PJ Locke, but I want to hear your guys' grades down in the live chat. A, B, C, D, or F. And honestly, I see somebody saying Landon J, or Landon F, I should say. I don't know who that is, to be honest. If you don't know who that is okay. Then you aren't watching, and that's why you watch the Cowboys Report, because Tom has been talking about PJ Locke for some time now as some kind of depth piece. In fact, a day or two ago, one of the things he focused on with PJ Locke is that you would want to go get him if he's a depth piece. He's not some kind of starter. I don't think that that's how he's going to be deployed for this Christian Parker defense. But what it looks like is Dallas is trying to get some depth in the secondary, which very much needed it last year after a rough season. So the Cowboys have signed P.J. Locke, a defensive back hybrid. I mean, he's probably played a little bit of corner. He's definitely played safety in Denver and knows Christian Park from his time in there. And this should be a pretty exciting signing for you Cowboys fans, as you can probably hear just a little bit of Tom ripping that short off in the background. But I'm looking for your guys' grades in the comments. I see a B. I see a little B minus. I see a D from our boy Greg Jones. Captain Hundo says they're not drafting a safety. Not quite. In fact, in when Tom was talking about how when you get PJ Locke, it's as a depth piece, he also added that does not rule out drafting safety for the Cowboys, not in the first round, not at all. So I think that this is really just emphasis on depth. And then what Christian Parker talked about in his opening press conference, I continue to go back to it, being multiple, having guys that, can kind of move around and be a little bit of a chess piece. We're not talking Nick Eman Warrior, Caleb Downs level like versatility or Kyle Hamilton. Everybody likes to draw those comparisons, and I get that. We're not talking about that here, but we're talking about a guy that can kind of slot in maybe at this nickel hybrid occasionally, not all the time. Someone that can play some over-top safety, someone that might even be able to play in the box a little bit a couple times. Like, this is someone you can move around and that can be depth for the Dallas Cowboys. So I would be excited if I were you. It's not like the most high-profile signing. Saying, Aiden, what are we thinking on a Woolen signing, then going edge and corner first round? Well, we've talked about Tariq Woolen a good bit, and I am a fan of Tariq Woolen's game. He is more so what the Cowboys like in their prototypical corners there. And Tom could probably attest to this a little bit better as well. I don't know if he is going to be targeted by the Cowboys. I feel like they've done some due diligence, I believe was the report, and nothing ever came of it.
If you're doing due diligence in March during free agency, you're not enough player. Like, be serious. You did that weeks ago. Look, PJ Locke to me is another hybrid safety player who can do some nickel, but I think will just probably be a backup safety for you. Like this is your Wanye Thomas replacement. That's what this is. So grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to change the pin poll on the Cowboys report side. Oh, great, the signing of PJ Locke. I just type it in wrong there. A, B, C, D, F. All right. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F of PJ Locke, who we had mentioned as a target. I'd mentioned him as like depth repeatedly on this show because of the connection there with Christian Parker. Grade that signing, A, B, C, D, or F. We're going to do I'll communicate in production while you get organized there. Yeah, we're going to do highlight cut. Perfect. Sam's already on it. Perfect. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. This does not preclude you from doing other things at linebacker. I still think you got to go find the DB / a nickel corner. Thompson can do some of that if you had to start Locke in a pinch. But this, I think, puts a pretty good spot for the safety room in the end. It just would have been nice if this was the 4th or 5th signing for the Cowboys, and they had a linebacker mixed in there as well. Let me see if I moved depth chart yet, or if I don't think I did yet. I'm moving depth chart right now. Stand by. So 2 safeties added this offseason. For the Cowboys, they've gone out and acquired PJ Locke. Again, I will be almost surprised if this truly ends up being a $5 million deal. Like, I think there's a pretty good chance this ends up being more of like a 1-year up to $5 million deal. And it's not. We saw that several times last year where the figure came in actually a little bit lower than that one. So, grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Get those votes in for me in the comment section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the signing of PJ Locke. Get some shout-outs here as well. What can I help you out with here, AP? Okay. Okay, but that's for the listicle version, right? Or which one are you trying to link it to? Oh, the L3 version. Okay. If we could, can we skip that for now and just not have it for the cut? Okay, let's do that then. Because I'd rather dive into the cut whenever we're able to. I know it's definitely not your fault. But 1 year, $5 million deal for PJ Locke, taking care of some safety depth on that one. I still want a linebacker. This should not preclude you from going out and getting a linebacker in the near future. You have to get a linebacker. Like, you can do some big nickel stuff and play Locke and Hooker and Thompson if you wanted to. I think Locke is probably a little bit better fit closer to the box as kind of like almost a squattier safety. He's not the biggest, but he's done plenty of time in the box role, but he's played plenty of deep safety. Who can do the split safety, crash downhill stuff? This is a backup safety who can play in a pinch if you have to there. So grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know. I have the list for Cat in Cowboys that do you want me to put it in NFL for you? Sweet. Yeah, because we talked about him going into this week, so I'll just put him at the top. So, Locke, go. Yeah, I don't know if we have any other graphics beyond that one. I don't want you to build anything else. Maybe build a bio if we need it. Google this. Nope. Got Lockett, which doesn't do anything for us. I'll just build a player bio real fast for you. So, building some graphics for the cut here on the signing of PJ Locke, the Cowboys' newest addition in NFL free agency. Very much and I'll put this in NFL too, so you can just move it all there. Keep it simpler there. Go. Change the backgrounds here. List for Cat, yep, that's in there now. List for Cat, depth chart, player L3 we have, right? And then we can... Do we have the L3 or the player L3? Okay. Okay, sorry, I thought you just meant we didn't have the L3. My bad. All right, grade the signing. We'll hang out here for a little bit. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. And if you need me to just slide over there and help out, I can help you out, try to get it organized too. So, A, B, C, D, or F, let me know in the comment section of today's show. It's the pin poll, by the way, on the Cowboys report side of things as well. 12% say A, 40% say B, 39% say C, 9% say D or F. So I'm glad that one ended up being the right combination there. This is me speculatively here. I would not be surprised if when the actual nitty-gritty contract details come out, it's not the full $5 million. Remember the Cavante Turpin deal last year was like $5 million more than what it actually was once it got reported. That's noteworthy for me. It's not a concern. Just the timing of everything there. By the way, I think this is the case. I'm going to double check it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You guys know who PJ Locke's agent is? He's David Mulugeta. So all the drama over David Mulugeta and the Cowboys have a bad relationship. They just added another one of his clients. And I do say another one of the clients because Malik Hooker is also repped by David Mulugeta. I think that element has always been overblown from the Cowboys. The athletes first Todd France one is maybe the bigger problem you potentially run into on that front. But grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F for the PJ Locke signing. This gives you the possibility of, if you can't get anybody else, you could always forcibly play PJ Locke at safety and play Jaylen Thompson in the nickel spot. Yeah, goals and subs, fine. Perfect. Appreciate that. Grade that signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Can I move anything for you while you get the player L3 organized? Sweet. I gotcha. Player listicles. Sweet. Oh, and player card, because I built the bio for you. So, all right, do that now. This is also bugging out for me, but I think we're good. So, oops, that's not in Cowboys. I almost moved the wrong one. That'd have been bad. A, B, C, D, or F. Momentarily, we're getting to the cut here on the PJ Locke side of things. Player card, player listicle, right? Said, yeah, sweet. Moving over momentarily. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F for PJ Locke. Not quite there yet. And now it is. You guys get some of the behind-the-scenes stuff as we adjust through things there. Player listicles and player card should be good at this point. Wayne's, I'm on it. You're good. We'll get caught up on Super Chats as those come in as well. We're now past the 5-hour mark, so you guys get extra live stream coverage here on today's show. PJ Locke headed to the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year, I'm going to keep saying it's up to $5 million. I don't know if he's truly getting full-on 5, because this is more of a depth signing in the end. Main is in. In there. There's the cat. Bang. Love to see it. And then the big player L3 is the issue, right? All right. Would you go and throw up the list for cat on PJ Locke, and I'll walk over there and see if we can help you out there. So these are the stats coming up here in a second on PJ Locke. I'll try to keep talking a little bit here as well. Go ahead and throw it up there. You're good. And let me see, because I know it's just the file path. This is all behind-the-scenes stuff you guys get to hear us talking about there. So, let's see. Play agent, player L3. And then, no. It's not. You're not. You have to link it to the sheet though, right? But you're looking. Yeah, it's not the sheet you're linking to. So what's it? Studio T, but it's not in T. Where? So I'm saying, where is it pulling from? Okay, go to it then. Oh, okay, there it is. Is it player L3 or player L3 Google? Let me see what Sam said. Sorry, guys. This is all behind the scenes stuff. Let's see. There it is. Bang. We got it. We got it squared away. There we go. We're good. We're good. PJ Lock stats. Sorry for the behind-the-scenes stuff there. Now you know for next time. There you go. Despite it's not very good help. Fine. All right. All set on that one then. I think we can jump into the cut, right? I'm gonna put my shoes back on because my feet are killing me at this point in the day. PJ Lock was not overly impactful this past year, but he was a starter in the past. So coming up next, we're gonna go in depth on the PJ Lock signing. We will get the super chats caught up once we get to those as well. Bang! Nice job, AP. There you go. Then we will break down all of the. I'm gonna do about to get the cut. PJ Lock to the Dallas Cowboys. Full breakdown coming up here. You guys can grade it for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Do instant reaction to the. Sports. Yeah, that's fine. I did depth charts. I double check depth chart for me actually real quick to make sure I didn't screw that one up too. I think we're good. Should be updated now. There we go. Bang. Perfect. All right. When you are ready, we can dive into the full cut. Prize Picks sponsor. Good call. Prize Picks sponsor. I should get my script up for that one. Yes, there is a photo in there. Go ahead and check that real quick. Oops, that's not it. Yep, that's. There should be a second baseball one in there. What happened to the one I grabbed? Did someone override it? Okay, I think I'll grab it real quick, just so we have. I won't have an updated one. It's better. It's better. Again, behind the scenes stuff, guys. Sorry, it's not particularly good content for you right now, but it's how it goes sometimes. I swear to God, I put that in and saved it. I clearly did not though. So, all right, now it's in there. Now it's in there. Basically, swapped out the first name essentially. So, coming up next, full in-depth breakdown on the PJ Lock signing for the Dallas Cowboys. The draft coverage has less to actually update, though, which is always good for our end there. So grade that signing A, B, C, D, or F. We will go ahead and hit all the super chats afterwards on today's show. Again, has been reported as a one-year, $5 million deal. I still wonder if it's going to be less than 5. If it comes in up to $5 million, that's the one. Yep, the Judge one. Yep, that's it. Judge is new. So we're good. Someone said, this is my dream signing, nothing but safeties. Yeah, but I also wanted a linebacker. That's what I'd like. Get that out of there in case it pops up. Yep, good call on the Cowboys growing too. Coming up here, full breakdown on this PJ Lock signing. So stand by for that one. Close out other stuff so my computer does not crash. Sweet, all set. Bang. Let's dive into it. What's up? At the very end. At the very end. Yep. Let's do it. The Dallas Cowboys have made another signing. It just might not be the one a lot of you guys wanted. But if you've been subscribed to the Cowboys Report in the past, this is a player we have discussed. That is PJ Lock, the now former Denver Broncos safety, agreeing to a one-year, $5 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. Any Cowboys moves that happen, we broke down Sam Williams last night, did some rumors on what's going on at linebacker. It's all very quiet on that front, by the way. We will have a video for you. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. YouTube.com/Cowboys TV. Free Cowboys videos each and every single day right here on the channel, plus live free agency coverage. PJ Lock has not been the most overly used player in his time in the NFL. He was a backup this past year for the Denver Broncos. That's also why I wonder if when the initial official nitty-gritty details come out, is this really a 1-year 5 deal, or is it like a 1-year 3 deal in the end? 1 interception back in 2023, although he did have the pick in this past year's playoffs when he was really kind of a starter, frankly, kind of earned his way back into the role for Denver because of bumps and bruises and banged-up players beyond that. For Denver, he played a bunch against the Bills. Well, actually played very well against the Bills, by the way. Had a really good game. Probably one of his better games in recent memory. Patriots played a bunch of snaps against them as well, despite playing, I think it was like 16 snaps, something against that, against the Chargers. This is depth for me. This is not we've got a new starting safety, Malik Hooker's gone, and no. He'll play special teams for you. He's probably your new safety 3.5, 4, depending on how you want to count. How you want to end up counting, Marquise Bell and what his role ends up looking like here. He's mostly a safety. He could chip in at a pinch if he had to at the nickel corner spot, but he has done more free safety stuff, can also play in the box if you need him to. It's like a lot of safeties that are competent these days, can do a lot of different things for you. Was the starter in 2024 for the Denver Broncos, and then has now kind of taken over as a backup and played a bunch of the playoff run, now reunites with Christian Parker. He had played under Christian Parker to begin his career in Denver. So, pinned comment on today's video. Give me your one-word reaction to signing P.J. Locke. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. One-word reaction to the signing of P.J. Locke by the Dallas Cowboys. It is that pinned comment, so go vote down there right now. Again, the stats certainly do not jump off the screen for you really at all here on this side of things. But this is very much hey, we're getting a player who fits Christian Parker's scheme. Like that is a fit that they clearly believe in on this side of things. 5'10", 202. Texas, not that many Texas players I feel like these days on the Dallas Cowboys. Was actually originally a Steeler and then very quickly ended up in Denver. Yeah, not much impact this year. The stats do not show the playoff stats where he played quite well in that particular game. I view this as this is your Wanye Thomas replacement. This is someone who, if you can't find the nickel corner, you got to play Jaylen Thompson there. Christian Parker thinks can go start for me at safety for the short term. I don't think this really changes their draft outlook. I still think they want to draft a defensive back in round 1 that they think can contribute at the nickel corner spot. That could be Caleb Downs, Monster Lane, Dylan Thieneman. But this is your Wanye Thomas replacement. And if they don't think a safety has any potential flexibility to, well, I guess they could, if it's a later non-round 1 safety, I'm not sure they're going to be in that market. For those of you wondering, does this take you out of Caleb Downs or even a Dylan Thieneman? I don't think so. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, if you were in on that, maybe out of the running on that one. More to come. But today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, dime, and board that much more exciting, so don't miss this chance to start America's #1 app for sports picks. Prize Picks is simple to play. Pick more or less on at least 2 to 6 player stat projections. Get those picks right, and you could cash in. They're all your favorite sports. Obviously, no football right now, but basketball, baseball, hockey, UFC, soccer, college basketball, perfect time now that we're in March, tennis, golf, heck, even esports. Season-long baseball Prize Picks available for you as well here. Aaron Judge, less than 49.5 homers. Garrett Crochet, more than strikeouts. Roman Anthony, more than homers. And Nick Kurtz, more than 3 multi-homer games. Prize Picks now has early payouts, but it's off to a hot start. You have the option to cash out those winnings before the game, even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. It's a 1-year, $5 million deal. Again, I think it's up to $5 million for PJ Locke. We'll see. Looking now at this safety room for the Dallas Cowboys. You guys know who've been sub for a long time. Y'all know how much I am a huge fan of PJ Locke, like or of safeties. Like, I have always wanted to be able to get more safety help, and this is 2 outside signings. Both of them were safeties, which is cool in the end. I still want a linebacker. This does not stop you from getting a linebacker, nor should it. Malik Hooker, Jalen Thompson, Elijah Clark, Marquise Bell, Julius Wood, PJ Locke now. You're not adding he could if he's a starter, but you don't need to spend a 6th-round pick on a safety now. Like, you're set. Now, if Caleb Downs is there for you at 12, you're still taking him. If you want Dylan Thielman, think he can be a nickel, or Jalen Thompson can do it, and there's nobody else, you're taking him. One thing I want to mention on Locke, and then we'll kind of go hit some other stuff, big picture-wise. Jane says the Cowboys like PJ Locke in the draft. He was undrafted. So, stop. Whoever told Jane that got lied to, because he was an undrafted free agent by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Did not make the roster. Broncos picked him up on the practice squad, kind of hung around there, is a core special teamer. He's not yet quite, actually just turned 29 years old. Locke comes in as safety depth. Grade the PJ Locke signing for the Dallas Cowboys. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Another thing I want to mention, because this comes on the heels of the short that we did, the Kenny Clark restructure. This is not a one-to-one correlation. They have to free up more cap space anyway. We'll see what the actual nitty-gritty contract details are for PJ Locke. They're still over the salary cap. They have until tomorrow to get salary cap compliant. The Kenny Clark restructure brings them closer. They could do something with Rashan Gary's deal. The Osa deal looms as a potential restructure to save them even more money. Quinnen would save you 14. Dallas literally cannot be done making moves yet. Like, they have to go do more with restructures to even afford PJ Locke on whatever that deal ends up looking like on that front. We'll have another video for you guys here in a little bit on the Otito Aonia signing. The Cowboys just made 1 year, $3 million on that. That'll be a separate video because all these players deserve individual videos on that front. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We will go through the Otito Aonia signing, another backup defensive lineman, a nose guard type for the Dallas Cowboys. That'll be a future video. Stay tuned for that one. It's a second signing. We're going to do the PJ Locke one first. And as a reminder, last chance for the St. Patrick's Day merchandise, chatsports.com/Dallas Green. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Dallas Green. You can get the $5 off shipping with the drop-down option for you on the site. That's chatsports.com/Dallas Green. Links to the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, we have more news. I'll make sure I get the pronunciation. I don't know if I got that one right the first time. Cowboys went out and added a big nose guard, Otito Aonia. I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm going to have to write that one down here. Let me check. Yeah, Otito Aonia. I was right. Shout out me for that one. A defensive tackle coming in for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if we have any graphics on that one. So check the consolidated there, AP, once you upload or say that one's uploaded. I will do the short here in a little bit. So we'll do these separate because we were pretty much done. We were truly done with the PJ Locke move. Backup nose guard coming in Otito Aonia, who was a 6'4", 320-pounder. The Cowboys are addicted to UCLA defensive linemen. So we ended on the merch read. Addicted to UCLA D linemen. There we go. 1 year, $3 million deal for Otito Aonia out of UCLA. He was a 5th-round pick of the Chargers a couple years ago. This means Jay Toia might not be here come the season. So give some same thing. Go full screen here, AP, and then I'll rip the short on Otito Aonia, which is a great name, by the way. Great name for Otito Aonia. I'll make the pin poll that as well when I get a chance. But go ahead and take it away.
Great name indeed. The Cowboys continue the trend of having great names on the roster. Osa Odigizua, Otito Aonia is an elite name. 1 year, $3 million deal for the Cowboys. And as you can see, not done with the news. You still have PJ Locke down on the bottom of the screen. 1 year, $5 million deal for the Cowboys. Starting to make some splash moves here, trying to fill some holes and add some players on this depth chart. As Tom alluded to, maybe no Jay Toia next year. So I want to hear from you guys. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. As we thought free agency was winding down, the Cowboys might be winding up. Now, it's nothing crazy, any kind of crazy Brian Schreier. Oh, Otito, oh, hell no. That's a pretty good one. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty good. All right, but I see a lot of D's. I see a lot of C's. A lot of mixed emotions. I would say, like, when you first heard the news about P.J. Locke, I feel like I was seeing a lot more B's and maybe even a couple A's because it's just like, God, we finally signed somebody today. But now it's like, okay, what are we really actually trying for here? I understand that you need depth at these spots, but, like, one of the positions that the Cowboys have the most depth at is D tackle. So I guess I don't personally understand this move. It feels like it kind of feels like you could be spending your money better elsewhere. But I don't know. I mean, what do I know? I'm not Jerry Jones. So grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. They say we have Osa, and now we have an Osa, and now we have an Otito. That's right. You have D tackle duos that have great names. Runs R6, shout out to you, man, saying I love you, Aiden. I appreciate you. Omar saying Aiden's right. Yeah, I guess I just don't understand. I mean, maybe you guys will get it better than me, but it seems like kind of an aimless move for the Dallas Cowboys right now. What do you think, Tom?
Thank you. It's again, this is all fine if it wasn't like the fourth move you'd made and you still don't have a linebacker out there for you. Like, that's how I interpret it. It's a fun name, by the way, Otito Aonia. I'm going to pull up my draft scouting report for him because I definitely have one too, which is fun. Going to move over depth chart right now. I don't know what graphics we have for him, so I might just have you like quickly build a list for Cat or see if Billy's even free for you, potentially. But actually, he's pushing out Locke, so probably not. Depth chart should be updated. So, Aonia in. Everyone will make that about Osa. I'm not convinced it's about Osa. Kind of feel like it's more about just the 5th and 6th and et cetera defensive linemen. But, again, go get me. Here's my issue. You could have taken all this money you just spent on Sam Williams and Aonia and P.J. Locke and said, there's your linebacker. Like, they're also kind of getting close to the point where you have to restructure Osa to afford this. Like you're kind of getting close in that area, which, like, I think should have been the plan in the first place. But defensive line depth and safety depth coming in here for the Dallas Cowboys. Otito Aonia, former UCLA defensive lineman. I'm going to change the pin poll here as well. Sorry, what? Cut? Yes. Or are you talking about something else? I don't know. With the signing of, I gotta make sure I spell this right. Otito A, B, C, D, F. I might regret putting DF as the combo there. Might be more of that. So grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F as Otito Aonia ends up here. I think you're right that he did play with Osa. I'm gonna pull up my 2022 NFL draft notes here.
Kind of sweet. His name's a palindrome, by the way.
I don't know what that means, but cool. Is that it spelled the same way backwards?
Yeah, if you say it backwards and forwards, it's the same.
I guess I do know what that means then. Let me pull up my draft notes on Otito Aonia. He was 6'3", 324 coming out. I had a 5th round grade. I mean, he went in the 5th round. Kind of always been a weird player. Like, he's almost built like a nose guard, but he's played plenty of 3 technique in both the NFL and UCLA. But this is going to be this will be your run clogger pretty much. Like, he's not going to give you nearly enough as a pass rusher. I mean, he didn't this year. He had like no pass rush impact. But as a run clogger, he's fine. Trying to think what the connection here is with this organization. I think Derek Ansley had him his first year, or Derek Ansley coached him in LA. I think there's an overlap there. So, Otito Aonia, a 1-year, $3 million deal, as the Cowboys trying to throw bodies now as they're back to their normal super cheap signings in free agency. Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. We'll do another cut on this here in just a little bit. Any help I can give you here, AP? Bang, sweet. Yeah. We have some spacing because like it's the PJ Lock one isn't even out yet. So grade the signing of Otito Aonia, A, B, C, D, or F. One note, the next time we do that merch read, by the way, not the sale one. Not the sale one. It's not the end of the world. But believe it. Grade that signing A, B, C, D, or F. Not a huge rush here because I do want the lock one to like get out a little bit and give it some semblance of breathing. All right, I got to do it. I am going to redo the poll because the votes are overwhelming. I need to change the pin to or the title to PJ Lock. What do you need? Okay. I'm going to change the pin poll because D and F is second with more votes than A/B. So I'm going to redo the pin poll, and I'll make A/B the one that is combined. So because now people are upset because it's bad. It's a nobody, which is fair. It's fair. I get it. Grade the signing. A/B, C, D, F. There we go. Grade that signing for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Get those votes in the comment section of today's show. Archer mentioning the presence of Osa, Quinnen, and Kenny Clark. 1 year 3 is not starting defensive line money. That is backup money. Like that is deep down the line. This is our 4th or 5th defensive lineman. They'll probably carry 5 or 6. But if they move on from somebody, which is not Kenny Clark at this point, they'll have a different option there. Sweet. There we go. Posting on the socials for AP or for Chris there. The short is going to be available here momentarily that you guys may or may not have heard behind the scenes. On that front. So I'm going to put that on the social media side. Darren's being funny with his description of the spelling. That's funny. Still need a linebacker, but back-to-back moves here by the Dallas Cowboys. Otito Aonia and this. Oh, see, it's doing that thing again where it like saves what it had last time. I don't want that on there. Go away. I don't want you. Aonia. Also, wasn't even the right one. What is going on here? Anyway. Make sure I spelled that right for the social post, or else how embarrassing would that be? Ow. I hit back. Oh, no. Okay, it's there. We're good. Boom. There we go. Rate that signing A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. Additional depth coming in along the defensive line. We'll see if anything else ends up adding on that front. They did cut Perrion Winfrey, so they're back to 7 defensive tackles now on the 53-man roster. They're not going to keep the last guy on the 53. He will not be one of them. But Aonia, a 1-year, $3 million deal. We will discuss Osa Odigizua on that front. We can do full screen. There we go. Sweet. Grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Looks like the PJ Lock one is out already, which is great. If so, let me tweet that out for us. No. It's not out yet. Oh, I'm not sure why he put it in there if it wasn't out yet. That's fine. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show on the Otito Aonia signing. Starter more so back in 2024. Phased out of the defensive scheme this past year. Did not play hardly at all. So again, I could see a scenario where there's not a lot of, maybe it's not even the full $3 million deal. I mean, it's probably close to it. Maybe it's like 2 instead. But that is a backup defensive line signing here by the Dallas Cowboys as they go ahead and pick up Otito Aonia in free agency. They picked up PJ Lock earlier as they continue to make moves that are not the ones we want them to be in the end, right? Not quite the high-level impact I know we've all been aiming for. Bang, there's the player bio. Good stuff, good stuff. And then we have the you have to line break those there. A lot of bodies in that defensive tackle room now. Granted, if you're going to do a bunch of 5-man front stuff, you need 5 or 6 bodies. But do you need 5? Do you need 6? We'll see. We'll see. I know we've been doing the simulcasting here on the Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports side of things. I promised you guys I'd update you if anything happened on the other NFL side. Literally nothing. The only moves here that have gone on are Cowboys moves. Nothing else. That's it. Nothing with the Cardinals. I know VBG wants Brett Veach to wake up. I agree. It would be cool if more things happened, but there is nothing going on right now. We mentioned the Rashan Wright signing a while ago. That was 45 minutes ago. That was a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. That was it. That was it. Nothing else has happened. It's been dead silent across the board NFL free agency here. Not a thing is going on. All right, what's up with this one? I don't see anything in NFL. It all says NA, NA, and NFL. So. It's an NFL master, right? It's NA, NA, man. Look. Did you paste without formatting on it? Let me hop in here. It's probably. I think you need to be pasting without formatting. Command Shift V, and now it's pulling properly. So if somehow it's getting messed up with the formatting thing. I fixed it. It's right now. So you should be able to move it over again here. I'm not sure why it was bugging out then, but it's fine. So, grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Nothing else has happened across the board. I guess two things have happened now. 2 things. Cameron Johnston, it's a punter to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay. Darian Kennard is back to the Green Bay Packers. Did I change what? Because that's what I'd put it in at, so it's fine. It's fine. It's all the same. There's no real change there. Darian Kennard back to the Packers on a 1-year, $3.75 million deal. Matt Pryor is heading to the Arizona Cardinals on a 1-year deal. So that's what you've got there. A bunch of additional backup signings on that side of things. Game plan here in a little bit. We're going to go through for our Cowboys Report live stream the Otito Aonia signing. We'll go in-depth on that one. After that one, we are going to do the raffles, essentially. Unless we get some good, fun news beyond backup offensive linemen and punters. Does anybody really care about that? I don't think that's the case. We will. Perfect. There you go. We will do the raffles. We got the Venmo 50/50 raffle. By the way, Darth FA, you can probably guess what FA stands for, is our most recent entry into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. So that was our last one. So take home, I'll double check my math here. I think it's 50 now, if Venmo decides to load for me. So Otito Aonia breakdown coming up here, especially if you're watching on our Cowboys Report live stream. We'll do the Venmo 50/50 raffle after that, and the mini helmet raffle after that as well. Take home is 50 on that Venmo 50/50 raffle. We will then get caught up, I should say, super chats we're behind on too. We'll do super chats here after we break down the Otito Aonia signing here by the Dallas Cowboys. All set there, AP? Timer is up. Just give me the thumbs up once you're set. Sweet. Let's dive into it then. Another defensive tackle coming into the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys making another signing on day 2 of free agency that you guys probably actually don't want either. Otito Aonia, a 1-year, $3 million deal. It's another defensive tackle. Another UCLA defensive tackle, funnily enough. That gives them multiple now. We'll see if it's actually $3 million or if it's a little bit less than the $3 million price tag with incentives, whatever. 1 year, $3 million for Otito Aonia. When breaking news happens, when the Cowboys sign a player, even if it's someone who, if you have a life you may not be familiar with, or if you're not a Chargers fan, Otito Aonia, PJ Locke, we break it down for you. Free Cowboys videos each and every single day right here on the Cowboys Report. Hit that sub button if you haven't already, youtube.com/CowboysTV. Aonia comes in as a backup defensive lineman. A 1 year, $3 million is not someone you're really going to pay a bunch of big money to be a full-time starter. But you have a bunch of bodies already that make more money. Even Solomon Thomas makes more money than Otito Aonia does. He was a starter really back in 2024. He has never been a crazy high-end impact player. He only played 9 snaps, for example, against the Cowboys this past season. He played more down the stretch, played a little bit in the wild card round as well. Just not overly impactful. In fact, he does not really bring you anything as a pass rusher. He is not really his game. It's not really his impact. In his best season, it was like a 6% pressure rate. What Aonia does, besides having an elite football name, by the way, that is how it's pronounced, Otito Aonia. It's fantastic. He clogs the run lanes. He can line up at 1 technique. He can line up at 3 technique. There's so much buzz around the 4-eye stuff. He can do a little bit of that. He's going to be a trench player, big body in the middle of the defensive line for the Dallas Cowboys. He's not going to be a high-end impact piece. He's not going to be someone that's crazy involved in the pass rush. He's going to give you 15, 20 snaps, maybe somewhere in that ballpark, and just probably, frankly, be Kenny Clark's backup this year. That's probably what Aonia is going to end up being. So what is your one-word reaction to the signing of Otito Aonia? I feel like depth, but also who is maybe going to be a popular one on that front. So get your comments in for me at the pinned comment of today's video. One-word reaction to the Otito Aonia signing. I think much will be made about what does it mean for the defensive line room. Remember, they did cut Perrion Winfrey going into the start of free agency. And I would wager with pretty good confidence that the Cowboys think Aonia is a much better fit than Perrion Winfrey, because otherwise, why sign him in free agency? You have Big Q. Cowboys, as of filming, by the way, have not yet adjusted the contract for Quinnen Williams. They literally have to do one of Quinnen or Osa if they're going to be able to even afford the guys to sign, let alone somebody better at linebacker, for example, hypothetically. They did restructure Kenny Clark earlier today, so he is not going anywhere now. Solomon Thomas remains under contract here. Aonia now comes in. I do wonder if, Jay Toia is maybe, a little bit shaky on, ground. Do they think he's a fit, or is he just too big to handle some of the, the gap and a half responsibilities they'll be asking of these guys? Adelaide Odele is a backup option there. We'll come back to Osa in a little bit here on that front, but more on Aonia. I'm going to pull up my draft notes here. I didn't get to that really for PJ Locke because I was a little bit before my time on air. I don't even have them there. Out of UCLA, did play with Osa a little bit at UCLA. Kind of, was a track player. Did the shot put, or I guess maybe track athlete is the better terminology on that front. He was actually super good at the shot put. He was the under-20 champion in college. Crazy good. My athletic comp for him was Daquan Jones. Where he's not going to be this crazy high-end disruptor, but he might be able to give you a little bit of burst and some power. Because again, he's a shot putter. He's got upper body strength and everything there. Did some good stuff at the Senior Bowl that year, but he has never been a producer. He had 8.5 TFLs, 4.5 sacks in college. Has 4 TFLs and a sack and a half sack in the NFL. He's not. His job is to clog lanes. This is not a guy that's going to be a bunch of impactful pieces. This is, a run stuffer, and you need those guys, and that's I think what the Cowboys envision out of Otito Aonia. More to come on this. But today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, dime, and board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. That is Prize Picks. It now has early payouts. Your player gets off to a hot start. You have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Current lineup, Aaron Judge, less than 49.5 home runs. This is a season-long baseball one, by the way. Garrett, if you didn't know, should know. Garrett Crochet, more than strikeouts. Roman Anthony, more than homers. Nick Kurtz, more than 3 multi-homer games. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 app for sports picks. It is available in all 50 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. If you haven't already, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. So Aonia comes in as additional depth along the defensive line. The problem I tend to run into is you spent 5 maybe on PJ Locke. You spent 3 maybe on, but I would not be surprised if either guy was going to be wouldn't be surprised if either guy was they got $1 million or $2 million less than what it actually was on the reported figure. It happens all the time in free agency. But you added depth players. If it is 8, you couldn't have gone and signed a linebacker. We'd all feel better about Aonia and PJ Locke and even Sam Williams as a re-signing if they had a linebacker on this team. Because you can't enter even, frankly, day 4 of free agency, it feels like, but especially the draft. Day 4 is maybe an overreaction, to be honest. But you can't enter the draft with Shamar James, DeMarvion Overshown, and Justin Barron at linebacker. That's not enough. So, as an individual move, ignoring the linebacker, as challenging as that might be, or the lack of a linebacker, I should say. Ignoring that, grade the Otito Aonia signing. You still got to free up cap space, but this move individually, A, B, C, D, or F, let me know in the comments section of today's show. Let's do the Osa talk here. Adding a defensive tackle, frankly, does surprise me. I thought maybe they would draft somebody on day 3 because they did move on from Perrion Winfrey. That kind of created a potential spot there. You go 6 deep with players who were on NFL rosters last year, with Quinnen, with Osa, with Kenny Clark, Solomon Thomas, Aonia, and Jay Toia. I look at this as like, okay, what are you going to do with Jay Toia now? Because that's a similar – Toia is bigger, might not have quite enough juice there to hang with what they want to do potentially. 7th-round pick. What does it mean for Osa? The Cowboys have not yet, as of 4:45 p.m. Eastern time when we started filming this, restructured the contract of Osa Odigizua. A trade would not save you very much money. It would save you actually under $5 million in salary cap space. Now, if you can go trade him to get a different player, we can have that conversation. But they paid him last offseason. I know there are questions about the scheme fit. That's fair. We haven't seen him do it before. I don't think the overblown 4-eye element is that big of a deal. But Otito as an Osa replacement does not work for me. It doesn't. I still would then need to get another starting caliber defensive lineman as far as I'm concerned. Otito as a Solomon Thomas replacement, okay, you can talk me into that one, but Thomas ain't playing edge for you in a 3-4 by nature defense. So if you do move on from Osa, which I feel like they'll make a decision in the next 20, they have to make it basically by the next 24 hours from a cap perspective almost. But, like, move on from Osa, like, okay, if they move on from Osa, I am on the Keldrick Falk makes a ton of sense for this Cowboys team train, which I don't really want him, but I don't think Aonia can actually be a replacement for Osa. I don't think that makes very, very much sense. Final note before we go, St. Patrick's merchandise is still available. Chatsports.com/DallasGreen. Kind of your last day to go get the Dallas Drinking Team shirt and the Beers hat if you want to take advantage of the discounted express delivery shipping, which is a drop-down feature for you on the Chat Sports Shopify site. That's chatsports.com/DallasGreen. That link is in the comments and the description of today's show. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments of today's video. The shorts on Aonia is out, by the way. I'm going to get the video out on PJ Lock here in just a second. And then we will get all caught up on Super Chats and run some raffles and mention I don't know if any moves have happened, frankly, but full breakdown. Oh, you thought Quentin Johnston got traded? That's fine. That's fine. All right. Video is out on social media for the I'll put it in the live chat too for the full PJ Lock breakdown. Corner's still an area I think they got to go pursue, and linebacker has to be something. They got to get themselves a linebacker. So grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Pull this up here. Where did I have another one headline in there? Yeah, another one. I'm going to send Billy the headline for this next one. Yeah, no super chats on the Chat Sports side. Yeah, there's quite a few. That's all good. We'll go to the super chats here. Again, news that I don't think anything broke. David Moore is back with the Carolina Panthers. That moved the needle for anybody? Cam Lewis heading to the Chicago Bears came across the wire just now. That's another backup player. Day 2 seems to be backups mostly. Lot of backups going on there. All right, bunch of super chats to get caught up on here on today's stream. We'll get through all of them. They're mostly Cowboys Report super chats. Then we will sign off. William Cook, I think that was our most recent one, right? Yeah, sweet. Well, back to the 1 year, $5 to $6 million contract. So much for moving different. And then 1 year 3 for a defensive lineman that no one had heard of going in today. Like I have because I live this shit. But like that's right on the nose, buddy. Right on it. Right on it. Thank you, William, for the $5 super chat there. What's next here? We got to the William one. Zach Hopkins. Thoughts on Devin White? I do not want Devin White. Let me jump in on that one right now. Devin White gets tackles. That's because he can't cover, and he's like out of position a lot. I do not want Devin White. Jermaine Pratt, I guess beggars can't be choosers, but that's not that big of an upgrade. Eric Wilson did re-sign with the Vikings, by the way. Wilson did re-sign there, so he's not an option either. Colton Meadows in with a $5 super chat. They're about Cowboys in the week one. Also, what does market be like? Jane had said that they were doing their due diligence on that. Okay? They're like researching him was what he said. Okay? They're evaluating him. Okay, so you're not in on the market at all. Like that's what that means. Guys, it's March 10th. If you're evaluating somebody for free agency on March 10th, you're not in on them. That's just front office speak for like, you never say never. Like, I'd be pretty surprised there. Marcellus lifts a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Marcellus. There we go. Bang. There don't seem to be any linebackers left the Cowboys are interested in. Are we hoping for some type of trade? And if so, who are the possible options? It sounds like they're out on Patrick Queen. Like if they're not going to go after a Dre Greenlaw, a Leo Chenal at this point, even a Bobby Okereke or a Cade Ellis, like I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. At that point, it's just like, who's out there? You're just going to draft somebody at 12 or 20? It's asking a lot of a rookie linebacker to come in and be a star for you and fix your defense. That's quite a bit to ask for. So, Michael Sutton, a $5 super chat. There we go. Tom, is supposed to be your dream free agency, signing nothing but safeties. But I wanted a linebacker too. Again, if you had landed Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd or whatever, I think we would all have a much higher outlook on this group of players. I think there would be a much, much higher outlook of like, this is where things are at. This is how we feel. I think we would all feel better about it. They have not, so we don't feel nearly as good about it. Period. JW Chosen. PJ trash lock means no Caleb the Great Downs. That is not the case. They are not out on Caleb Downs because they signed PJ Lock on a 1-year deal, mind you. Like that does not. It's not like they signed 3 safeties at 3-year deals each. Like this, Downs is there. If he passes the medical, he's their pick. He's going to be there. Joshua, no Osa extension due to intent to trade him. So I think you mean restructure. I don't know. I feel like that door is open. I know there's been reports that like they've gotten calls on him essentially, but my mindset, like for me, unless they think he is a complete non-fit, in which case, why have you been saying he's a key part of your team? Like even after the Christian Parker hire, like unless you think he just like literally cannot play, which I think would probably be a wrong evaluation, frankly. Unless you're getting a player back, $5 million and a 3rd round pick doesn't mean anything for me. Like I don't think I got better doing that. So if they get a good, like if they trade Osa for an impact linebacker, great. You know what? I'm fine with that. If they flip him for a 3rd or a 4th round pick, but why? That's my mindset. So, all right. Sam Williams, by the way, contractual note here just came across the wire. It's 1 year, 2.5. Max is $3 million. So playing time incentives tacked on there. 1 year, 2.5. So it's going to be 1 year, 2.5, up to $3 million. Does the $500,000 sway you? No, probably not. All right, the more we know, get you in here as well. Bang. When Henderson and Reek Wallen didn't have Henderson or Tariq money. It's Lock and Otito then, my boys. I never thought they were going to go after. I never thought they were going to go after Reek Wallen. I never thought they were going to. Ethan, how negative are we? You got to touch Osa and Quinn and Williams contracts here. Like that's where you're at. You're over the cap by a pretty good amount. Sorry. Shout out the next one here for me, AP. But you next 24 hours, you got to free up money. Period. There's no way around it. Have to go do it.
Shout out to David M. saying, can we sign an actual starter or player? Yeah, I feel like everybody's kind of feeling the same way right now. It's like Are we just filling depth spots? Why did we restructure everybody? Why was there this talk about busting the budget? Why was this all hyped up as if this is going to be some record-setting free agency for the Dallas Cowboys? I don't understand it. I don't.
They did spend more than normal. Again,
That's
if they had added a
true.
linebacker, if they had added N'Kobe Dean or Devin Lloyd or whatever, we'd be saying this is the best free agency in a decade. But instead, they've kind of twiddled their thumbs and not done anything at linebacker, and now we're all justifiably nervous about it.
Yeah.
So they need a linebacker and a nickel still, and I think another edge. But that's where I'm at. GKD records: Aonia times Williams times versus the tush push third and 2 or less, and they'll be involved in that one. Low man wins on the tush push, by the way. Not lining up sideways and shit. Like, it's low man wins. Like, that's truly all it takes.
It's always been more low man.
Team R's, Cowboys are done with a rookie linebacker is the plan. Double J2288, thoughts on Ellis and David Ajabo? I could run with that one. Like, I would have, honestly, I know I'm being mean to Sam Williams, but, like, am I wrong? I would have so much rather thrown $3 million at random outside free agent edge rusher than brought back Sam Williams.
Yeah.
Like, so much would have rather done that. Like, I don't need.
It's almost like the
I don't need
inverse
Sam back.
Of the Javonte argument for you, where it's like, Javonte, you know he works for you, so you keep him rather than take that risk outside the market. It's the flip for a guy like Sam Williams, where it's like, okay, we know what he offers. We wish we would have gone outside for that.
All right, Nadir Badwan, hard watching teams spend except for us, draft MD, and CJ. So that's MD. CJ Allen and Mansour Delane. Mansour Delane. I've been down with that one. No doubt. Star Guardian X, thoughts on trading Osa for linebacker Herbig from the Steelers. Like, would the Steelers do that? Like, if you can do that, sure. Let's ride that. I think in general the Herbig love is like, here's the analogy. You know how every year in the draft or any players, like, they become so underrated they kind of become overrated? That's where I'm at on the Herbig love. People are like, trade your first-round pick for him. What? No, let's calm down there. Not even pick swap.
That has been
straight
the
up one. No, let's relax there.
Yeah.
Steelers have a bunch of defensive linemen. I don't know why they'd go after Osa. I get there's the connection there with Mike McCarthy. I don't know about that one. That one is probably not the particular plan I would try to swing because I don't think the Steelers would be in on it. But like, you go get a linebacker, trade Osa, great, thanks, appreciate it. Let's do more. Dre'Mont, $5 super chat. Get you into the raffle coming up here in about a couple minutes. Can we get more caps for signing George Pickens, or is the tag not hit yet? Tag is hit. Anything you're looking at on over the cap factors in Jalen Thompson, Rashan Gary, George Pickens. So even though he hasn't signed it, once you place it on him, it does count on the salary cap for you. Like, even though he hasn't signed it yet. So an extension for George Pickens would free up a pretty good chunk of change for you. That would free up a quality amount of salary cap space. That would free up $13, $14-ish million on pretty much whatever you got done. So Cowboys free agency here. Then we'll come back to Darko Deeds' $5 super chat. Javonte Williams re-signing 3 years, $24 million deal. Rashan Gary traded with a 4th-round pick in next year's class heading into the Green Bay Packers. Jaylen Thompson, a 3-year, $33 million deal. Sam Williams back on what's going to be a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. It was never the money that bothered people on Sam Williams. It's that he's getting, half a million bucks per personal foul penalty this year. Sam Williams back on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Grade those moves, A, B, C, D, or S, F, plus the newest ones that have come across the wire today. PJ Locke on a 1-year, $5 million deal. And most recently, Otito Aonia on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Again, I would guess both of these deals, the actual, real, nitty-gritty, contractual details end up coming in at less than 5 and less than 3. That would be my expectation and guess there. Like, that would be what I expect ends up happening. So
I'm gonna just come out to a 7.
Yeah, and just go to the sub read there, and then we'll do the last super chat, and you can go to whatever. You're good. We are simulcasting here on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports side of things. Again, the only other outside move that's happened is Cam Lewis to the Bills on a 2-year deal and David Moore on I think a 1-year deal back to Carolina. It doesn't really move the needle here. So one more super chat, Venmo 50-50 raffle. I guess 2 more super chats. That's fine. And then we'll do the mini helmet raffle as well, and then we'll sign off on both streams. Darko Deeds, we're trading Osa to Miami for Brooks and picks be crazy. Again, the question is, how does Miami feel about that? Because if you're Miami, trade away Jordan Brooks, who's a good football player, by the way. Your new starter at linebacker is Jackson Woodard. Who knows who that is? Exactly. They have Jordan Phillips. They have Zach Sealer. They have Kenneth Grant, a first-round pick. I don't think that would be a move that makes sense for Miami. Like, if you're trading for Jordan Brooks, I think it's just picks. Or Osa goes somewhere else and you juggle the cap. Again, it's only $5 million in savings. More cash savings this year. But it's just, there's not a lot of options out there. That's why I'm mad they didn't go get a linebacker earlier today. Or yesterday, even better. It's just frustrating to me. Drew O. He says, these fools are back with Kenneth Murray, unreal. The amount of crash out that you will see from me has never been seen on a stream since a playoff game. Like, I would completely lose my mind if they just brought back Kenneth Murray. I would completely lose it. I don't care. The only way I would do it is if it was a 1-year deal, no guaranteed money, and I would have the pleasure of cutting him. See, like, and I don't see that's like probably meaner than it should be for that caliber of player, but I don't care. It's the point of it. It's the point of it that matters more than anything else. I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it. Get to Fred's super chat here, $10 on that front. Then we will run the Venmo 50-50 raffle, so stay tuned on that front. Cowboys again, adding Otito Aonia and PJ Locke, and literally nothing else going on around the rest of the NFL. That does include Trey Hendrickson. He is still available. Reek Woolen's still available. Just a lot of out there. It's actually Fred E. My bad. $10. The Cowboys with 2 first-round picks. What spot would you prefer? Linebacker, corner, edge, safety. As it sits right now, in some combo, linebacker and nickel/corner. Like, that's what I need. Beyond that, I got nothing for you. I got nothing. Get to Matthew Gates's $5, and then edge for me, and then safety's kind of down the line. And like, if I'm doing a safety, it's a nickel/safety. Like Caleb Downs or Dylan Thieneman, I think could potentially still fit that mold. But like, I don't need to spend my 4th-round pick on a safety now, unless he's playing my nickel. I don't need to do that anymore. Like I've addressed that in free agency. I feel pretty good about that one, which. For better or for worse, they're taking care of that one in the end. It's a Matthew Gates $5 super chat here. Oh, Alex, that one came in? Oh, I guess I missed that one. Alex, excuse me. My bad. I saw yellow flash back to back. I guess I thought it was the same. I would love Oak Casey because he knows the AFC East, intel on the Giants, who may be better than the Commanders. I will say, though, how much intel are you getting with a brand new coaching staff? Is worth mentioning. Giants be better than the Commanders this year, possible, plus his dog, injured previous year, still played okay last year. Okereke at this point, I think is a top 3 option for you at linebacker. Like, realistically available, like, free agent linebacker. He's top 3. The market's not very good, but top 3, no doubt. For me, it's Ellis, Okereke/Chanel. They're different types of players, but it's worth mentioning. Matthew Gates, $5. Any updates on Hendrickson? Is he what he's asking for? If he's asking for 30, I don't think he's asking for 40 more, but if he's asking for 30, no. No, not paying him 30. He's hurt, coming off an injury. Don't know what the medical looks like. Now, if he wants to come down to 250 or like 125, I think someone will pay that, or at least 20. Like, I think in the end, Hendrickson's agent has to be kicking himself. Like, he messed up, man. They did not play it right. The Bengals probably didn't play right either, frankly. But neither side has to be happy with how that one has gone down in the end. So. Matthew Gates, a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. We're going to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle next across both streams. In the meantime, you can get your trust level in on the Cowboys front office. 1 to 10 is your scale. We will do... let me get the Otito Aonia signing out as well. It is another double O signing, too. Two double O's. It's funny. It's funny. Let me put out the Otito Aonia signing here for the Cowboys. They continue to make moves happen. Trust level in that Cowboys front office, 1 to 10. Either side can answer on that front. Yeah, Venmo 50-50 raffle coming up here. Breakdown of the... Oh, no, what? I don't know what you've done, but I don't trust you right now when you're saying you're going to have to find out. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, AP. I'm sorry. I just don't trust you right now. He's super excited about this. If you found Kenneth Murray heads, I'm going to crash out.
I halfway don't necessarily know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, what are you looking at, dude?
So this is the Italian brain rot race.
No, my God.
Yes. And so I believe, I think Tonka Shahur is somewhere in there. I don't know the other guys' names. I'm not that plugged in.
I don't know who any of these things are.
And it's probably best that you don't. So
Are we cooked as a society, chat?
we might
Yes
be
or
cooked.
no?
We might be cooked. Y for yes, N for no. Is your attention span cooked? Are you cooked? Let us know.
All right. Let's run it. We got frog tire, bat with a bat, camel in a fridge, jacked orange, and monkey on a banana. Some of these make sense, like the monkey and the banana part, the jacked orange, I guess. People are commenting like, what are you typing in the comments? What is this? These aren't words. This is like someone slapped their laptop together and hit the keyboard all at once and saw what pop up. I'm going to do it right now. What's this does? That's what that is.
It's tralalero tralala. Come on.
What are these things in the chat?
It's tralalero tralala.
You all need Jesus.
And it's tung sahur. Thank you. Evo Troy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So it's like someone just like slapped their keyboard together at once and that was the word they came up with. What is this?
Oh, man.
All right. It ripped orange. Jeremy Wright's in first right now. All right. What's this guy's name, chat?
Oh, the orange?
What's this guy's name?
Who's the orange, guys? Is that orange juiced?
Everyone say Odin Dindin Dun?
Odin din din dun.
It's like you're all having a stroke in the chat. What is this?
Oh, my God, man. Oh, my God.
All right. Jeremy Wright, congrats. $50 headed your way. Let's do an NFL one here, if we don't mind. Congrats to Jeremy. We're just like, there you go, perfect. $50 headed your way for the 50-50 raffle. I think that's right. Let me double check that. We'll shout out some teams here during the next race. Landon, what did I join? I couldn't tell you. AP did it. I don't know. That's just like... Someone's called it cinema. Is it, though? Is it, though?
It is pure cinema.
You all need Jesus, man.
You know what? We might have to run it back.
Please don't. Please don't. Do something else, but please don't do the breakout race again. All right, there we go. $50 to Jeremy Wright for winning the brain rot race. There you go. It's just ridiculous. All right, first team I see, Jets. It says Trey's going to the Jets. I mean, they added a bunch of edges already. I'm not sure they have the money if they want to. In the end, Hendrickson's going to go to the biggest bidder. Like, I promise you that. I still think Tampa makes sense. Bears, maybe. Colts if the money comes down enough. Cowboys if the money comes down steeply enough there. Bengals update from Niff. Nothing today for the Bengals. Very quiet. Very, very, very quiet. So Evo Troy says, I need to be online more. And a big scene says, we got to fire AP. Let's
That's
get
what
to
broke the camel's back. The
Cage or
straw
Perry
broke the
real
camel's
quick
back.
here if we have time for that super chat. Or I mean, let's do it after the race. After the race, because you're pretty close to the race, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're ready for the race, with that first. This is for the mini helmet raffle on today's show. Dolphins, very quiet. Bucks, quiet. Bills, nothing going on, man.
Okay, this one is elite.
Okay, this one's fine.
This is elite.
It's a Minecraft race, right?
It's Minecraft, but I see Mario
But I
and
see
the
Mario
Flash
right
down
there.
there.
I see a duck.
Mario and the Flash.
Minecraft character. I'm pretty sure Captain America's up there at
I
the
see
top.
Spidey up there. Oh, yeah, this is a banger.
All right, there we go.
Is that Perry the Platypus out front?
Let's ride. We're underway. This is for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Other super chats have come in, so we'll get those as well here. You can stay live as long as the super chats keep coming in too, by the way. So is that Perry the Platypus Minecraft? Let's go. Captain America. I don't know who that is. That Squirtle right there?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what that guy is.
They got a minion in there, too.
This one's more fun for me.
Oh, yeah, this is great. Oh, the alien from Toy Story up there in the top left. All right.
Panda. There's the alien. Or
Green
the
Lantern?
little Toy Story alien squeeze thing.
Okay.
I don't know who Nate Dogg is. I'm a mod god of COD.
I think
don't
that's
know
Homer
what that
Simpson.
is.
I think Nate Dogg's Homer Simpson.
NJ Casanova as the minion
Oh, what do we
takes
got?
a lead with 4 seconds left, and he peaked too early. It's Good Jackson
The normal guy.
with the normal guy. All right, Good Jackson, email me, tom@chatsports.com. tom@chatsports.com, and we'll get you hooked up with a Cowboys mini helmet. He had 2 entries of the 416, so low odds of winning on that one. So Good Jackson, email me, tom@chatsports.com for the Cowboys mini helmet. I'm also waiting to hear back from Brendan Edwards. So both the guys get Cowboys mini helmets. No one's responded to me. Also, the full helmet, Marshall Perry. Please hit me up there. I'm going to delete all of our other entries here, and
Bang, get
these will
caught
count for
up.
our next raffle, so that's Christ is King is in on that
DC
one.
for life. Christ is King, actually, asking Reek Woolen. Possible percentage?
I would say extremely low.
Yeah.
I've never thought he was going to be in play for the Cowboys. If it is, great. Got a starting corner. Cool. But I don't know. I think it's like maybe 5%. Anytime you start talking about we're evaluating him, you haven't done that yet. Okay, they're not going after him.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not your top guy though. Freddie, Tom say, is it pronounced tung Sahur?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Again, if you ever say that and you start smelling toast, I think you guys should go to the hospital because that is a peak symptom of a stroke. So.
The more you know.
And maybe I'm being an old man here or not. I don't know, but it's not my vibe there. Nick 47, busting the budget for backups. Suck at Philly. It's a funny one. And then Lil Trav, and then we also got one Chat Sports super chat. If the Cowboys one is
Love
moved,
it, love
we
it.
go to the Chat Sports one there instead. It should be in there. So,
Bang.
Il Trav, what are your exact moves in front of the team? I am going out and signing Cade Ellis. I would not have signed Sam Williams. I am signing Kenneth Murray to a 1-year deal so I can cut him with no guaranteed money for the principle of it, damn it. I would love an edge as well, just a veteran edge. I think that's probably not the most realistic option. I don't know. I'm getting a linebacker. I'm signing Caden Ellis. That you sign Caden Ellis, I think we all at least going to give this a B, right? We're in that ballpark. If you want to go sign a cheap deal for, let me pull up the list I tweeted out of edge rushers, you want to go sign Josh Uche to a 1-year deal and just give you another twitched up edge guy to compete with James Houston and Maris Leofau, cool. Hendrickson would be fun, but I feel like that race maybe has been run. As cool as it would be, Uche would be nice. 1-year deal for Joey Bosa, cool, but Ellis and or Greenlaw, even and or 2 linebackers would be fun. Go find your PJ Locke version of, a linebacker and sign him too, along with an actual starter. So, Kajor Perry, should the Seahawks sign Dre Greenlaw to help the linebacking core? Good question. They did bring back Ernest Jones is not going to work because he's been so good for what they needed up front. They did re-sign Drake Thomas. They drafted Tyrese Knight. O'Connell is still there as well. They could go sign Greenlaw. I think he'd probably fit schematically. If I were Dre Greenlaw, though, I'm probably looking for more of a role and more playing time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm probably not like, I got to go do this. I got to sign that guy. Like, I'm going to go somewhere I can get on the field. It's probably the path that I would do in the end. Tristan K. Patrick Queen, sounds like they're out on him, which I'm not upset by that. I think he's better. I think he was better than he's been made out to be on social media by many. But he's also he was bad last year. I've also seen him be good, so it's fine. Cost him 5 for Sonny Styles. I would say 12 and 20. And I still need a nickel corner too. I'm not in a spot where I can trade 12 and 20 there. Will Tiemann, would you take Hendrickson? 3 years, $75 million. If you hadn't done the Rashan Gary deal, I could very well have seen the Cowboys in on that price point. You can do it if you want to. I would be pretty surprised if they went that high, especially on a 3-year deal. 1 year, they might even have more interest, but 3, probably not.
Do we think that the Rashan Gary move was maybe slightly premature? Or do we feel like the Cowboys might have just pulled the trigger on that because he had some other teams that were trying to compete to trade for him as well?
Well, I mean, look at the rest of the edge market. It was gangbusters.
Right.
So I think they were looking for a cheaper guy in addition to Gary, and that cheaper option never really materialized, at least not yet. Freddie, who would you rather have a hug from, Kenneth Murray or Matt Eberflus? I don't know. Who's less likely to also punch me? You don't need to hug as Matt Eberflus. We're pretty mean Eberflus this year. I don't know. They both made millions of dollars in their lives. They should be fine. So, I don't know. Either, whichever one decides to not punch me in the gut afterwards is the right answer. All right, no more super chats. We're going to, I guess Space Ghost has a $1 super chat on the Cowboys report side of things. So we'll hit that one here. Checking in on the statuses of other signings. Nothing. Truly nothing going on at this point, which is what it is. By the way, Dre Greenlaw is going to be a post-June 1st cut, so he is not going to be available until tomorrow, by the way. So Dre Greenlaw is not available, at least not yet. He will be available, but a post-June 1st cut, which is kind of interesting for Greenlaw and for Denver. Defers a bit of money in 2027, but not a lot. If you want it, use it. Cool. Dylan Smith, just a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Dylan. I don't see a comment.
When players are turning down your offers to sign with the Raiders, you aren't a serious franchise.
I will say the Raiders are spending big money. I would not be surprised if Nakobe Dean got a slightly larger offer from the Raiders than what the Cowboys did. Well, as long as supers keep coming in, I guess we stay alive here. Ragnarok Howe coming in. It's fine.
I feel like we're going to get a blockbuster report tonight, Tom.
I mean, we'll do a video on it if so. There you go. And they got to do something here with the Cowboys, whether that's today or tomorrow morning. Something is going to have to come in terms of roster movement, adjustments, etc. So we'll get to Seth's super chat after we get the one from Ragnarok Howe. It's always running a little bit behind on that front because it's the computer sometimes doesn't want it to pull through in the exact moment, which is fine. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate everyone watching on the Chat Sports side of things as well. We have been simulcasting for 6 hours on both streams. Ragnarok Howe, would Caden and ADG be decent linebacker signings? Akeem Davis-Gaither, that's ADG, can be your 4th or 5th linebacker. That's fine. Caden Ellis, that is the veteran I would prefer right now if I ran the Dallas Cowboys. That's what I would do. I would go get Caden Ellis and say, I have somebody. Hooray. Beyond that, it's not a great group. Seth, And then we'll get to Will because they super chats keep coming.
Keep
so
on
be it.
rolling in.
I guess we'll stay live. That's fine. Bosa or Floyd, any changes with tackle? I think that the door is open. I think they've gotten calls on Osa after the report leaked of he was offered as part of the Max Crosby deal, but I don't know if they want to pick for Osa. Like, what's the point of that? Like, give me a player. Like, that's what I do. They could shop one if they want, but like they're not going to trade Quinnen. They restructured Clark, so it would only be Osa if they ended up doing it in the end. But the only move that they would do, like nothing else would actually make sense for them. Like, I think Osa's fine. He's not a superstar player. He's a Robin. Like, you know, if they're gonna get mad at leadership or whatever when they paid him to be the number 2, like I don't know what to expect from them. Like, Bosa or Floyd. I think both fit decently. Floyd's kind of intriguing with like his long wingspan. But give me Bosa because I want the pass rush. Will Tiemann. What free agents looking more towards, even not big names? What trades looking at? What would you give and send over? I have a tough time coming up with trades here. I have a tough time coming up with trades. It's just not a lot of guys that stand out to me. That's like they're actionable. You start waving around pick 20, you can find someone, but like, what are you gonna do? Like, you kind of want 20. Free agents. I'm looking at linebacker. The 3 names keep standing out to me that are out there. Bobby Okereke, not in any order. Bobby Okereke, Leo Chenal, and Cade Ellis. Ellis would be my preferred signing. I'll take any of them. Beggars can't be choosers out here. Don't eat my burrito. Any news on Trey lowering his price? I think you will get the news on Trey lowering his price when he signs. That would be my guess, is that when Trey lowers his price, there's a signing. Until then, we wait. Darko Deeds, Bradley Chubb. I think he is a post-June 1st cut. I haven't seen him actually on the transaction wire. Chance I missed it, by the way. But I think he is on going to be a post-June 1st cut. I would do that, sure. I got to get a linebacker first for the cost. Like, I would go get a linebacker, and then if I can find a value signing at edge, you know, the magical 1 year, 5 year, or $5 million, 1 year, $6 million, like that I can do. Fine. I don't know if it costs that cheap, but that's what I would allocate in my budget. Has very much not been busted this year. NJ Casanova. Sorry if I missed this, but what about Clowney reunion? Certainly feels like to me, I think Rashan Gary is your Clowney replacement. Like, that's what his role is going to be. It really feels like to me when the Cowboys before they hired Christian Parker, they're like, we want to bring back Clowney. He was awesome for us. And then when the Cowboys hired Christian Parker and then Parker went through everything, the narrative changed to, we're going to evaluate the defensive scheme fits here. So it went just like that to actually we're out on Clowney. So that notable change has me thinking that Parker doesn't think he's a great fit. I think he could have done it, but so be it. CT, a $5 super chat. Headed these for our next raffle, by the way, guys. So Saints signing ETN, Chiefs signing Walker, open the door for Love to fall down, so we go after defensive players. I think he's gone before them. I think the Saints and Chiefs added Walker and ETN in part because they knew Love is not going to get to them. I don't think he goes. I think the Cardinals signing Algier, mean they're not taking Jeremiah Love. But the Titans at 4, the Giants at 5, the Commanders at 7 stand out as potential teams that I think would very much take Jeremiah Love. I bet he's gone in the top 7 picks this year. Maybe as soon as 4. Now, if he gets past those 3 teams, Chiefs won't do it. Saints won't do it. Bengals probably wouldn't do it. Probably. Dolphins shouldn't do it with where they're at. So maybe he could be there for you. I think he's gone in the top 7 picks. I don't think he's going to get to the Cowboys. As, you know, best player on the board as would be, it's just like the Ashton Genty and the Bijan Robinson conversation for me. Matthew Gates. Hypothetical, but if Downs, Styles, and Delane, I will say they're all gone at 12, which I think is very reasonable, that all 3 guys are gone. That is very possible. Trade down to get Allen and Terrell in round 1 and get some day 2 draft picks. I think that's a pretty good pivot in the end. I think that's a pretty good pivot off of what you have currently. But if you're wiped defensively, ending up with some combination of, I think they could potentially play Dylan Thieneman at nickel corner. Don't know if they think he's a fit or not, but I think that could be in play. But Thieneman could be as a slash Terrell, more so than like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Or if they think like Colton Hood can kick inside and do some of that stuff too. All of those work. Freddie also asked about Clowney and Woolen. Look, he also mentioned, someone just asked about that. It happens sometimes. Clowney, I don't think they're going to. I feel like they're just going to go get somebody. The Rashan Gary replacement kind of feels like that one. But again, you need another edge because you're still light there. Reek Woolen, I wonder what his market is. If you sign Reek Woolen, who's your nickel? Because that means you're not playing. If you're not going to put Bland in the nickel spot, which we'll see, but I kind of get the vibe they're going to put him on the outside. If Bland's not your nickel, then you're suddenly spending big investment in a third-round pick in Revel or big money in Bland or big money in Woolen to an outside player, to a bench player. And part of the reason they signed Revel was to like make that work. Now, could they move off of Bland in a year? Absolutely. Absolutely in the cards. If the foot ain't healthy, or if he's not, doesn't play well despite the foot injury, he's got non-guaranteed money, but it's injury-guaranteed stuff. That could be a drama point next year. But that's a future issue. I don't think they'd pay it right now, necessarily. All right, before we sign off, quick note on the Cowboys signings, rapid fire. Javonte Williams, 3 years, $24 million deal with the to resign. Rashan Gary, Jaylen Thompson, Sam Williams, P.J. Locke, Otito Aonia. And literally nothing else has happened in the NFL free agency world. Not a damn thing. Nothing else has happened. So we're going to sign off here. More live coverage to come tomorrow on the channels, Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Appreciate every single one of you guys who tuned in for today's stream with myself and producer AP. On the Chat Sports side of things, we'll have an updated top free agency list coming out here in whenever we get it done. So hit that sub button if you haven't already, whatever channel, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow.